Brigade.
Thank you so much. Super excited to be here tonight. Director Eddie for Forsyth Area Schools Finance Department. Excited. If anyone's in the hallway and needs to hear truth and taxation, want to make sure you're able to get in here and hear the information. Important that people understand what the school's taxing and why. So tonight we're going to start out by looking at why we're here. So we're here because it's a state statute that has the requirement that between November 25th and December 29th, we hold this truth and taxation hearing for the residents of our school district. It has to be at 6 p.m. or later, which we did this year. May be a part of a regularly scheduled meeting, must allow for public comment, and then we may adopt the final levy in the same meeting, which is the plan for this evening. We will do a presentation of the current year budget and then also the proposed tax levy information. So our agenda for tonight, we're going to start with a little bit of background on school funding. We're going to go on to the district's budget, as stated in the statute needing to be presented, the proposed tax levy information, and then we'll end with public comment that the board will take from the audience. The Minnesota system of education is set up that the legislature determines how it's going to be funded. So we have to educate all students, and they're going to tell us how that's going to get done. With that, they set up formulas. They set up formulas for state revenue, so that's going to be your per pupil allowance and any additional revenue that they put in for specialized programs or other areas. Also, they're going to set tax policies for local schools. That can include the maximums that they authorize, including what they can levy for based on non-voter approved and voter approved areas. The voter-approved areas are mostly operating and capital needs, and the non-voter approved areas are programs like ATPPS, career and tech, areas like that. When we talk about that funding, we know that the per pupil allowance in the state of Minnesota since 2002 to today has not kept up with inflation. So that's part of the reason why when we look at our tax levy and we look at the need for local funding, that comes in to play as the difference between what it is. If it would have kept pace, there would have been another $1,420 per pupil that would be allocated if it had just kept pace with inflation. We see that we made some ground up and that narrow gap, and then as inflation rose, we did get 2% in the 24-25 school year and 2.75 in the 25-26 school year. However, the gap still widened on what that is. So again, that need for local funding through the local levy. The other area that really drives this is special education. We know that the 2023 legislative session did a great job of helping with the cross subsidy. 44% was covered. We still know that means that part of the cross subsidy is not covered. And so in 2024 statewide, that was about $503 million. And then by 2028, it'll be about $524 million. So big numbers of what we have to use of our local tax dollars to pay for federal mandates. Again, in special education, we're never going to do an expense or anything that is not required by a student's time. On to the district.
Chrissy, can I interrupt?
Yep.
And JP, can you invite anybody in the lobby in if they want to hear the truth and taxation? Make sure people have access. Yeah, I know. I'm just asking for a quick reminder.
Thank you for that, because I saw some new people come.
Yep.
I don't care.
Yep,
Yeah,
yep.
what? They can go.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, as I said, we want to make sure to get people in.
Here's one too.
Two over there.
We're good? Okay. Out of the district's budget again. So the important thing in the district budget is to understand that there are differences in the funds that we have. So when we talk about the levy tonight, we're going to be talking about only 4 of the categories listed on the screen. So the levy encompasses our general fund, so that's all of our operating expenses for education. Food service fund, again, doing our nutrition services department, that's not part of the levy. Community service does have a very small portion of the levy that they get based on early childhood and then also adults with disabilities. So they do get a little bit of the levy. Building construction is going to be the bonds that we sell and then pay for construction, not part of the levy. Debt service is how we're going to pay for those bonds. So that's Fund 7. Internal services are medical, dental, again, not part of the levy. And then OPEB is our post-employment benefits, and the debt service part of that fund is part of the fund. So again, different categories have different areas of funding. Overall in the budget, when we look at what we have, last year is the maroon side, and then the gold side is going to be the current school year's budget. So when we look at what we had last year, overall in the general fund or operating, we had about $99 million worth of revenue that came in. We had expenses in about 96 million. We will have the audit be accepted here in just a little bit, so we're gonna get a lot into those numbers as part of that process. But overall, our fund balance in that sits at about 11 million total fund balance. Food service has a fund balance of about 1.3, community service of about $2 million. Overall, our construction fund has about 23 million at year end last year. And then debt service has about 3 million, and OPEB has about 100,000, 200,000. So now moving into the 25-26 budget, we presented a balanced budget last May to be approved for this school year. We know we'll be making adjustments based on enrollment that I'm sure we'll talk about later. And also some of the expenditure areas, we did have some expenditures that you'll hear about in the audit that didn't get done by June 30th. So those are going to have to be paid out of this fiscal year's budget. So again, looking at that balanced budget now, we know that we have budget adjustments coming. Overall, food service is going to remain pretty steady in what they have, along with community education. Community education up to a $2 million fund balance. They typically like to sit around 1.5, so they're going to try to spend down. They do a great job of programming in our community education area. So the more programs they do, the more revenue they bring in, and they try to spend it down, but they just get more revenue. So it's kind of one of those things that a good problem to have. Building construction, we'll be spending those bond dollars down. We saw great things at the high school and education center. We'll move on to Wyoming next summer for that. And then we see our internal service fund, medical and dental, go positive in the 25-26 school year, which is really exciting. And then our OPEB trust, again, just looking at how much money we have left for those post-employment benefits. On to the proposed tax levy for payable 26. So again, these dollars are used in the 27 school year, fiscal year 27, so 26, 27. Each school has limited authority. So we started off by talking about how the legislature sets all these formulas up. And so again, they're the ones that determine what we are able to levy, along with the taxpayers if they come in with an operating referendum or a building bond. And so overall, MDE calculates all those categories, both the state law and voter approval area. They do that over the summer. By September 8th, they have to have those calculations in draft form to the school districts. On September 18th, the school board approved a preliminary levy, and that's so that it can go out on tax statements to the community. Hopefully everyone in the room has received their tax statement in the mail with their estimated amounts. So those go out in mid-November. Today we're here for the public hearing, and then following that, we will certify the final levy amounts. This is an example of the property tax statements. I offer to anyone, if you'd like to come in, I'd love to sit down with you, run through what it looks like. If there's any changes, kind of explain them, see what it is. But again, each property in the district receives that from either Anoka, Chisago, or Washington County. Overall, our levy this year, I believe, was really great. 2.4% increase in the levy, so very reasonable. The school district really tries to keep that levy as flat as possible. So you'll see in the upcoming slides how we do that, and ways that, again, we look at different funds to be able to offset each other, and again, keep that tax stable for our households. So this is our overall levy. Again, I talked about the fact that we have general fund dollars. Those are voter approved, like the operating referendum, and also our bonds would come down and debt service. But again, other areas I talked about, ATPPS, long-term facility maintenance, operating capital, all of those are in the general fund area. I will go into detail about what those changes were on the upcoming slides, so this one's just an overview. Community service, again, a small portion, about $1 million. And again, they have it early childhood, adults, and then school-age child care. Debt service pays those bonds that we sell for construction. And again, staying on that was a huge commitment that we made to our voters at the 2015 bond money. And so again, try and keep ahead of the project so we don't have to go up for a big sum doing it as we go versus waiting on it. And then again, that OPEB, just a very small at the end. So the major changes that we saw, you saw that 10% decrease in the general fund. We have a long-term facility maintenance adjustment that's coming through. It's something that we've known and talked about for the last 3 years. So not a surprise in any way, shape, or form. But what we're able to do is as that adjustment comes to the general fund, we see that big negative amount there. We can also go over to the debt service fund then and do some bond payments that are a bit bigger at this chunk in time so that we're able to offset them. The other thing that we use to offset them in the debt service is we have to levy 105% of our debt payments to make sure that we make them. So that 5%, because we always make our payments, always just sits there and starts to gather. So at certain times, we're gonna take that extra 5% that we got and we're gonna kind of put it back in the pot, in the levy. And so this negative adjustment does that. So between in debt service, the first slide, just over 4 million, and this one of a negative 1.4, we see that we're about at that $3 million mark of being above from the previous levy. And again, that's all planned out. Ehlers is our municipal advisor, and they work through all of this with us to make sure, again, that households are not seeing this tax that goes way down, way up, way down, way up. So again, just keeping it steady, getting the projects done that we need, the operating referendum going, and all of that. Again, getting into the individual, what does it mean for me as a person that's paying the taxes within the school district? Always when people sit down with me, I'm looking at, okay, on your tax statement, was there a change in the individual value property? Because we say it's a 2.4% change, but that may be different based on what your household has. Again, if your value increases, you might see more than 2.4%. If your value decreases, you would obviously see less. And so again, the total value within the school district property is also important. And then increase and decrease in the individual levy amounts based on, again, what we're looking at for debt service in other areas. So all those can factor into what people see on their individual statements. This chart just runs through since 2023 what those taxes have been on sample properties. So again, a residential homestead, your home, anywhere from $100,000 to $1 million, and you can look at what it is. The last two columns are what I like to look at. So on $1 million home, then taxes in those years from 23 to 26 would go up $96 if the value did not change. So overall, change from last year, it would have gone down from what it is. Commercial property, again, similar. The last two columns are going to be your change. They do tax different rates on different types of properties. And so that does matter in what we're looking at. This is an example, very specifically, just in the geographical form of, again, that concept of a $250 house. If that house was still $250 in 2023 and in the estimated taxes for 2026, you would have gone from $844 to $838. So you would have seen a decrease in your taxes during that time frame. The $500,000 house, you'll see that it's just a little bit above. So again, right within that flat tax is what we're looking for. We know that this is the commercial property area. So again, we saw a little spike in 24, but again, that flat, trying as flat as possible to be able to provide those taxes for our taxpayers. We do know that not everyone's value stays the same. Mine's changed over the last 4 years of my house, and so I know that plays into how much I'm going to owe. So this chart shows that, again, if I had a change in my property tax value, we do a 9.2% looking at a Metro-wide average on what it is. So 9.2 cumulative change in property value. So you go from a house that's $229,000 to the house that's $250,000, and you'll see there your taxes went from $767 up to $838. So again, minor changes in that with change in value. Also, if you had a $500,000 house, again, you go from about $1,607 to $1,787. So minor changes, the $180 on a property that went from 450 up to 500,000.
You lost it.
Lost it. Okay. Really important that everyone understands that we know that if there are big shifts, luckily, as I said, the school district portion of this year, 2.4%, very minimal change in taxes. We know that there's been years in the past 5 years that have been closer to that 9% mark. So again, we always talk in this hearing about people who may be on limited incomes, people who may need assistance with a change in their property taxes. It's really important that we support all the homeowners within our district. And so this slide has our homestead credit refund, our special property tax refund. There's a senior citizen deferral tax option, and then also based on your income tax and your deductions, you can look at getting some relief back. So if anyone is interested in any of these programs, I encourage you to give me a phone call and I can help you with the process on how to apply. Again, if it's a hardship on any of the taxes that have gone up. So overall, that's the presentation of the tax information. The board will now accept public comment on that, and then again, later tonight, we will look to approve the levy.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is there any public comment on the truth and taxation portion this evening? All right, I'll ask 3 times here. Is there any public comment on the truth and taxation portion of the meeting this evening?
No, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Can you get on the mic better so I can hear exactly what you're saying?
Oh. Is that better?
Not really.
Oh, right, it's on.
I heard you say something about taxation, but I'm not getting it all.
Okay. I'll try to speak up here. Is there any public comment on the truth and taxation portion of the meeting this evening?
You're talking about our properties being taxed and all that?
About what?
The presentation you just saw this evening, yes.
So the school district puts in for dollar amounts, if there's questions on values of the household and what that value is, that would be done by the county assessor's office. Or the city tax would be done by the city of Forest Lake. But if there's a question on the school district taxes, then we'd be able to help. And if you want, I'm happy to look at a statement and get you to the correct person if it's not.
Okay, because I was just at the other one for evaluating my property taxes when they had it. I think that was Monday or Tuesday. They had one.
Yep.
And then they were telling me to come over here about all the levies you guys are, applying for all the time and all that, so I want to make sure we would be in the right spot here. Okay.
All right, I'll go through that process again then. Is there any other public comment on truth and taxation portion this evening? Is there any public comment on the truth and taxation portion of the meeting this evening? And one last call, is there any public comment on the truth and taxation portion this evening? All right, seeing none, we will close the public comment portion, and I would entertain a motion to adjourn the truth and taxation hearing.
So moved.
Second.
A motion, a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, that motion carries. We will adjourn the truth and taxation hearing. We will immediately recess until 6:30 p.m., at which point we will start our regular board meeting. All right, Member Clerk, will you please take the roll call of attendance?
Yes. Member Corcoran.
Here.
Member Rebelline.
Here.
Member Christensen.
Here.
Member Tyson.
Here.
Member Antonsen is here, and Member Castle.
Here.
Everybody's here.
All right, we have a quorum. I would entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion this evening? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? All right, motion carries. Brings us to scheduled and unscheduled visitors. We'll start with the listening session report. Member Antonsen.
Yes. No. All right, so there were 13 people in the room. At first, everybody was there to listen, and so we kind of had to stoke some conversation. The questions that came up was, what is the process going to look like tonight? So we discussed a little bit about that, as you were just talking about options of how this, we could process it, and that we would be discussing it as a board. There was concerns around placement of Mrs. Duragu, about her nomination, and some people said things have changed since the election. And multiple people were concerned and thought we should be able to split the vote, and were confused about, this was on the board meeting tonight as something that was confused about the special order of business. I will just say it like that. Not understanding that this order of business needs to be addressed and resolved before moving on to regular board business. So there was a lot of discussion around that. The question was raised, if there is an impasse, a split vote, can you bring back a candidate from last night's interviews? There was concerns among the community, I think in general, and especially one person, about trust. Trust lost on both sides, and I think that's about it.
Yeah, I think about the only thing I would have to add to that is there seems to be a misunderstanding about the state statute that clearly states that when there's a vacancy on the board, it must be filled by board appointment. There is no time frame specified in there, but the board did pass a resolution in November stating that that time frame was that we would get that work done this evening. So that concludes my report on the listening session as well, which brings us to green cards this evening. Although the board is not legally required to offer public comment, we believe it's an important part of our community interaction and have included it on tonight's agenda. We ask that speakers keep their comments relative to the indicated agenda item, be respectful, avoid personal comments about board members, and refrain from sharing private or sensitive information. This process is non-interactive. We request that everyone present be respectful of commenters and refrain from making their own comments or applauding to help keep things moving. Speakers will have 3 minutes. The clerk will give notification to speakers as their time is expiring, and the chair will strike the gavel once your time has expired. I have shuffled the deck of green cards and will call speakers by first name and last initial. Please be ready when it is your turn. I have 3 green cards this morning. We will start with Claire L. And on deck will be Jocelyn M.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to talk about agenda item 7.1, as I feel a lot of folks are here for. As we all know, most of the applicants for the school board vacancy prioritized the opportunity to interview with the school board last night and provided some perspective and motivation for applying for the position, which was a great transparent way to make for board members as well as the public to hear most of the applicants' experience, background, and constructive experience in our schools. Experience ensures that leaders understand the complexities of school operations, budgeting, policies, student needs, long-term planning, etc. Involvement shows that they are connected to the community, present in our schools, committed to listening to families, teachers, and students. Our schools thrive when leaders work together, rebuilding trust after difficult moments, and choose cooperation over conflict. But experience and collaboration alone are not enough. Good school board members value evidence-based curriculum, extracurricular opportunities, and the dedicated staff that make learning possible. We also need leaders who will uphold accountability and honesty. We need leaders who will fact-check the information they put out to the public as truth. We need leaders who understand the power of words in general, especially within our schools. We need leaders who understand the funding inequities that our district must compensate for, because fiscal responsibility also means using funding sources wisely and openly. Finally, we need leaders who are willing to rebuild trust and the district's reputation with all district stakeholders, including business owners, families, and community members, through transparency and integrity. I'm here tonight because I really want to encourage board members to really evaluate the skills, knowledge, and commitment that applicants Jim Smith and Andy Cornea bring to the table, because they are really the only candidates tonight who tick all of those boxes. Mr. Smith and Mr. Cornea are candidates who value inclusion, equity, transparency, honesty, and the success of every student in our school. And that strengthens not only our schools, but the future as well as the reputation of our entire community and school district. Every child, regardless of background, ability, or circumstance, deserves a high-quality education, a welcoming environment, and opportunities to reach their fullest potential. Our community thrives when our children thrive, and that begins with choosing leaders who believe in all of our students and our educators. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Jocelyn M., and on deck is Dean E.
Hi. I really don't like to follow that because, I mean, way to go. Jeez, Claire. Yeah. I was here last night and I really appreciated hearing from the candidates. I thought they did a nice job, and it would be really beneficial if every time we had a vote for school board members, we had an interview process like that in which everyone could see how people, really felt and stood on the issues. But I want to thank those members for their bravery and coming in front of you and the gallery behind them, and I'm sure that was really hard. It's an eye-opening process, and the questions that you had were very thorough, and you did a nice job of presenting those questions to the candidates. I did feel that there were several candidates that were more qualified than others, and as an educator, I don't always, understand the fiscal responsibilities that go into it with superintendents and principals. I'm a people person. I connect with students and kids and families, and that's why I keep showing up in front of you at different meetings and listening sessions, because I want to see the future of our community really remain strong, whether that's with academic integrity, social emotional skills. It is the whole package. And so I'm hoping that you consider Jim Smith or Andy Cornea for the open position of school board member, because I think they would be best suited to support you in your roles and ultimately shape the future of Forest Lake education. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Dean E., and that is the last green card I have this evening.
I'm going to read something, but I'd just like to convey to you an eagerness of myself and a lot of other people like me who maybe aren't here and represented, that we appreciated Luke and his perspective that he brought to the board. I know that the complexion of the board changed at the last election, and so there was quite a shock for a lot of people to see that change, and it was hard to take. But I think the voters chose that, and so there was an opportunity. You talked about having, maybe raising up one of the candidates who got the most votes, who didn't get elected. Maybe they would have a preferential treatment. I'm not saying that you need to do that. I'm just saying that that person also represented a different mindset. And that's reflected in the board that started here at the beginning of the year. So from the voters' perspective, there is a mindset there. I think all of the candidates probably would agree with the things that were said out here, that those things are all important. But there is a mindset that the voters chose. And I want to strongly encourage the board to find another person, appoint another person with a like mind. one that you can all work with, but has a similar like mind. And so I want to encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dean.
you.
That concludes the green card portion this evening, bringing us to student achievement and positive happenings. Does anybody have anything for positive happenings this evening?
I have a couple of things.
Yeah, Member Tyson.
I attended the immersion open house at Forest View Elementary. I talked with several parents that were, wrestling with the decision. The kids were enjoying a lot of fun in the classrooms, checking them out, checking out what's in the rooms. And one parent noticed that in the classroom it was dark, but she said, wow, this classroom has really big windows. And so the teacher said, yeah, it's a very sunny classroom. And then I got to tell her that in our 2018 bond, when we touched that school building, we put bigger windows in those classrooms. So one dad lives in my area, and he was there with his 2 little ones, and he said, this would be closer for me in terms of driving, picking up, whatever, when they're sick. But he said, we love Lino, so it's a really tough decision. So they had a good turnout. I want to say there was maybe 30 to 40 people kind of in and out, so all good there. I also wanted to mention that I attend the anti-bullying working group. I've been meaning to do that when I have some extra time, and it is such great work how the anti-bullying messages go stronger in our district. It evolves. I really liked hearing that the MySpace is now district-wide. That started in 2020. So I learned a lot of good things that day, and a lot of good information was being shared, which is so good to see. The last thing I wanted to mention quickly is that it's a student council toy drive. And they make it easy. You can order from Amazon if you want. Otherwise, pick something up. They've got a nice list on there and drop off in the high school front office. And that concludes my report.
All right, thank you. Does anybody else have anything? Member Corcoran?
Well, I had the time to go to Anastasia, the wonderful musical at the high school. I'm always so impressed by the talent. I mean, you forget you're at a high school. They're just so talented. And I went the second weekend, and it was I just think they were spot on. The music was great. The orchestra sounded fabulous. Everything just was wonderful. So, and I actually ran to Jill. I was pronouncing her name wrong, Kramer, and her daughter was the lead. She played Anastasia, and she just was wonderful. And I guess it had been a dream of hers for quite a long time to play that role, so I thought that was just great. And I try to support the arts as much as we can because we have such a wonderful arts program. So we have fought to keep that for over the years, and I will continue to fight for that as long as I can. So, but I just look forward to those shows every year. So, so I got to at least do that.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Member
Yeah.
Corcoran, I know I mentioned this, I think during the spring play, but my son in college right now, he's involved with the arts and the plays and the things that they have at his college, and it pales in comparison to what we offer our students here in high school. So it was a bit of a letdown for him to go there and realize that it wasn't the same. But he's been able to elevate their program there based on the things that he learned in high school. And he's helping, the arts program here is enriching the arts program across the Midwest.
Wow.
And because I'm sure other students are doing the same. Yeah, so excellent point. Does anybody else have anything for positive happenings this evening? All right. We will move right past positive happenings then and go into reports. Does anybody have anything for workshops and conferences this evening?
I'm going to report on the conference when it comes to MSBA.
Do you want to save that for the MSBA report?
Sure.
Okay. We'll bounce over to City of Forest Lake. That's Member Tyson and Member Christensen.
I just had a short mention that tomorrow night is the hometown lighting ceremony. I think from 5 to 7, which is really exciting. They turn on the lights, and it's a big deal. So if you're available tomorrow night, there's something to do right here in Forest Lake.
All right.
And I just wanted to mention that the city's Truth and Taxation hearing is on December 8th at 7 p.m., if I can read my writing. And yeah, the hometown holiday is always fun, Santa visits, so great event. That concludes my report.
Wonderful. Thank you both. You preemptively answered my question about the City of Forest Lake. Unless anybody else has anything, we'll bounce right over to MSBA. Member Tyson.
Yeah, so tomorrow is kicks off our delegate assembly, and delegates statewide from the whole state, entire state of Minnesota come, and Member Corcoran's coming and Member Antonsen. So the assembly meets at 8 a.m. sharp, and we go until all 36 resolutions have been talked about and voted on. So it actually starts tomorrow night at 5 p.m. with some speakers and some different things to network with board members from throughout the state. Also, we've seen this, the exciting leadership conference is right around the corner. It's January 15th through 16th, but actually they moved the awards night with a social event, so that's actually Wednesday night. So if you attend one of the early bird sessions, which look really, really good this year, I could read them off, but I think everybody should take a look at what's available to take. It's just amazing, all the good governance, all the good speakers. I do want to mention the opening keynote speaker. He's got one of the early bird sessions. His name is Matt Lerman. He's a nationally recognized civic dialogue expert, and he will guide us in moving from conflict to conversation, helping boards foster meaningful dialogue. So I'll be attending that. Maybe I'll see you there. And then the closing keynote speaker is Rennie Curran, and he will share practical tools to help leaders improve teamwork, build powerful connections, and achieve lasting success. So anyway, if you haven't signed up with Joy, let her know. So hope to see everyone there.
All right, thank you,
And
Member
that concludes
Tyson.
my report.
Member Antonsen.
Can Dr. Massey remind us about when he and JP will be presenting at MSBA?
Oh, I do have that on a sticky note, but I don't have it with me. It's Thursday, and it's the later session. It's 4
4
p.m. to
p.m. Yep.
5:15, and it's on 101, so it'll be on that bottom level.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect. I was thinking the same thing.
How
We
did I
need to
forget
promote
to-
that at every opportunity we can between now and then.
Yep, and that's going to be on our career pathways, so I've already heard that from other district directors that they want to attend that. They're very interested. So.
All right. Yeah,
Do you
Member
know
Parker.
if they're recorded at all? Are they recorded, those
No.
breakout sessions, or the, I'm just curious. Would be nice.
I'm not aware of that. You can ask the board member.
Yeah. To ask Kirk about that.
That would take a myriad of
Too much.
equipment, so they're not.
Probably, okay.
No, but that would be a good idea. I bet you could record your own if you wanted to.
Just be good to bring that back to everybody, to be able to watch that.
Could see if Renee could come and record it.
Anybody have a GoPro?
I'm sure we also have the option that Dr. Massey and Director Jacobson could make a similar presentation to the board. We've seen it a couple of times, but it might be good to get it out in front of the public.
Yep, and we'll have Mike Miron and Jim Caldwell joining us for the presentation as well.
Nice.
That's great. I know St. Paul Public Schools are doing something similar, but I think ours is really piquing people's interest because it's kind of getting well-known.
Yeah,
Looking forward to that.
for sure. Any other questions, comments on MSBA? All right, seeing none, we will pivot directly to Director Remberg-Eide on the audit report. Welcome back.
Thank you. All right, I'm here tonight with our auditor, Jackie Hill from LB Carlson. So MMKR, as you know, transitioned to LB Carlson, so same auditors as we had last year. She's going to go ahead and go over the management report with the board and talk about the audit this year. As we kick it off, I do want to do a quick thank you to the staff, finance staff. They did an amazing job as always, but again, Maria Pronto leading the audit for us this year and just did a wonderful job. We did present this information to the finance committee, which several of you sit on the last Thursday meeting, and did have a chance to look it over and ask any questions and also get any feedback back to Jackie before it became finalized. So that all went well. I did not get any feedback, so it is presented at the finance committee. So I would let Jackie. Yeah, thank you.
Well, good evening and thank you for having me tonight. As Chrissy said, my name is Jackie Ego. I'm the partner that oversees the audit from LB Carlson, and here to present the audit results for the year ended June 30th, 2023. As we go through the presentation, you will see very positive audit results. As Chrissy mentioned, we did go through this report in detail at the Finance Committee meeting in December, so tonight will be a little higher level, but again, if you have any questions, I can answer. First slide here just summarizes a little bit about our role as an auditor. As an auditor, my role is to issue an opinion on the financial statements over that district audit, noting that they are fairly stated as of year-end. Your district does receive more than $750,000 of federal funding, so there's a separate federal audit or a single audit of federal awards. If you're looking at your audit reports, you're going to see right now those federal audit opinions are not included. That is because at the time of the issuance of these reports, the federal government had not released the 2025 federal compliance supplement, so no federal audits can be issued. That compliance supplement was just issued last Wednesday, right before Thanksgiving. So at this point, we will continue moving forward and be able to wrap up the federal audit opinions. So at some point, you will then get a small report of those audit opinions. Due to the delay in the compliance supplement, the Department of Education has released extensions on that through March 31st, 2026 for all local governments. As part of the audit then, we also test and review the internal controls and the compliance over that financial statement audit and also with the Minnesota state laws and regulations. For the audit results then here, this summarizes the various audit opinions. The audit results over that district financial audit, we issue unmodified or clean opinions. That is the opinion you're looking for as part of that audit process. If you're looking at your audit opinion, you're going to see a paragraph in there about there was a new governmental accounting standard that was required to be implemented in the current year. So GASB statement number 101 related with compensated absences was required to be implemented as part of the 2025 audit. This just changed the way that local governments are now recognizing and reporting compensated absences such as vacation and sick leave in your financial reports. This is only reported entity-wide on those full accrual financials, so it does not change anything within your fund financial statements or how your general fund or any of your operating funds are being presented. But if you're looking at those full accrual financial statements, you will see a change in accounting principle related to that. For the audit opinions over that internal control and compliance portion of that financial audit, had no material weaknesses or instances of non-compliance to report there. And for the audit opinion over that Minnesota legal compliance, no audit findings to report in that area. So overall, as part of all the audit opinions, all very good audit results with no findings to report for the 2025 year. Moving on, then I'll go through several slides here that summarizes some of the financial position of the district, starting with that general fund of the district. This slide shows the general fund financial position for the past 10 years, showing that cash and investment balance, as well as the fund balance and the expenditures in that fund. For the 2025 year, you saw your cash and investment balance end at about $23.5 million, which was an increase of about $4.9 million from the prior year. Your total general fund balance in that fund increased about $3.9 million from the prior year, and that was compared to a budget that was approved to increase about $490,000. This next slide then summarizes the components of that general fund balance. So that total fund balance at year end, as I said, was about $11.5 million. There's the various components of fund balance, starting with the non-spendable at the top, about $195,000 in non-spendable. So that is prepaid items. Anything the district had prepaid by June 30th for the next fiscal year is in that non-spendable, the top line item. At year end, the district has about $4 million in that restricted fund balance. Most of that is dollars that are restricted for long-term facility maintenance and various projects. There's about $3 million in there. You're seeing an increase from prior year because there's also dollars within that restricted budget or bucket where the district will have a future levy adjustment that will be reducing that amount. You have about $385,000 in assigned fund balance at year end. Those are dollars that are set aside for future severance payments of the district. That leaves about $6.9 million in that unassigned fund balance, which represents about 7.5% of the total expenditures in the fund. This next slide summarizes the ADM and the pupil units served by the district. At year end for audit, you're closing out using an estimated ADM because those are not finalized by the Department of Ed until about January or February into this next year. So those estimated ADMs that close out the audit was at 5,630, which was a decrease of about 52 ADM or just under 1% from the prior year. Next two slides I have here then summarizes that general fund revenue, and the next one will show the expenditures. The bar graph shows your current year actual, comparing that to prior year as well as to budget. If you're looking for the current year, your general fund revenues were about 99 million. That was about 2.8 million over the final budget. A couple of the areas you're seeing some budget variances in. State sources came in over budget about 2 million. Most of that was in that general education and special education areas. Other local sources were about 840,000 over budget. Most of that is just with charges and fees that can be difficult to budget from one year to the next. When you're looking current year to prior year, you saw an increase in your revenues of about 5 million. You're seeing the property tax revenue was up as approved by the district with the levy process. State sources, you're seeing increases in there with the general education and special education funding. And then other local sources, you saw some improved investment earnings in 25 compared to 2024. Shows a similar graph here just of the general fund expenditures by the various categories. Overall, your general fund expenditures ended the year at about 92 million, which is about 3.8 million under that final budget. When you're looking at the budget variance, you saw a variance in capital expenditures of about 3 million. Most of that was just due to some long-term facility maintenance expenditures that were budgeted in the general fund but had to be shifted over to your capital projects fund in line with the Department of Ed guidance. Looking current year to prior year, you saw an increase of about 3.8 million in expenditures. Most of that was in capital expenditures as well, just the timing of those long-term facility maintenance project, as well as you do have some bus leases, so just more equipment leases in the current year compared to previous year. And also you're seeing your salaries go up as approved through some of those negotiated contracts. This next slide here summarizes a couple of the other operating funds the district has, that food service special revenue as well as the community service special revenue fund. You can see in 2025, both of these have very positive operating results. The food service fund ended the year with an equity increase of about 113,000. That was compared to a decrease that was projected in the budget of about 185,000. That ended the year with a year-end fund balance of about 1.3 million. And the community service fund ended the year with an equity increase of about 319,000. Most of that, if you're looking at your community service fund, you saw your revenues coming in more than anticipated in the budget, just more participation than was projected. But this fund ended the year with just under 2.1 million in fund balance. One item I wanted to comment on, I don't have a slide for this, just your internal service funds that the district has. So you do have a couple internal service funds that shows the activity of those self-insured health and dental benefits. At year end, the net position in that dental fund was a positive about 350,000. At year end, the health fund has a deficit of about 360,000. But you did see, if you're looking at your financials, you did see a significant improvement in that health fund. You saw an improvement in that net position of about 2.3 million from the prior year. But just a reminder that the district should continue to monitor that health fund. You want to make sure you're continuing to review the premiums in that fund and continue to have a plan to eliminate the remainder of the deficit and then start to build the net position in that fund. Then the last slide I have here summarizes the district-wide statement of net position. So these are those full accrual financial statements. When you're looking in your audit report, you have all the various funds of the district that roll up into an entity-wide presentation, a district-wide full accrual presentation where it rolls in all the capital assets of the district, all the long-term liabilities, any pensions, bond liabilities. So overall, when you're looking at this, you're seeing a snapshot where your net position increased about 9.7 million from the prior year. If you're looking at the bottom portion of that table, what we call the components of net position, you saw increases in all areas. That net investment in capital assets is directly related with, capital asset activity at the district, and as you're paying down the bonds that were used to construct those assets. The restricted bucket is going up, consistent just with your food service restrictions, your community service, the positive operations in those funds. And then you're seeing that unrestricted net position going up. And most of that is with the improved fund balance in that general fund, as well as the improved fund balance in that internal service fund, specifically that health fund in 2025. So with that, I can open it up if there are any questions.
Yeah, wonderful, thank you. I think I'll kick off the questions just to start with here. Trying to remember here, you said our general fund balance at the moment was right around that 7.5% mark. You spoke a little bit in the policy committee or the finance committee meeting about what the state average for that is, and could you also provide a recommendation on where you think we should be?
Yes, if you're looking at your audit reports, there is a graph in there that does have statewide averages. The specific table that we have here that shows that fund balance of 7.5%, this is calculated of total expenditures. The state calculation is different. They exclude capital expenditures, so they're not apples to apples comparison.
Okay, how much does that change things for us? Because I think the statewide number was 20-ish?
The statewide number is at 20, well, from 2024 is at 23%. The
Okay.
numbers aren't available yet for 2025.
Okay,
Your statewide number, according to their calculation, is at 9.7% because they're excluding certain expenditures, whereas
Okay.
ours shows total expenditures.
so our statewide reporting number, we're roughly half of what most districts, or the average district sits at, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
As far as recommendations, as an auditor, I can't give a recommendation for fund balance percentages, but there are rule of thumbs out there. You can look on the state auditor's website. They give some rule of thumbs. The Government Finance Officer Association gives the 5 to 10% range, or 1 to 2 months of expenditures. So there are some guidance from different government organizations out there.
Okay. I appreciate that comment, and I think it's an open question we have with our finance team, so we'll leave that to them. I know they're exploring it in depth, but thank you for addressing that. Does anybody else have any questions or comments concerning the audit? Member Corcoran.
I just wanted to make a comment about the health insurance and
Yes.
how much we have really, and it's been really hard on the staff, and I want to say that we recognize that. I mean, we've heard it for a while now, and I mean, it's just, but we had to get it under control. I know that, but I'm hoping that we can kind of ease into not having those huge increases and try to get some relief for the staff. So I just wanted to express my, that we understand, and we, I know it's been really hard, so hopefully that will not continue. We can kind of get a handle on that.
Yeah,
so.
it's a big balancing act, right?
Yeah,
As Jackie said, though, we do have to get
yeah.
it positive, so we are still negative in that medical account. We will look to get it positive this year, so in the
Right.
truth and taxation, you saw that hopefully we'll have about 1.5 million in that. Typically,
Okay.
you like to see around that 3 to 5 million in that fund. So yeah, we'll continue to do that and also balance it with what premiums can be for our staff.
Right. Well, thank you so much. I know that's been, like I said, it's been a difficult challenge ahead, but, and I, just to reiterate that we have 0 findings, we have a clean audit. I mean, that
Yes, absolutely.
takes the work of a great finance team, a leader, and also your staff. And that, if anyone could understand when you wanted to print all the accounts, how many pages it really is of all the accounts and how the money, how it flows through, how much work it really is, it's impressive. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, I would add my congratulations to that as well.
Yeah.
It's impressive to make it through an audit cleanly.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for the point on the medical fund. We have a little bit of work to do there to catch that up. A little bit of work to do on the general fund unrestricted balance as well. And, candidly, we have a little bit of work to do on salaries too. So it's going to be a difficult balancing act because we can't throw money at all of those things all at the same time. We have to find a way to do that in a really controlled manner. Does anybody else have any questions or comments on Member Tyson?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for an excellent report, and I missed the name change. I don't know how I missed that, but welcome to your new name.
Thank you, January 1st.
January 1st,
Yes.
okay. And you know, it is a big job, a big task. They're here a long time, our team, working on getting all the information to you, and I know you say that there's such a good working relationship there, and we really appreciate that. I have a question on page 14, I think it is. You mentioned that the special ed, it says in there that the budget, it is 14. I moved to the front. No, I'm sorry, 12. So it says state sources were over budget mainly in general education aid and special education aid. Is that routinely, that's routinely over every audit, isn't it?
Yeah,
Because
so
of
the
cross
Minnesota
subsidy?
Department, it's not the cross subsidy. For this one, the Minnesota Department of Education has put out their reports on special education revenue for the last 2 years with a proration of 90%. And so the reports appear that way all the way through the school year, and then in July timeframe is when they actually come through and take it off. So based on the legislative session is confirming if they're able to do the 100% aid or the 90% aid. For us, that's nearly $750,000. And so especially with the fund balance that we had, we can't count on those dollars until we know that they have been approved by the legislature and they're able to do the 100% versus the 90. So when the report says 90, it does handcuff us as a district to make sure that we do get those funds in.
That's very difficult.
Yes.
Just that waiting game and wondering if that money is coming in or not, and
Yeah, there's a lot of
that's
conversation about future proration that although the last 2 years they have put it through that with the state budget in the state that it is in, that could stick next year with the 90%. So we will be in the same boat as we look at FY26.
And then looking at, thank you for that, and then looking at the food service revenue, are we still able, the legislation allowed us to do cafeteria tables and different things? Is that
Yes, so if you've been
still-
over to the middle school at all, we have gorgeous tables there that were purchased
Good to
by our
see
food
those.
service department. Those tables that were at the middle school that were newer than our Forest View and our Wyoming tables, took a little trip from the middle school over to those buildings. And so we'll be looking at what the building will be this year to purchase, new tables for. So, yeah, very
That's-
excited about that.
That's good news.
They do also charge some of the salaries, so our noon duty staff for supervising students in the lunchroom now can be charged there because we're past our 3 years since we've had a negative balance. So definitely a help to the general fund.
Wow,
yeah.
that is new. Is this the first year we're able to do that?
It
'Cause
is,
it's three?
it was the first year because we had a deficit. So,
Oh.
yep, then for 3 years you can't do it, so back in business.
All right, well, thank you for a great
Yep.
report. Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you both.
All right.
Thanks, Jackie.
Any other questions, comments on the audit?
No, it's great.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes.
We'll pivot directly to the superintendent report. Dr. Massey.
Thank you. We are, I'll start with a quick update on enrollment. We are tracking really well with enrollment, and on the way in, I was having a brief conversation with Member Castle, pointing out that we are now in winter and the challenges that presents for us and the opportunities as well, and he reminded me that we're still in fall, which I accept, but it sure doesn't feel that way. But I would point out, before I get into the detail around enrollment, that this is a kind of the grind of the year, if you will. And you see educators here tonight in the lobby and here. They taught all day. They'll teach tomorrow. We're not going to delay the start of the day, I can tell you that. It's a demanding job, and it's a demanding job for our kids and what we ask of them. It's a demanding job of our educators. Beyond that, and in addition to that, our bus drivers are driving challenging conditions now, and the toll that takes on them, we appreciate their work. Our food service staff are doing 2 meals a day, breakfast and lunch, as we know. A vital service for our kids and our students. Our buildings are challenged with salt and grit that comes in. Our custodians are working extra hard. Our paras and educators, as I mentioned. Our administrative assistants across the district. In fact, here in this district office alone, every 2 weeks the whistle blows when they meet payroll, and they're working almost around the clock to make that happen. Our administrators, it's just an amazing operation when you think about close to 5,700 kids that we serve in this district. Over last month, enrollment is the same this month as it was last month. We typically begin to see a little bit of decline of enrollment, and we're not seeing that. We saw a little bit of a drop from October to November, but November to December, we are seeing steady enrollment. Specifically, elementary is down 3 kids month over month. Middle school, elementary is up 3 students. Middle school is up 3 students. High school and community school are down 3 students, all that resulting in the same enrollment month over month. We are tracking 94 students over our budgeted number, which is higher than how we were tracking last year. So really good news on the enrollment front. We are beginning the enrollment process for the 26 school year, believe it or not. We're having a lot of conversation with families whose boundaries are changing, trying to help them understand that and make decisions on whether they're going to their newly assigned school or staying in their current school. So a lot of work going on there with communication to families and beginning to set up the 2026 school year. As Member Tyson mentioned, we've completed our second of 3 bullying prevention task force meetings. I really appreciate the time that staff and parents and board members are putting into that. Member Anderson and Member Tyson have been attending that meeting. Some really good work there looking at what best practice around bullying prevention work, the work that we do comprehensively in our district to create schools of culture and places where kids can thrive in a sense of belonging and kindness with each other. We know that's not always the case, and we stand ready to intervene when kids struggle with bullying efforts, and we're addressing that through this committee. And lastly, the holiday season is upon us. The high school holiday concert is scheduled for Saturday, December 20th. A performance at 4 p.m. and another one at 7 p.m. Circle the date, and please plan to attend one of those. And that concludes my report.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Massey. That's always such a good presentation, so it's one that I like to be able to make. And with the some of the publicized turbulence in some of the other area schools here, hopefully the enrollment trend continues. Does anybody else have any comments or questions for the superintendent on his report? All right, seeing none, that brings us right to item 7.1, selection of an application to fill the board vacancy.
I have a point of order.
Sure.
A special order requires us to take up the business at this meeting. It does not guarantee its success, and the appointment vote tonight completes the special order whether it passes or fails. Just wanted to get that into the minutes.
I have a point of order, too.
Sure.
Minnesota law requires only a quorum of seated members. A vacancy does not prevent us from doing our business, which is our agenda tonight.
Okay. All right, we do have a quorum. We have 6 members here tonight. We have 6 total members appointed. A quorum would be 4. To Member Christensen's point, she is correct. A special order of business only requires that we dispose of the order of business, which I indicated last night. However, the resolution that we passed on November 20th states that the special order of business adopting a resolution naming one of the selected finalists to fill the seat will be made. And note the key word of adopting the resolution. So shall any resolution fail this evening, we come right back to point 7.1 and the special order of business remains. So based on our own rules and the rules of order, we will be making an appointment this evening. So
I'd like to make another point. I believe that the role of the chair is a role to maintain fairness, neutrality, proper procedures of running the board. And I feel that and it's in Robert's Rules of Order, the chair must avoid using their roles to dominate or to pressure the board. The chair must preserve order and decorum and ensure fair and equal treatment of all members. The chair cannot manipulate procedure to achieve a preferred outcome, which I believe is what happened in this situation.
in what way? We have no outcome.
I believe that the resolution that you wrote I believe that that was not made in a fair and transparent manner. I feel like it was this long thing that you read, that you wrote, and I just feel the role of the chair is to not sneak in some words that are going to come back at us, which will be used against us at a later meeting. I don't believe that that is proper.
I will agree, but since you did not make any point of order there, your point is not well taken, and we will proceed with business this evening.
Well, I have a point of order.
Do you have a point of order, or do you have a comment you'd like to make?
I believe it's a point of order
Because we have not,
regarding the board chair's role in this. You're here to facilitate, correct?
yes,
That's your role?
yes.
And I just want you to know that facilitating means helping all of us.
Yes.
Last night I was taken aback that Member Castle knew what you were talking about, Member Antonsen, I didn't know. So if you're here to facilitate, like you just said you are, please facilitate all of us and include all of us in that.
I have. I asked extensively at the end of the point on the 20th if there were any questions. There were some amendments made to that resolution. Again, that is not a point of order, so it is not well taken. Can we please proceed with business this evening? Okay, we will finally get to 7.1. Minnesota State Statute 123B.09 subdivision 5 is very clear. Any vacancy on the board must be filled by appointment. That is what we are addressing tonight. As a reminder to the board and to the public, we are discussing this tonight because of the resignation of Member Haglund. In October, the board agreed to take applications to fill the vacancy. We had 11 individuals apply for this vacancy. Following the applications, the board unanimously supported a resolution stating that the highest unelected vote getter in the 2024 election, Mrs. Laura Durango, would be the preferred finalist for the appointment, and that she would be joined by up to 4 other finalists that were ultimately selected following the interviews that took place last evening. The additional finalists that were named include Mr. Jim Smith, Mr. Andy Cornier, Mr. Daniel Tuout, and Mr. Scott Dobinzinski. The November resolution also made it clear that the board would appoint one of these 5 finalists in our meeting tonight before considering any other business. Our legal obligation and the resulting task ahead of us is clear, and I ask my fellow board members to remain open-minded as we finalize our decision tonight. To begin the appointment process, I would suggest that the board enter a period of discussion prior to considering any motions, and that we do so by each of us indicating our preferred finalist. I hope that this will provide some insight to the board to help narrow the field, or perhaps to even identify a finalist that already has the majority support. Just as a quick reminder, the finalists include Mrs. Laura Durango, Mr. Jim Smith, Mr. Andy Cornier, Mr. Daniel Tuout, and Mr. Scott Dobinzinski. Member Christensen, would you care to start off by indicating your preferred finalist?
Just so we're all clear here, since I'm going first.
We're not voting. We're not, we're just,
each of us are- I just want to make sure that I'm completely understanding.
Yep.
That we're not.
no, we are not voting. We're just, we're going to kick it off by just stating the name of our preferred finalist. So the board is aware of who the preferred finalists are, and that might help us narrow down the current pool of 5. And then we just kind of see where we go from there.
My preferred finalist is Jim Smith.
All right, Member Corcoran, I'm sorry.
My preferred finalist is also Jim Smith.
My preferred finalist is Mr. Scott Dobinzinski. Member Antonsen.
My top finalist is Scott Dobinzinski.
Mr. Castle.
Scott Dobinzinski.
Okay.
Jim Smith.
All right. So with that, we had 2 individuals reach favor. We also had the highest unelected vote getter, Mrs. Laura Durango, named a preferred finalist. I guess I will ask if we include the preferred finalist or not. I'll start on the other end of the table. Member Tyson, would you object to including the preferred finalist in the discussions?
Can you clarify why you're doing that and why?
Because we named her as the preferred finalist due to the fact that she was the highest unelected vote getter. I just want to understand, do we have essentially two finalists we want to discuss, or are we also discussing the highest unelected vote getter?
Well, when I consider that the most recent election, 2024, my preferred candidate for the vacancy that I just named, Jim Smith, was the next highest unelected vote getter by a difference of 403 votes.
Actually, he finished a candidate behind. There was a candidate between Mrs. Durango and Mr. Smith. So Mrs. Durango finished 5th, and Mr. Smith finished 7th.
Daniel
Okay.
Chuat was last, and it was Rob.
Yeah. And
Okay.
in the interest
But
of full
there's a
disclosure,
difference
Mr.
of the-
Chuat finished 8th in that election.
8,275. 8,270 votes was the number that Jim Smith got in the most recent election. And it's a difference of 431 votes. So,
Okay.
I mean, I don't think it's necessary to have another candidate. I think having the two would be,
So you would object to the consideration of Mrs. Durango?
I think you could drop that name. I don't really object, but I think if you want to go voting on that.
Okay. All right, Mr. Castle, Member Castle, how do you feel about that?
I believe we should include the voter's choice.
Member Antonsen?
I would agree with Member Castle, just to not take that off the table right off the bat. Because
Yeah, I would agree that we include the voter's choice. I think the community was very clear. She was very close to being elected in both the last two elections. So I feel that the board established a precedence to have the voter's choice candidate considered in the finalists, and I think we should adhere to that.
I believe we
Member
changed
Corcoran?
calling her the highest unelected vote getter.
Yes, the highest unelected vote getter.
Thank you for
That was
using
just, okay.
I think two is enough to talk about. I think having a third is also just going to cause more trouble and a lot more time. So I would like to exclude her
Okay.
and make it easier between just two.
Member Christensen?
Yes, I would like to exclude her. I object to having her included.
Okay, well, that makes it simple. We are split on including Mrs. Durango, which means we don't have majority support for Mrs. Durango. So that brings us to the consideration of the other two candidates. I guess we'll start with Mr. Smith, since he was the preferred candidate of the first committee to begin with. So I'll go around and I'll ask, here we have support from 3 board members, so I'll ask the other 3 board members if there's an objection to Mr. Smith. Member Castle.
I would object to Mr. Smith because Ms. Durango got more votes.
All right, Member
Got
Antonsen.
403 more.
Member Antonsen, your feeling on Mr. Smith?
My feeling on Mr. Smith as far as.
Would you
vote.
support him as our next board member?
Oh. Well, no, I mean, I said that in the listening session as well, for the same reason as Mr. Castle just said, is Laura was the next unelected vote getter, highest vote getter. So to me, that is what makes sense. And just,
Yeah. I would agree with that sentiment. I think if we go with any of the candidates, and this includes Mr. Two-Out as well, if we go with Mr. Two-Out, Mr. Smith, or Mrs. Durango, I think we go with the one that the voters selected among those 3. I do think that that is not a requirement. I think we do have 2 other alternative names that we could consider, but that is my feeling.
Could you restate your feeling? That kind of confused me.
My feeling is if we are going to appoint one of the individuals that ran in the last election, that we would appoint the one that received the highest number of votes. We would not receive, in the order that the individuals applied, we had 4 individuals that won that election, Member Tyson, Member Castle, Member Antonsen, and Member Corcoran, all won. Mrs. Lord Durango finished 5th. There was a candidate who did not apply that finished 6th. Mr. Smith finished 7th, and Mr. Two-Out finished 8th. Mr. Two-Out, Mr. Smith, and Mrs. Durango did apply. So I feel that if we were going to select one of those 3 individuals, that we would go with the one that the community selected in that group, and that would be Mrs. Durango.
And so that would be community members of 403 people, correct?
No, there were,
403 more
The
voters.
The difference.
So we want to be clear what we mean when we're saying that, I think.
there were tens of thousands of votes cast in that election, and that is taking
They're
the
always
entire
on the general.
input of the community into consideration.
On point of order, I mean, did we already exclude Mrs. Durango? Did we already do that?
We haven't excluded anybody. All five individuals are on the table. I'm simply trying to find a consensus of support.
But didn't we just go around and say 3 and 3, so then she would not advance? So then if someone is not advancing, we don't need to be discussing?
We haven't excluded anybody, which is the same. I'm just trying to find if there's a consensus around Mr. Smith. I'm not seeing a majority consensus around Mr. Smith at this point. We just simply indicated one of the reasons that we did not support Mr. Smith for the appointment, and Member Tyson wanted to peel that onion a little bit, so we did. I think we've established that, though. If we can move to Mr. Dobinzinski, I'll start with Member Christensen. Could you support Mr. Dobinzinski as
No, I
our
could
next
not.
board member?
I could not, because although he has a good, I appreciate his military background, he does not have any experience with our schools. He has not served on any committees. He does not have any sort of, K through 12 educational background, anything like that. I mean, you look at someone like Mr. Smith, who has 42 years approximately, teaching, curriculum development, been in the classroom, he's been on committees, our school board committees.
This question isn't, do you prefer Mr. Dobinzinski over Mr. Smith? It's, could you support Mr. Dobinzinski
I could
in the
not
role?
support Mr. Dobinzinski for the reasons that I just stated.
Okay. Member Corcoran?
I also agree with Jill. I don't feel like he is the right fit for our school board, so I would say no.
Okay. Member Tyson?
Yes, and I want to echo that he does have a very professional-looking resume, and I think he did a great job of answering the questions. But I feel like there weren't any dates or timelines in here as to when he got these degrees and where he got them, leadership work, when and where. I have questions of that. And I also, in reviewing my notes today, it just seemed like there was just a void of educational interest and background. He didn't talk about his daughter, how her years at Forest Lake Area Schools was. So it just seemed like I wouldn't be for Mr. Dobinzinski because he doesn't have any educational background, and he hasn't participated in our Forest Lake Area school community. So no.
Okay. Do we want to explore the other 2 candidates that we have not yet discussed then? That would be Mr. Two-Out and Mr. Cornier. Or have we essentially eliminated those 2 names since none of us listed them as our preferred candidate?
I think it's best to just focus on the 2 that we have already been discussing.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Do we have?
I concur that 2 would be good. place to start. I mean, we can discuss them if you want, but
Okay. If we feel that Mr. Domanzinski and Mr. Smith are the two finalists that we want to focus on, I'm certainly open to doing so. I would be interested in any suggestions on how we should proceed with the discussion on that. Do we just want to go around the table, or Member Antonsen?
Okay, I have to say this before absolutely everybody leaves. I missed this part of the listening session. The request was that everybody on both sides listen more in community and everything. So I just wanted to say that now. I think it fits within this discussion. And there, I remembered to say it.
Thank you, Member Antonsen. And I think that's a really good reminder to all of us. I feel like this is a really important responsibility, and I feel like we can get it done this evening if we're all open-minded and willing to accept the discussion points that everybody around the table brings up. Would anybody like to speak?
what are we
Member
speaking
Castle?
on? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So Mr. Dobanzinski sent a thank you letter in email, and so contrary to some thoughts, he says that through mentorship, counseling, and encouragement, I assisted many soldiers navigating educational paths to get their GEDs, undergraduate, and graduate degrees. I routinely instructed skills training, career path development, and courses on ethics. This understanding of education from a teacher's and student's perspective will help me to fulfill the role as a school board member.
Thank you,
for-
Member Castle.
And I concur that I read that, but that is not anything to do with our school community, unfortunately. I would prefer someone that has worked in our district, been on our committees, been involved with our schools. I was kind of looking, I've had phone conversations with him and asking him, you know, did you work at the high school with groups of students? Did you do things when your daughter was? So I didn't get yeses on those answers, so, but I did get his thank you note and read that today, and I replied.
Okay, does anybody else have any comments? Member
I
Christensen?
think to Member Castle's point, I mean, yes, he wrote a thank you, so did Mr. Smith, so did Mr. Tuat, I mean, you know. And, but Mr. Dobanzinski didn't say, though, he might have said those things in the thank you note, but he didn't say anything
No.
about those things while he was sitting here. Also, Mr. Smith, I believe is, I could be wrong, is the only candidate that's here this evening.
Just a
Um,
quick point of clarification. Did Mr. Smith write a thank you letter? I did not receive one if he did.
Maybe it went, I don't have it either.
Yeah, I did not receive, just in the interest of full disclosure, I did not receive a thank you letter from Mr. Smith. I received one from Mr. Domanzinski. You did not send one?
Well, I
Okay, so just for clarification, Mr. Domanzinski and Mr. Tuout were the only two.
No, I got one from Andy Cornea. I don't know if you guys.
I did not get that.
I did not receive one from him
I just-
either.
Okay.
Okay, you were saying, Member Christensen, I'm sorry to have cut you off.
Yeah, I don't know, I mean, to Member Antonson's point, I mean, to listening to each other, and I think that's really great, and I would love to listen to each other and have open conversations, and I hope that we can still do that. However, to me, just on paper, I don't care who the names are, you just put two people on paper. One has tons of educational experience, volunteering to community, the other person has zero. So I guess, to me, it's, I'm seeing like some sort of disconnect there. I mean, to be able to talk apples to apples, I mean, it's, you know, oranges to zucchini.
Well,
I mean, it's not even, I don't know, it's not even the same. And I will also say, that as far as fostering an environment of collaboration and trust and all those things, Member Chair, I mean, the way this has been brought up is kind of difficult to swallow as far as the whole trust and communication.
We are following the process that you recommended in October.
And you keep throwing that back in
This-
our face.
this was
when we
your
agreed
process.
To this big, long resolution that you conveniently wrote and conveniently stuck in special order of business. And I fully admit, I am not the master at Robert's Rules of Order that you are, and perhaps.
With all due respect, Member Christensen, this book was published nearly 150 years ago. You've had every opportunity to understand the rules before accepting the resolution that was accepted unanimously. I think we need to focus on the point here this evening of appointing an individual to the board rather than pressing the issue on how certain individuals might feel that the process was unfair to them because they did not understand what they were voting on.
Believe me, I won't make that mistake again.
So,
Well,
Okay, Member Corcoran, if you
say,
please help us lower the temperature.
Well, no, I believe in compromise and listening to each other, but clearly, I don't see how we're going to come to resolution because we are very stuck in the way we're thinking. And to Member Christensen's point, to compare the two, just because of the experience, regardless of who they are, it's really hard when you look at someone like Jim Smith compared to Scott because of their background and their expertise and where they've been and in the community involvement. And I believe Jim's the type of person that could sit on any board and he's not always going to vote in a certain way because I believe he's always going to vote in the best interest of how he feels at the moment. And with his data and his way he processes, I don't believe he's always going to vote a certain way over another way. I think of both candidates, I don't know Scott well enough to know how he would vote or how he would feel, but I know Jim is in a fairness and data. He's a data-driven person. And I just feel like whether each side feels, I feel like the right person is the one that's going to look at things objectively and be calm and collected and analytical in his decision making. That is the type of board member that I want to work with, and I think for our board right now, we need someone like that to kind of be a middle ground person. And I don't, like I said, it's hard for me to, because I don't know Scott. I don't know him well enough. On paper, I said he looks great, but as far as his experience with our schools, he doesn't have that. He doesn't have that knowledge to hit the ground running and to kind of jump into this position. It's only a one-year position. Mm-hmm. It takes a year to learn things, really. And if you've experienced our committees and our staff and can just go into the position, I think it's a hard hurdle to get over for someone for 1 year. And I've been on the board many years, and as all your members know, it takes a good year and a half, to really get the whole part of being on a board. So I think it's setting someone up for a lot to jump into this position. So that's my personal opinion.
I see your point. I agree that we need to find somebody who will help unify us. I agree that it would be beneficial if we had an individual who had board-level experience. I do know Mr. Dominzinski has chaired boards in the past. He has that experience. If we want to talk about leadership expertise, I would argue first and foremost that none of us even have the right to stand next to Mr. Dominzinski as far as leadership is concerned. He's a retired colonel. He's handled leadership in ways that none of us can even imagine in life or death situations where building a cohesive team is incredibly important. And I think that speaks well to the point that you just made, Member Corcoran, about how that could be so beneficial to this board. And to kind of counterpoint Mr. Smith, one of the questions I did ask him last night was his rhetoric in talking about this board. When he referred to certain members on this board, 3 of them that still remain, as ultra right wing, and indicated that their influence is harming students in the district. I think that is building walls. I don't think that's building bridges. And that is one of my major concerns with bringing Mr. Smith on here. And he owned that, he accepted that, and I think that shows a lot of integrity. But it also brings a lot of concern when we're trying to bring somebody into the board that can help build bridges, that they focused on the last year of building walls. That's concerning to me.
I do understand. Oh, is somebody else raised their hand?
Go ahead.
Okay, I thought we were just, okay. I do appreciate Jim Smith and his level of expertise and understanding of schools, and sometimes I think that can hinder somebody's possibilities outside of what they know. And you're saying that we are embedded in our beliefs too. I think sometimes we can be hindered by the level of expert that we think or that we know ourselves to be. I'm not saying he's not, okay? I just wonder sometimes about that particular bias. And I think more than anything what we need in here is somebody that can stand the highest level of heat and negotiate between the, very high conflict situations, because it kind of feels like we've been in one since I came in here. It's not, it hasn't been the funnest time.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
True.
yeah, that's what I wanted to say right now. I mean, I think Scott being, a man of principle and having that, when you're in the armed forces and you follow certain protocols and analyze, and I know that Jim Smith does that too with his data, but I just think what we need in here utmost is a high conflict resolution leader. And I see that in Scott.
All right. Member Castle, do you have anything to add, or should I go to Member Tyson?
I have, with my experience in the military, I know that the officers have a great deal of conflict of the enlisted ranks to deal with, and they need to solve these problems, and they do. You don't get to be a major without doing these things very well. And all of the things that he's done in his resume are are very impressive, even from the officers that I can recall from my service time. And there are every different kind of people in the military, far beyond the diversity that's in this community. It outweighs it. I can't even explain how much it outweighs that. There was people that had a choice of the Army or jail. And these officers have to bring them in line with the rest of everybody else and have them cooperate, have them perform, and have them be somebody that you can be in a foxhole with. And they do it. And we need people. We need somebody that can do this kind of work. And thankfully, not in such a strenuous environment. This is much less stress than what he's had to deal with.
For sure. Member Tyson?
Well, just to follow up on what Mr. Castle just said, my brother-in-law is an officer in the Air Force and trains jet mechanics. That does not qualify him to come here and work in the education world. I do believe militaries are highly respected in everything that they do. There's so much involved in that, but we're in the business of education. So, and the hallmark of Jim Smith's career has been education. Yeah, we can go dig up dirt on Facebook pages. I didn't go there. I don't want to go that low, which I think is low. You can laugh, but it is. Sitting and reading that, I'd rather find out more interesting points about them. But Jim Smith is steeped in education. He got 403 fewer votes than the person you're calling the next highest vote getter. And everything he does is very relevant to what we're in the business of doing. And to Member Antonsen's comment, yeah, it has not been fun. Are you kidding me? All the sweeping changes you guys have made? Yeah, it hasn't been fun. So I want somebody that is going to work and be in the middle and yet voice their opinions.
I do too.
But it hasn't been that way, has it? So, Member Chair, I do want to comment, I just want to get this out there on Member Christensen's point. I do feel like you strong-armed this whole thing. And when you wrote up that resolution that night, it was me that said, please email it to all of us.
Which I did.
Which you did do. But I'm a very visual person. When you're sitting there typing that and you're rattling stuff off, and it's the very end of the meeting, that's difficult. And you're here, and in your role, we're all equal here.
Mm-hmm.
So you're here to facilitate helping us, all of us, as a group.
Yep, which I did. I captured it, I wrote the resolution, I presented it to the board. And how much experience do you have on the board? How many years have you been here?
15.
15? This is my third year on the board. I think
what's
by
your
now,
point?
you would have figured out the rules and the process and the order, and you'd be able to understand a basic resolution. And that's all I'm going to say on that.
Yeah, and a resolution is for action. And
Yes.
after it's taken up, it's over.
Yeah, except for the point that we agreed that we were going to actually resolve the situation before we moved
You'll
on.
have to find language in
That was
which-
part of the resolution.
No.
So,
I want to just, can I say,
please.
I remember looking at the application for a school board seat, and really you had to be a member of the community and like no prison or jail. I don't even remember exactly what it was. It's very simple. You do not need to be an educator. I'm not an educator. I'm a nurse. I mean, it's not like I didn't teach people during my nursing career, but I think it's a moot point that, somebody has to have 40 years of education, or because they do, that they're the best person for this particular spot on the board. So I just think that hammering that point home is pointless.
I think that's a good
But I think
point.
that's counterintuitive to what you said, that you're impressed with Mr. Dobudzinski because of all of his degrees and training in the military. But you're saying,
I said I was impressed with Mr. Dobudzinski because in his application and in his interview last night, it is apparent that he has that conflict resolution in high-stress situations, able to keep his cool under pressure, and that, I think, is the most impressive thing for him.
And I would agree with Member Antonson's point on qualifications. The board qualifications are pretty simple, especially those of us who are in elected positions. I'm a business executive. I'm not steeped in the world of education. But our job is not education. Our job is governance of an education system. We hire education professionals to make those choices and to advise us on those education decisions. I see many of them as I look across the crowd. We have a superintendent here that we hire to help us with those professional education decisions. We do not need to be steeped or trained or have experience in the process or administration of education. We need to represent the community and provide governance and direction. And to your point earlier about the pace of changes and how it hasn't been fun, while that may be true, enrollment is up, test scores are up, the budget is in a really good position, we're in a strong position to negotiate with our teachers. I would say the business of the Forest Lake Area School District is going very well, and I think we should work with all our might to continue the positive trajectory of our schools. And making this appointment tonight here enables us to do that. Member Corcoran, did you have something?
Oh, I was just going to say, we have to keep remembering, it's just pretty much a one-year term. So,
Correct.
Which I've said before, it's only 1 year. And we know Jim's not going to run in the fall. I mean, he's already expressed that. So this is just a fill-in for that opportunity. And as far as training, just the knowledge that he has, it just would be a better, I just feel like if Scott wanted to run in the fall, that's great. He could go through all the paces and be the candidate then. But I think for our sake and just for the learning curve of trying to be on our board, it'd just be an easier transition for all of us as board members and also him, because he has that background. He knows the people, he knows the processes. It sounds like it just would be easier for everybody. I mean, I just think it would be an easier transition. And we have to think that way, because it's only a year. Because like you say, it takes a year to even know what you're doing. I mean, I feel like I'm still learning. It's been 17 years, so as you clearly know, but
Yeah.
I'd just say for our sake and for the board, I think it would just make it easier for everyone and a better fit at this time.
So you're saying that we should usurp the voters?
You
Because
know,
that's kind of what it
then and
is.
this is now.
Well,
I mean, I
what
feel like you
is-
keep going back and back. Things have changed, as we really know. The world
Well,
has changed.
If we can go back, 30-some
But it
years
shouldn't
for
even matter
policy.
anymore. That's
if-
done and
if we can-
buried. That's over. That's years ago. I mean, you can't keep going backwards to the past, to me. I mean, it's you had votes then, that's great, that's fine. But I don't think that's relevant anymore. I don't think it matters anymore.
I concur.
I think times have changed. I
To-
don't think
to
we have
that-
to keep going backward.
Well, to that point, let's remove Laura from that discussion. And let's look at Mr. Smith and his support of the voters. And I'll acknowledge that he did receive some votes. But I think we also want to remember the comments that Mr. Erickson made earlier this evening about the voters' deliberate intent to change
was 2 years ago.
this board and to empower a certain majority. So I guess I'm going to flat out ask the question, do we feel that Mr. Smith would give the community the representation that they requested?
I think the time here and now, yes. But seeing the emails I've
Even-
received, the support I've heard
Well,
over the last.
one moment, I want to finish making my point.
Okay.
You feel that the voters would feel that way, even though Mr. Smith ran on a platform that was in direct defiance of Member Hagland.
Well, that was 2 years ago.
That was last year.
Or last year,
That was
whenever
1
it
year
was.
ago.
Well, a year ago, whenever
But
it was.
I have,
The Luke's from what?
I have some major concerns about that. I mean, there was a lot of consternation brought up about the so-called funding from the Minnesota Parents Alliance. I'll point out the fact I never took $1 from them. I never took a dime from them. I had an endorsement from them that cost them literally $0, and it cost me literally $0. But if we do look at, if you want to look at the balance of the board, I see a community member out here who is very vocal about, there's MPA members and there's teachers union members. Mr. Smith is a teachers union member. According to the campaign finance contributions here, he received a maximum donation from the teachers union. And he also ended up benefiting from a mailer in the amount of $14,497.86 to promote his candidacy. Do we feel that's in line?
Do we also have Mrs. Durango's?
Yeah, point of order, not
paperwork of
germane.
What she,
You
We
were.
can pull it up online.
Yeah, we can pull
it
that
right
up if
on
you'd
the
like, but
website.
we're not discussing
Why are we
Mrs.
referring
Durango.
to people in the gallery?
I'm just asking, the question I'm asking is, do we feel Mr. Smith is an accurate replacement for Member Hagland, considering their complete and total difference in backgrounds and really the support that they received in being elected to this role?
And I have a question for you, Member Chair. So let's say the roles were reversed. Let's say we're exactly the numbers sitting here, and I had to leave or resign. You're saying, Member Chair and folks, that you would vote to have someone like-minded, like me?
Yes, I would absolutely take into consideration the
You
will
would
of
take
the
it into
voters.
consideration,
I
but-
would take the will of the voters into consideration, and I would make sure that we were appointing somebody who shared their values, shared their commitment, and shared their support base. If you want to talk about that scenario, let's explore the option. Say Member Tyson were to have resigned instead of Member Hagland. I would be much more open to the idea of appointing Mr. Smith to that role, because I know that Mr. Smith and Member Tyson share a lot of the same opinions. They ran together in an election. And if we want to pull at that thread, which we possibly can, Mrs. Durango ran in an election with the three of us here and Member Hagland. So if that's the precedence that you want to utilize, or the argument that you want to make, and we can surely follow it, but it's going to result in us appointing Mrs. Durango.
That's not the.
You can't disappoint.
So,
I-
You can't
with all due
disappoint
respect,
anybody.
with all due respect, Member Chair, I don't believe that.
well, that is the thread
It's not
that was the thread that you were pulling
Yeah.
at, so I addressed it honestly.
Well, it's not a
Member
requirement
Tyson.
from SBA.
So I do need to add that, you know, you guys bring it up quite often, we're replacing Member Haglund. His term is over soon, less than a year. And you know what? He willfully vacated his seat.
Yeah.
There's no reason we need to be talking about why we're replacing him. And to
So-
Member Corcoran's point, that's going backwards.
So if it's only a year,
Everything
I
is
keep hearing
different.
it's only a year, it's only a year.
Yeah, and he
Then what's-
willfully vacated his
Well,
seat.
if it's only a year,
He left.
what's the
Willfully.
concern with appointing somebody with such high stature as Mr. Dominzinski? Is he unqualified for the role? Is that what I'm
Well,
hearing?
like I said in his thing, he didn't answer my questions regarding his daughter's years at the high school, working with the groups at the high school. I also have brought up that on this, there's not dates on anything. This is a nice resume, but it's very incomplete to me in many ways. And no, just like I would not appoint my Air Force brother-in-law, who's been in for a long time, to be on the school board, I would not consider him.
Okay. Member Christensen.
Well, first of all, do we know that Mr. Dobanzeski would only be here for 1 year? I don't remember hearing that.
Excuse me, what was the question?
Mr. Dobanzeski did not say that it was a 1-year appointment. Do I believe he said, I don't believe he said that, did he?
I don't think that was addressed during his
No,
interview.
he was not asked if he was going to
Yeah, so
run
we
for,
don't know.
run for
We don't-
election.
We don't know.
Well,
I mean, it makes sense that you.
He would only be guaranteed to finish the term, just like all of us are only guaranteed the terms that we
I
have.
understand that, but he could run then, is what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
And I guess
Well,
if we're
anybody can
talking-
run. then.
Well, you could run.
Yes, I just wanted to
Okay.
clarify, and Mr. Smith has made it clear that he is not running, and I just would like to,
And I would argue that's a detriment. I think not having an interest in the continued success of the district and wanting to simply fill a gap is a detriment, especially when you mention that you have family medical needs that you need to attend to. I know firsthand what that's like, and I have concerns about being in this exact same position because somebody needs to vacate a role that they were appointed to because they had other family commitments come up. And that is another concern I have with Mr. Smith. I hate to even bring up any personal family situations, but he brought it to us during the interview.
Yep,
So I
shows
think it's
honesty.
fair to put that on the table. And it's very possible that we could end up being in the exact same position in 3 to 4 months and have to appoint another member should we select Mr. Smith.
well, I had the floor, and first of all, we can't speculate 3 months into the future, and we can't speculate about that. But you were asking more about Mr. Dobanzeski, and the thing that I keep coming back to is back in October, or whenever this was, the meeting that Member Haglund resigned, the plan all along was to just appoint Mr. Dobanzeski with no discussion, and that was an agenda item. I mean, that was gonna happen, and then it was found out that that cannot happen. That was illegal, that legal maneuver.
It
so that
was not
wasn't gonna
unlawful.
happen. I'm speaking, so that wasn't gonna happen, and so now we're brought back again, back to him, and again, another maneuver with this special order of business, and so I just can't help but keep wondering, what is it about Mr. Dobanzeski that you've tried different avenues to try to get him elected? Why, I mean, if this is the right person, and if everything is so, really good, why can't he just stand on his own face and he can be elected rather than trying to be appointed? Oh, wait, that didn't work, now let's kind of do this other thing to try to get him in there. So I'm just,
Member
Seems
Atkinson.
desperate.
Member Atkinson.
I think in my estimation or my way of thinking, when this first came up and I learned about it, I said I would prefer Laura, and I think, ultimately, we were trying to avoid this situation right here. And what is becoming somewhat potentially obvious is that, was there ever really an intention to elect, get somebody seated to the board seat, or do you just want it to be 3-3?
I would love to get Mr. Smith appointed to the board. That would be wonderful to me. I would love that. Then we'd be back to 7-member board. Although, I mean, Anoka is a six-member board, if I'm not mistaken. There are
Columbia
boards
Heights is
that,
5.
All right, so I covered this in the listening session, but I'll cover it again. Anoka is a 6-member board. The Forest Lake area schools, perhaps Member Corcoran can help me remember this, because I believe she was on the board when this resolution was passed, to go out and ask the voters if they wanted to have a 7-member school board. I think that was 15-ish years
I
ago.
don't remember that.
The voters, maybe it was Member Raphael that was on the board at that point in
Maybe it's
time.
before my time.
But the Forest Lake Area School Board went out to the voters, and they asked the voters, would you prefer to have a 6-member board or a 7-member board? The voters approved the process of having a 7-member board. Once the voters have established their legal representation, we have a legal obligation to ensure that we maintain that level of representation. The statute, as I stated, is very clear. We must appoint somebody. We can complain all we want about the process and how we got here, but the board made a unanimous decision on how that decision was going to be made, and we are there now. It
Okay,
is
was
now
there-
our obligation to appoint somebody this evening.
So my question is, if
We
we
can
cannot
stay at a
agree, what do we
6-member
do?
board.
I mean, are we going to stay here for the next 3 weeks and talk? Because I don't feel like I'm ever going to change my mind. I just am not. I don't believe Member Christensen or Member Tyson are. Because I just don't feel like Scott is a good fit. So
We
I
have-
don't think it's going to change.
We have 3 other applicants that we haven't discussed.
Okay.
We can discuss,
Well-
we can go back to the next highest vote getter and discuss Mrs. Durango.
Well,
should you-
I'm not going to support her either. So I just feel like, when does it come to an end? I mean, can we just call for a roll call vote now and just do our business and move on?
We
or what
can, but
we
as
do?
I already explained in the
Calling for the vote,
resolution.
Julie?
Yeah, I think I am.
As I explained in the resolution, should a vote on a
Well, we
resolution
can't be
fail,
coerced into
we
this.
will simply roll over, so.
Well, then we'll
I
have
think
to-
what I
We
would like
can
to
stay at a
do.
6-member board.
Yep, we'll
Not-
have to.
Function and do our business.
Mr.
Yep.
Chair, if I can
Sure.
We have to be
offer
done.
Don't be
a
saying
couple of
things that
thoughts
aren't
for the-
true.
For the process of the group.
Wow.
I think there's a worthwhile consideration that should there be a vote, one way or the other, and the outcome of that vote, if it identifies a candidate, that's clear. If it ends up being a split vote, that would essentially dissolve the question tonight and move it to the next meeting versus keeping us stuck in a cycle. I think a vote would complete the process, in my view, and study of Robert's rules and consultation, that a vote would dissolve one way or the other, would dissolve the question and the resolution taken on November 20th and carried into tonight.
To Dr. Massey's point, would a majority of the board support dissolving the resolution directive that we made in November? I personally would not.
No.
You would not?
I would.
I would.
Member Antonsen, no. Okay, we do not have a majority that would support doing that. I think what I'm going to suggest here is that we do a 10-minute recess, maybe gather our thoughts, and see where we want to come back. We will
can't hold
reconvene
up.
at 8:13.
So we're a
We're in
fully
recess.
functioning board and we can do our business.
Yeah, we
School Board meeting for Thursday, December 4th, back to order. Member Clerk, will you please take the roll call of attendance?
Sure. Okay, Member Christensen.
Here.
Member Castle.
Here.
Member Tyson.
Here.
Member Corcoran.
Here.
Member Antonsen is here. Member Reveline.
Here.
Everybody's
All right, we
here.
have a full quorum. We're still in discussion on item 7.1. I'm hoping that people were able to kind of have a little time there to reflect and think. Is there anybody who would like to pick discussion back up?
I would like to make a motion to nominate Jim Smith.
Second?
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the nomination? All right, I'd like to make a piece here a little bit here. We have a nomination of Mr. Jim Smith. I assume that your motion is for the resolution. I will point out that the special order of business of adopting a resolution is required for us to move on. I'd also like to point out that by carrying out the vote here for Mr. Smith, we're unable to obtain a quorum or a majority vote on Mr. Smith. I would suggest that we proceed this evening by eliminating that candidate from consideration. Is there any further discussion?
On what basis would you do that?
If we can't meet a quorum on a vote, then what is the point in continuing to discuss that nomination?
I move to eliminate them all, then start over. So if you go
Start
to
over.
Robert's rules, this resolution.
Is this
you're
pertinent to the
holding-
motion? Is this pertinent to the motion on the
No,
table?
but I want to bring this up.
Okay, we have a motion on the table, then that would be out of order.
Well, why aren't we
that-
voting
that-
on the motion?
I just asked, is this pertinent to the motion on the table?
Are we-
If not, is there any other discussion on the motion on the table?
Which is?
To nominate Mr. Smith.
I would move that we just keep discussing, or there,
Unfortunately, we have a motion and a second to nominate Mr. Smith on the table, so that would be out of order.
okay.
Point of clarification.
Yep.
Is your question on whether, on if the vote fails, does that eliminate the candidate? Is
that
that an
possible?
amendment to the motion, or is
No, that was just a suggestion for board discussion moving forward.
I call the vote.
There's no second on that. I moved to table.
Second.
Was
Second
that a
the table.
second on my table?
It was a second to member Tyson. Let's just.
That motion
get-
had already been disposed of. We have a motion to table. Is there any, well, there is no discussion on a motion to table. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Those
What's the
opposed?
motion?
What? Slow
To
down.
table your vote.
To table your motion to appoint Mr. Smith is the motion. on
So
the
I had a
table.
motion on the I had a motion,
And a
and you
second.
motioned to table it.
But
And
she-
three
no,
of
she
you, but three of you motioned to table it, so it's a tie.
We
she
haven't
seconded it.
concluded the vote.
Well, I know, but you just all shouted
voting
aye
on the
really
table,
quick,
right?
so I'm trying to,
We have a motion to table. We do have three in the affirmative at this time. I will ask again, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
no.
No.
Okay, the motion to table fails on a 3-3 vote. That brings us back to the original motion to appoint Mr. Smith. Is there any additional discussion on the motion to appoint Mr. Smith?
Well, I want to add that his test scores went up to the highest when he was at Centennial. That's in his resume. You didn't find that on Facebook, though, but that is a fact.
I
And
don't,
just going back to education, and there was no clarity in other resumes of people being considered.
All right, Member Atkinson?
I don't think anybody up here is, well, at least myself, nobody can deny Mr. Smith's educational background. That is not a qualification to be on this board. There's very minimal qualifications to be a board member. It's about going out and doing the work and getting the votes and doing that part of it and earning the votes from the voters. Luke Haglund did that. Laura DeRago did that. Jim Smith did that. And we're talking about, we all agreed to have Laura DeRago put right up in there in this discussion because of the votes. And I don't understand how,
Is this pertinent to the?
it should be, you're
Motion, 'cause
talking
now we're
about,
talking
you want to
about-
vote on
Vote
Jim
on.
Smith. I'm talking about why.
Oh, I'm
we're
sorry, you were
about-
talking about Mrs. Drongo. I'm sorry, I'm trying
But,
to.
yeah, so I'm bringing it up, like,
Okay.
I'm saying no. I don't think,
I move to amend the motion to appoint Mr. Smith to read that we will appoint Mrs. Laura Durango.
Go
Do
for
we have
it.
a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second on the motion to amend the appointment for Mr. Smith to read that we will appoint Mrs. Durango instead. Do we have any discussion on that?
I think for someone who mentioned in the Forest Lake Times that she was quite polarizing, I believe it was in the end of October, I don't think you yourself are very interested in, or, you know, yeah, go ahead. Let's call a vote. Do it.
Any other discussion? Okay, if seeing no other discussion, I'm gonna point out that I'm making this motion to amend to appoint Mrs. Durango based on the input of the voters. Our voting public stated very clearly, approximately 1 year ago, that they had a preference for Mrs. Durango versus Mr. Smith. And I think that we would be selling ourselves short if we did not respect the voters in our community. And we went essentially behind their back and appointed somebody who received fewer votes than Mrs. Durango did.
It's not about
Not
the
a
votes.
requirement for this.
what is it about then?
It's about who has the best background, who's going to work the best and collaborate with us. And do you want minimal requirements in your board vacancy, someone that fills it?
I don't think
No, we
that's,
want
this,
big requirements. We want someone steeped in education.
I believe this is
Counterintuitive.
out of order, isn't it? Weren't we on a motion about Jim Smith, and now you're
Yeah.
amending it? So
Correct.
now we're,
What's out of order?
well, can we vote on the amendment? Do we have to?
We can,
Call
once
the
we.
vote for Jim
once
Smith.
we-
Did we have it?
No.
I
we
called
did-
the vote
We
for
did
that.
not have a call for the vote on Jim Smith. We now have an amendment on the table. We're working through our discussion. I would suggest that we suspend limitations on discussion because I know that certain members find that difficult to adhere to. I don't see any objection to that. So right now, we are continuing to discuss the amendment to appoint Laura Durango. And as I stated before, my motion was out of respect for the voting community.
I would just
Member
like to
Corcoran.
It's out
clarify,
of
I've been
order to
through,
vote for
I've been
someone
through an
else.
appointment, we had appointments, and voter votes did not have anything to do with the person that was chosen. It was on the character and in the interview process. We had multiple people, and it never came up as that a requirement for the voters. It wasn't, this wasn't, because it's not a necessary rule. I think we've thrown it as being a rule, but it's not a rule for an appointment for the school board. It just isn't, because
right,
I've been
it's
through
not
it
a
before.
rule.
Remember
We're
Anderson?
trying to,
Yeah.
it's not a rule,
But I
I
mean,
get
it's this,
that.
we're making
trying
it
to
be
respect
such a
the people of the
huge
community.
deal, which I think it's blown it out of proportion. So I think you need to get the right person to fill the right spot at the right time. Maybe a year ago, she was this whatever vote getter, but would she get that today? I don't believe so. So
Well, I
I feel
haven't
like
had-
you can't keep going backward to
Okay.
last year.
I haven't
Point
had
of
one.
order, this is out of order. We had a motion on the floor for
Yeah.
Jim Smith.
Yeah.
This is a vote for someone
Your,
else. You
your
amended
point,
it.
your point is not well taken. This is perfectly in order. It's in order to
In
make
your-
a.
Let's just get
It is
to the
in
vote.
order to make a motion to amend. It is absolutely in
You're
order.
amending to make a vote for someone else. What
No,
we
I'm
didn't
amending
complete.
to amend the main motion. Once the amendment is settled, we go back to the main motion.
The vote on the floor is for
Sure,
someone
I
else.
call the question on Mrs. Drongo. Call the question.
All right,
So
we have a
I
call
would-
to the question. Is there any objection? There's an
I
objection?
object,
Okay,
yes.
No on the amendment.
I
Member
want to
Anderson.
clarify something, please, point of
Yeah.
clarification.
yeah.
Voting, if we're at 3-3, right back to this discussion and figuring it out, correct?
Yep. Correct.
Okay.
If it splits 3-3, we go right back to where we started, and we still haven't settled the
just
the
get
requirement
on?
within 7.1.
It's ridiculous.
And as a
I mean,
Member
fully
Tyson.
functioning six-member board, This resolution is paralyzing our work, and we are not doing what we're elected to do, our business meeting.
Exactly.
How do
No.
you think the community feels about that?
I-
And how
I
is it
couldn't-
this
How do you
three's,
think they feel that we aren't getting to our meeting?
I couldn't agree
I'm sure
more.
they don't like
Member
it.
Tyson.
Pay bills.
You're right, so call the
And
vote and quit amending it and spinning
I would
it
also
out.
agree that the public has a strong interest in us upholding our legal
No,
obligation
do
to
not think they
appoint.
care.
Yep, they want us to get to our business meeting.
Okay, is there any
Call
other
the
discussion
vote.
on the amendment
No.
to the motion? Okay, all those in favor signify by
Please
saying aye.
restate the amendment, excuse me.
The
Can you please
amendment is to
appoint Laura.
Right, I know, but I
amend the
just wanna be
motion to
clear.
appoint Mrs. Durango.
Mm.
Is there any question on the amendment?
So the aye is the affirmative.
The aye is that the motion is amended to appoint Mrs. Durango. Is there any question? Is that clear to all members here on exactly what they're voting for?
we would be voting for Ms. DeRago.
A
Exactly.
yes vote appoints Mrs. Durango.
Would amend the main motion to make an appointment. It would not make a final appointment.
Right. Okay, this is the amendment.
We are an amendment, yeah. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
All right, the amendment fails, which brings us back to the main motion of appointing Mr. Smith. We have not suspended discussion on the appointment of Mr. Smith.
I call the vote.
All right, that fails due to lack of a second.
Oh, sorry.
Is there any other discussion on the motion to appoint Mr. Smith?
Can I
All right.
call the vote?
Second?
Okay, we had no more discussion, I was going to close it, but all those in favor of closing discussion on the motion to appoint Mr. Smith, signify by saying aye.
Why are we voting on that? You didn't do that last time.
Because I have a second this time.
Okay.
Close
Just checking.
close the comments, yes. I'm so confused.
Okay. We have a motion on the table to appoint Mr. Smith. We have now had the vote called, I believe, by Member Corcoran, and I believe Member Tyson seconded that. There is no discussion on a motion to close discussion. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those
Wait,
opposed?
time out. What are we, just
I
stop.
thought-
Time out. There's too much, the motion to the motion to the motion. State exactly what we're voting for, please.
Let me repeat that.
Yeah,
We have a
we do.
we have a motion on the table to appoint Mr. Smith. I have asked if there's any additional discussion on that motion. Member Corcoran made a motion to close discussion.
Oh.
Member Tyson seconded the motion to close discussion on the motion for Mr. Smith. We now need to
I can
determine.
second that.
I think
Okay, one moment.
she seconded my
Joy, can you help me out? Do I have
role,
this?
Vote.
the
Do I have
vote.
this
the
incorrect?
vote.
We have a second on the motion to close discussion.
No, I don't think so.
I have it.
I don't think so.
I think,
Corcoran calls the vote, Gail Tyson seconds.
For Jim Smith.
Appointing Jim Smith.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that brings us back to where we started. We have a motion on the table from Member Christensen to appoint Mr. Smith. We were just about to close discussion on that, and Member Corcoran made a motion to close discussion.
call
Call
the
the
question.
vote.
Yeah.
Called vote.
Call
Yeah.
the vote.
Member Tyson seconded that vote.
The call the vote.
So right now, the motion that is before us on the table that is not open to discussion is to call the vote. Does everybody understand the motion that is before them?
No, because I don't remember you saying we're going to close discussion.
We
A
wanna-
vote in the affirmative is to close discussion on the motion on Mr. Smith.
Yes.
A vote in the negative is to keep the discussion on Mr. Smith open.
Perfect. Thank you for clarifying that.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions on the motion that's on the table before us at this exact moment? Okay, there is no discussion on a motion to close discussion, therefore, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. We are now going to call the vote. The motion that's on the table is to appoint Mr. Smith. We have just voted to close discussion, therefore, we will go immediately to a vote. I would assume that the board would prefer a roll call on this?
Yes.
Okay, seeing nods in the affirmative. A vote in the affirmative on this motion is to appoint Mr. Smith via resolution to the open board seat. A vote in the negative is to pass on Mr. Smith and open discussion on potential other candidates. Is that understood?
Yes, thank you.
Member Christensen?
Yes.
Okay. Member Clerk, please take the roll call.
All right, Member Christensen.
Aye.
Member Corcoran.
Aye.
Member Tyson.
Yes.
Member Castle.
No.
Member Antonsen votes no. Member Rebbeline.
No. That motion fails. That brings us back to the point that we were at previously, to discuss other candidates. Would we like to explore a motion on another candidate, or do we want to have more discussion on the 4 remaining candidates that are on the table?
I think this, I'm going to say it again, point of order. This resolution, we're a 6-member, fully functioning, seated board. We need to get to our business meeting. We should
Yes.
table this.
My job as board chair is to enforce the rules as presented and the resolutions that the board has passed. The rules as presented stated that we have a special order of business this evening until we adopt a resolution naming one of the selected finalists. One of the selected finalists just failed to receive a majority vote for the appointment. Therefore, we are back to where we started in trying to adopt a resolution on an appointment.
I move to close the discussion.
Second.
There is no motion on the table.
Okay.
Can,
There is no discussion to close. Member Corcoran.
is there any way we could, I know it says special business, is there any way we could move that down? Can we change the wording? Can we do something just so we can get the business at hand done, which we need to do bills and get those things done? And table to the, or at least bring it to the bottom of the,
It would require a motion and it would require a majority support to do so.
Okay. Well, we
That
need
is, of course, within the board's prerogative.
I think we need to do what we're
But I will
elected to
remind
do.
everybody here this evening that we did vote unanimously on this process. And I think we owe it to the community to carry that out, and we also have a legal obligation to get this work done.
I would
Does
like
that
to,
answer your inquiry?
Well, I would like, can I make a motion to do that? Can I make a motion to move the selection to the bottom of new business, at least so we can get the work that we were elected to do done?
Okay, let me see if I can understand this
Please.
correctly. You move to relocate item 7.1 to follow item 10.2.
Yes.
All right, do we have a second on that?
Second?
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on that?
It seems fitting and proper to do, as we are here for our first Thursday of the month business meeting. And we are a 6-member, fully functioning, seated board.
All right, any other discussion?
I think it's,
We are required by law to appoint someone.
No, we're not.
no, we're not.
No, we're not.
That's wrong.
No, we're not.
False.
By law, no.
No, we're not.
No, we're not.
Please read the statute again.
The
I will
statute
read the
says
statute.
must.
Yeah, it says
Must. It
must.
does not
Doesn't
give a
mean-
timeline.
What do you think must means?
It means
Minnesota
when
statute
you agree,
Means it has to
or
happen.
not agreeing.
Minnesota
No, it
statute
doesn't.
123B.09, Boards of Independent
We
School
do our
Districts.
business.
Subdivision 5B, appointments to fill vacancies. Any vacancy on the board, other than a vacancy described in subdivision 4, which does not apply to us because that has to do with medical absences, I believe, must be filled by a board appointment at a regular or special board meeting.
No dates.
Because there seems to be some discrepancy, I will do something unthinkable. And I will look up the word must in the dictionary. The word must in the dictionary, it is an auxiliary verb, the primary definition there being to be obligated or bound to by an imperative requirement. In this case, our imperative requirement is Minnesota state statute. Therefore, it is our legal obligation, as far as I'm concerned, I would agree with Member Castle that we must appoint an individual by a resolution.
So we're not going to be able to do our elected job.
The motion's on the table to
It's-
move it.
And that is our elected job.
Member Atkinson.
To do our job, to, yeah. Well,
We all agreed to this process, and I think we owe it to the people that showed up last night of
We
our
were
community.
hijacked by this process.
Excuse me? And
Keep going.
No, your
Oh,
point.
now
of-
I get to continue
you-
talking? Thank you. We agreed to do this the way that everybody, you know, the majority of the board wanted this done in a transparent way. And the reason I voted not against this in the first place was because I didn't want this exact scenario. So I think we owe it to all the candidates that showed up last night, whether or not you knew what you were agreeing to at the time. Between two members of the board here, you have decades of experience that I would think you know, this should be a blame game here.
Yeah, we
We
need
should-
to use special meeting, though. That this
Excuse
whole
me?
scenario has never, ever been used and never.
Well, that
Mr.
used
Chair,
as
can I
a-
provide-
Yeah,
provide a point of-
Hey,
So-
hold on.
Can I
That's-
provide a point of
I would like-
clarification?
Let's let Member Atkinson finish, and then
yeah.
Dr. Massey, you have the floor.
Okay. I'm just saying that because it's never ever been used before, doesn't mean it's existed for a long time and you've been here for a long time. Like, we need to move on, and special order of business, we take care of business. And so I
Wow.
think this is the opportunity
That's
for
zero.
people to try and be persuasive and see how we can possibly come to a majority here.
All right, thank you, Member Atkinson. Dr. Massey.
For the benefit of the board, just a point of clarification. I think the interpretation of the statute, in my view, is accurate. The board has an obligation to continue to make an effort to fill the position. I don't believe the statute determines the timeline for that to take place, so just keep that in mind. And I think there's options the board can consider if it can't reach that resolution tonight. But I think the interpretation of must is accurate, and I don't think resolving this with we'll just settle in as a 6-member board is an option, and there needs to be continual effort to fill the vacancy. But the timeline is the statute is silent on the timeline.
Yes.
So the motion that's on the table right now that's under our consideration, just for a reminder to everybody, is to move this special order of business, which ironically violates the rules, to item 10.3. But it is our prerogative of the board should we choose to do that. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing none, I'll add my 2 cents. I'm strongly against it. I don't think that we're going to meet, or we're going to make it an agreement if we do this at the beginning of the meeting or the end of the meeting any differently. I think by pushing this to the end of the meeting, it risks other issues, issues such as broken quorum or members not acting in good faith to actually settle this business. I do not think it is to our benefit as a body to move this to the end of the meeting. That is my take on it. Is there any other discussion? Member Tyson.
I think we are elected to do our business. And if you think that the resolution supersedes us as a 6-seated member board getting to our work, you're mistaken.
I agree.
And I want to clarify in the statute, 123B09, there is no timeline. There is an opportunity to have a petition for failure, correct? But
Yes,
there's
and-
no timeline
To
at
that,
all.
to that
in here.
point, I would also add,
And we're a fully functioning 6-member seated board.
I would also add for the interest of the board and the interest of the public that we have already been threatened by a lawsuit should we not settle this
What?
issue.
And what, I don't know what you're
We don't know about
You,
that.
you are familiar with that because it was the teachers' union that threatened the lawsuit on us approximately a month and a half ago. I have absolutely no doubt that if we fail to appoint a seventh board member, that they will come after us with another lawsuit. And I would like to prevent that.
What?
I would like to see
So
the,
is there
I would
any,
like to see some clarification on that, because I believe the,
You received a copy of that letter. I received a copy of the letter from the, I believe it was the Star Tribune or the Pioneer Press. It was later followed up with a letter from Education Minnesota to the full board.
again, I was speaking and you
So you've seen that.
interrupted me. I would like to see, I believe that that was a different, it was having to do with the vacancy, but it did not have.
Correct. And
It- I believe that would not apply in this
The
situation.
threat was that we needed, as a board, to appoint a board member following a legal process. We are currently attempting to do so. So I am just stating the risk that we will likely be sued should we not follow through with that. Is there any other discussion on the amendment to move this to item 10.3?
I just think our community is probably appalled that they're listening and we're not doing our business.
I-
I'm sure-
I agree.
I'm sure I'm gonna get calls
Okay.
like crazy tomorrow. This
All
is
right.
disrespectful of the community, but you keep saying the resolution is, so, well, pick what's important.
Any other discussion on the amendment?
Well, we
Okay,
have to
so
do
the
our
amendment
work.
is to move this order of business from 7.1 to 10.3. Does everybody understand that motion as stated?
Yes, I
All right.
understand.
In that case, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
No. Okay, the motion fails. We're right back to where we started.
Well, I guess.
Is there any other discussion
agree.
on the other four remaining board members or finalists?
No, I move to close the discussion.
There
Second.
is no motion on the table. There is no discussion to
I just made a
close.
motion. I moved to close the discussion and Julie seconded it.
There is no discussion to close because there is nothing on the table before us to
You
make a
just
decision.
said we're
There
going
is
to
no-
discuss.
Your point is not well taken. There is no question on the table to close.
You
We are
said you're
simply
opening
in,
discussion.
we are in discussion to determine what question we want to bring forward to the board. If we close the question, there's no question to settle.
I thought you said discussion. Did he say discussion, Joy?
I did say discussion.
We said
Open
discussion.
discussion to determine a question.
And
Closing
I
dis-
move to close the discussion.
Closing discussion indicates that we move to a vote on the question. There is no question on the table. Your point is not well taken. We are going to move on from that. There is no discussion to close. Not that can be called by a question.
Wow.
All right, I think we need to get back, and I reflecting back on one of the things that Member Castle said earlier about we need, in fulfilling the board member vacancy, I think it benefits us greatly to pick a very strong leader with a lot of skills and qualification in the area of conflict resolution and team building. I think Member Dobanzinski has illustrated that throughout his career in an exemplary fashion.
I concur.
And I think tonight we are seeing how beneficial that would be to our board. Member Corcoran?
So I realize that we both feel really strong about our candidates. So maybe we pick a different one.
I suggested that earlier.
Well, maybe we need to, can we revisit that? Because this is going to be round and round and round. So, I don't know. I don't know what else to do.
Member Tyson?
I just want to add, Member Chair, to what you said before, Member Corcoran, that you guys tried to ram Dobazinski down our throats before, and that did not feel good. You tried to
Now,
get him
hold-
in.
Hold on,
when
hold
I
on, hold on.
had-
Point of
Hey,
order.
hey, that,
No, that
no,
did not feel good.
that is disrespectful. We never tried, nobody tried to ram anybody down.
Really?
Yes,
Somebody
nobody.
I had never met, I'm trying to call him on the phone while he's working? No.
Please speak in a professional manner
That-
in the boardroom.
That is how it felt, and I'm clarifying
Okay.
that that is how it felt.
It was Member Christensen and Member
Okay.
Atkinson. Member Christensen.
I think we should just call the question and vote on Mr. Dobanzinski.
There-
We just did that for
there is
Mr.
no
Smith,
question.
so. Well, I make a
Before the vote.
motion to nominate then
Second.
Mr. Dobanzinski.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to nominate Mr. Domanzinski via resolution. Is there any discussion? I'll open discussion by thanking Member Christensen. I think that is a great idea to appoint Member Domanzinski. I think you putting a motion on the table to have this discussion, have this consideration, and make that appointment shows a great deal of support from you for Member Domanzinski. And I think Member Tyson's second illustrates that Member Domanzinski is extremely qualified and would make an excellent school board member. And I thank the two of you for being willing to be open-minded enough to accept him on our board.
You're welcome.
And I move to close the discussion.
All right, that fails due to lack of a second. Is there any other discussion on Member Domanzinski? Member Castle?
I'm sorry.
So, Mr. Domanzinski, there's a lot of times where somebody that's not involved can be very objective. And I believe that some of the other candidates that of the five, don't fall into that category. But Mr. Domanzinski very much is. And with two of us in the last election that came in pretty much out of nowhere, is what the voters, at least half of the board from the last election, the voters put us in. And Mrs. Duragu was not far from being there.
Yeah.
And again, somebody who hadn't been on the board. And although when my kids were in school, you know, I did, you know, I went on field trips and stuff and chaperoned and things like this, and I helped coaches with when the kids were in athletics and everything. But I haven't been what some people might think, that you have to have all this experience with being on here and there and all these different things. I'm kind of just out of the blue came in without all these supposed qualifications, and that's apparently why the statute does not say that these things need to be qualifications. But what is really important is that a person can come in here and be objective and not have personal input, but professional input, and look at everything from all sides, which a colonel does during their career.
Can I vote to close the discussion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to close the discussion. There's no discussion on calling the question. Therefore, a vote in the affirmative will be to close discussion on Mr. Domanzinski. A vote in the negative is to keep discussion open on Mr. Domanzinski. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. Okay, that fails 3-3. Any other discussion on Mr. Domanzinski's appointment? Member Atkinson?
Again, we had multiple people here last night that said in their interviews, and I think board members have said this exact phrase as well, is to assume positive intent. I think we all need to take a moment and really absorb that statement of assuming positive intent. I believe Mr. Domanzinski, on his application, talking about strategic planning, in multiple scenarios, I like the idea of having someone that is not embedded their entire career within education, somebody with an outside point of view to come in here that has those strong qualities to help bring us together. I think Jim Smith is a wonderful person and has great qualities, but I don't think that he's got that as a strength. That's just my feeling on that part of it.
All right, thank you. Member Tyson, did I see your hand raised?
Well, I just want, I mean, we have all discussed him a lot. I have my notes. Do you want me to read my notes again?
Mr. Domanzinski?
Yes.
Okay.
But he lacks qualifications. His resume doesn't have dates, and like I said, it's just lacking in a timeline and dates of when he did things, when he got these degrees. And when he sat up here, he didn't talk about what he said in his email. Why wouldn't you have said that when you were here last?
We had, and I would just say, respond to we had very little time, and to ask, I didn't even get to my third question most of the time with the candidate, or the, interviewers. So why didn't he say it? I mean, did you ask him the question? You can't put blame on somebody in a.
I'm not blaming.
Well,
I'm
why didn't he, you're
discussing
saying,
what
why
I
didn't
got
he,
out of
you're
this.
saying, why didn't he talk
Yeah.
about that? Like, maybe he wasn't given the opportunity to talk about it because the question wasn't asked. I mean, my goodness.
And to address your question too, Member
That
Tyson,
happened to everybody probably.
I do know Mr. Domanzinski well enough to know that he's an extremely humble man. He does not promote himself very well. As you noticed here, he spoke of his time in service, his time serving the country, and being in the Army. He never once spoke of his time as a colonel. I mean, that is a rank that very, very few people ever obtain. It's an incredibly high honor to be a colonel in our armed services. And on a personal note, I cannot believe anybody who has ever ascended to that position in life to be labeled as unqualified it's asinine to me to even make that assertion that they would be unqualified for a school board. And I know you and Member Tyson and Member Christensen, you're both individuals of extremely high integrity, and you care about the district.
Is this Jermaine?
Yes.
Okay.
You care about the district a great deal. So I myself am very encouraged that you guys made this motion and this second on Mr. Domanzinski.
So we can vote.
And
vote.
I would find it extremely disrespectful for the board if you did it simply as a false flag, to try to somehow lull us into this false sense of security that you have the ability to negotiate with us here tonight. So
Wow.
if you do not vote in support of them, I will be very shocked at apparently my misjudgment on your integrity. With
do
that,
have
is there any additional discussion on Mr. Domanzinski?
I have a comment. On
Yes,
One thing that I can say that I really enjoyed about him, I wrote it down. He said his dad told him that very few things in life are worse than a liar. I thought that was a really good.
That's exceptional.
Yeah, I really like that he learned that as a child, so.
All right, is there any other further discussion, Member
So
Castle?
I also like, because we have the emotional learning piece, he has a BA in psychology,
Yeah.
and that would be very helpful.
Child psychology, there's lots of psychology.
There's
It
lots of
doesn't say.
psychology, yeah.
Doesn't say.
If you remember right, Member Tyson, when I was elected to the school board, I was a college dropout and I didn't have any degrees. So if we're making degrees a measuring stick, then our voters did a very poor choice in electing me.
And, yeah, and you're coming to the end of your term too.
Yeah.
Yep. And I just want to add that I have a retired colonel friend. He's an Air Force colonel. I've known him for 20 years. Would he even want to be considered to be on a school board?
I would
I'm
have,
not sure.
I would have loved to have seen his application. Why did he not apply?
Yeah, lives in Colorado.
Oh,
So,
that's
I
too
mean,
bad. That's too bad. He-
Kudos to colonels. I think it's very high,
They're
high,
exceptional.
high.
Yeah,
But is it relevant to education and what we're looking for right now? It's not.
yeah. Member Christensen?
Yeah, I would just like to make a clarifying statement here. You said that Member Tyson and I, you'd be, so disappointed if we did a false flag.
I would.
But I don't think I did it as a false flag. I did it to call the question because we're just spinning our wheels here and we've already voted down Mr. Smith.
Yep.
So if we can just vote on Mr. Domanzinski, then we can perhaps move forward. Because it seems we've already addressed this. I just want to address the items, so.
Sure.
Yeah, and so that is in all fairness, correct, Member Christensen?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly
So-
something that you're able to do, and
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, you have the prerogative to make whatever
Yeah,
motion you wish. That was totally in order. I moved to recess for 10 minutes.
I'll
Can we
second
vote
that.
to not recess?
No.
We have a motion and a second to recess. Is there any discussion on that?
Oh, I didn't hear a second.
I second it.
Yeah, Member Castle seconded it. I'll add I think it would be good for us to gather our thoughts on this potential appointment. Maybe to discuss it amongst ourselves and see if this seems like a reasonable negotiation to make prior to making the vote. And I think it would be good for all of us to lower the temperature of our emotions. If there's no, is there any other discussion on the motion to recess?
We just need to do our business. We're a fully seated 6-member board.
All right.
And I'm going to have people screaming out there very loudly.
Okay. All those in favor of a recess for 10 minutes signify by saying aye. Aye.
No.
No.
Those
No.
opposed? Okay, the motion to recess fails on a 3-3 vote, which brings us back to the discussion on Mr. Domanzinski's appointment. Is there any other discussion on Mr. Domanzinski's appointment? Okay, seeing none, Member Clerk, will you please take the roll call? And prior to doing so here, I want to make it very, very clear so nobody feels
idea.
that they are being misled in any way. Member Christensen made a motion to appoint Mr. Scott Domanzinski to the vacant board position via a resolution. That's the motion on the table after being seconded by Member Tyson.
Did
A
we close
motion,
the discussion?
we just did.
I don't remember.
I
the
just
motion.
asked if there was any other discussion. Nobody had anything, so now I'm moving to a vote, and I want to make it very clear what we are voting on. After
Okay.
Member Christensen's motion to appoint Mr. Scott Domanzinski, Member Tyson seconded it. That is the question that is before us right this moment, and the clerk will take the roll call. A vote in the affirmative is to vote to appoint Member Domanzinski. A vote in the negative is to not vote to Member Domanzinski and to reopen discussion on potential candidates for appointment. Is that understood?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Member Clerk, please take the roll call.
Okay, Member Christensen,
No.
Member Corcoran,
No.
Member Castle,
Aye.
Member Tyson,
No.
Member Rebbeline,
No.
Member Antonsen votes aye.
I move to reconsider.
Oh,
I'll second.
Okay, we have motion and a second to reconsider the appointment of Member Domanzinski. Is there any discussion on the motion to reconsider?
No.
All right. Seeing none, without objection, we will adjourn for 10 minutes. We're adjourned until 9:10. All right, it's 9:10. I now call the regular school board meeting for Forest Lake Area Schools back to order. Member Clerk, will you please take the roll call of attendance?
Yes, I will. Here. Member Antonsen is here. Member Rebeline.
Here.
Member Christensen.
Here.
Member Tyson.
Here.
Member Castle.
Here.
And Member Corcoran.
Here.
Everybody's here.
Okay, we are back in session with a full quorum of board members present. The motion that is currently on the table is a motion to reconsider. The motion to reconsider is to reconsider the motion that Member Christensen made to appoint Mr. Scott Dominzinski. Is there any discussion on the motion to reconsider? All right, seeing none, we'll bring that to a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Can you time
Aye.
out for a sec? What, I'm sorry, can you repeat? We're voting to do the
The
reconsideration.
motion to reconsider Member Dominzinski. Yes.
So yes is that we will
A
revote
yes
again?
is to reconsider your original motion. A no is to not reconsider your original motion. Is that clear? Mm-hmm. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Member Tyson, can you please clarify? I saw your mouth moving in both. Did you vote yes or no?
I voted no.
You voted no. Okay, then that motion to reconsider fails. It brings us back to the discussion on candidates. We've had a resolution proposed from Mr. Dominzinski. We've had a resolution proposed for Mr. Smith. Both of those failed. Technically, we have not eliminated any candidate, but we do have 5 candidates. We have Mrs. Durango, who was the voter's choice candidate and came into this evening as the preferred candidate. We also have Mr. Tuout and Mr. Cornier that we have not had any consideration on. Those 3 individuals, and as I mentioned, Mr. Dominzinski and Mr. Smith have both failed to achieve a majority of votes here this evening.
Do you want to make that motion,
We will move
Jill?
to discussion.
Do you want to make the motion, Ken? I think we should. Yeah. Can I make a motion?
As long as it's in order, yes.
Yeah. Since we're coming to a kind of an impasse with our 2 preferred candidates, is there any way that we could consider inviting them both back for additional questions and more clarification to get to know them better? And so we have additional information before we make a decision? Since
Okay.
we're coming to an impasse, and I don't believe we're going to get past the impasse tonight without additional discussion and possibly talking with them.
That would-
Second?
That was just an inquiry at this point.
I think she made.
I made a motion.
Oh, you did make a motion?
I did,
Okay,
yes.
I
I made a
apologize.
motion.
So we have a,
A motion, yes. That was just something to do that we might help us.
we have a motion and a second. I'm going to have you go back and just clarify what the motion
I'll do
is.
okay, so
Yeah.
my motion is to invite the 2 preferred candidates back to formulate some additional questions to get to know them better, so we have maybe a better feeling and maybe a possible change in our feelings about the candidates, and to give us additional time to reconsider that. I mean, I think because we're at an impasse.
Are you talking about,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to
Member
interrupt
Jim
you.
and-
And
Jim
no,
and-
yeah, you're just talking about the 2.
The 2,
Oh,
yes.
okay.
They're 2 preferred, that we've been discussing for the whole time.
So for
Yes.
clarification.
I'm sorry, for Jim Smith and Scott Dobanzinski, yes. Yes, the 2 preferred candidates we've been discussing.
And we do have a motion and a second on the table, but just for clarification, do you have a time frame in mind for that? Do we want to amend the original
Oh.
motion? The motion now belongs to the board, but that would be the question I would have, is since this would essentially eliminate the resolution of passing this evening, I think it would be important to clarify time frame since it is your motion.
Well, I don't know if we need a special meeting. It'd be really nice to
No.
do it at the
No, we
next,
have it on 18th.
the
12/18,
18th,
right?
December 18th, at the next official school board meeting.
Okay, so without objection, we'll amend your original motion to include the date that this interview would take place on December 18th at our next regular school board meeting.
Yes, yes.
Are you objecting?
No, point of inquiry.
Okay, point of inquiry.
Are we talking about, did you just say this too? I'm sorry, about scratching this resolution or this?
For tonight.
This would, if we accepted this motion, it would essentially nullify the resolution that we put in place that we were going to do an appointment this evening. And it would delay it an addital 2 weeks to allow for an additional interview. That's the way I'm comprehending the intent behind the motion.
Jill's first, actually.
Okay, Member Christensen.
Point of clarification, did you just say that it would change the dates on the resolution? I think if we move this, that resolution.
I said it would essentially nullify.
Yeah.
the
I know, but
resolution.
after that, you said something. After that, you said something.
We would have the interview on the 18th.
No, you said something about the resolution.
Yes, I said it would essentially nullify.
I know,
the
but then you
resolution.
said something else, right after that. You said something about the resolution.
I don't recall. Can you?
So I'm just asking for clarification. If we move this, if we vote in the affirmative, the resolution is gone,
Dissolved.
done. This motion is not doing something more to the resolution. The resolution is done.
Essentially, yes.
No, all the way yes, not essentially.
It disposes of the
It
vote.
is it disposing of
It
not,
would- Yeah, if we agree to delay the appointment, that nullifies the only thing in the resolution that is active for this evening. So yes, if we would accept Member Corcoran's motion here to hold the interviews, and I did not hear an objection to my unanimous consent request on adding the date of December 16th, or December 18th, I'm sorry.
18th, yeah.
That would nullify the condition that we need to settle this evening, yes.
nullify and void the resolution. The
Well, the
resolution is
void-
gone.
The resolution cannot be completely eliminated unless we rescind it as a body. The resolution is still there, it's still in effect, but we have
Remove it.
agreed to proceed in a different manner.
But does the resolution still say special order of business or whatever? Are we changing the wording of the resolution?
We are not changing the wording of the resolution. The resolution stands.
So
unless
that's my
it's-
question.
Unless the resolution is rescinded, the resolution remains in effect. However, we would be agreeing to essentially change the timeframe
You just change it.
per Member Corcoran's motion.
But we would be right back in the same situation because you're saying, then on the 18th, it would be a special order of business and we'd be right
That-
back where we are.
That
But
is
we have
essen-
interviews.
That is the motion that is on the table, yes. We would have another round of interviews with Mr. Smith and Mr. Dobinzinski. And we would then, I assume, based on the wording of the motion, we would handle it that evening.
Point of inquiry.
Yes.
Would Mrs. Durango still be on the potential list? And first, I just think
With,
that I would like to know what,
excellent point.
okay,
With the wording of the motion, Mrs. Durango, Mr. Tuout, and Mr. Cornier would not be invited back for a repeated interview.
so,
However, they have been named as finalists and accepted by this board as the finalists. Therefore, based on the motion that Member Corcoran made in the manner that she made it, they would remain as eligible finalists on the 18th.
oh, okay, so they'd still be in the running, but we were only gonna.
We would only-
invite back
Those two.
Mr. Dobrzynski and Mr. Smith. But here's the thing,
Yes, you may proceed.
what is it that you need to know that we didn't get to the other night?
Well,
I mean, what do you think might change
I
your
don't know.
mind?
I'm not sure.
mean,
See, I
okay,
won't know
because-
until I have more of a chance to get to know him and ask more questions. I just feel like on paper, I just don't,
I mean,
it's just a whole different thing,
well,
talking with him more.
and you and Member Tyson ran your campaign with Mr. Smith.
Mhm,
I
mhm.
said last night, and I meant it, like I met him and I liked him, you know? So, I mean, like I said earlier, for myself, I initially, and before this even came, I mean, I think, how did we learn about Lou? The day before or within the week, whatever. It was very early on, and I said, I think we should appoint Laura, because she was the next person with the highest votes, and just make this simple. So for me, you know, even though I think Scott's got great qualities, this is, you know, kind of a, what's the word I want to use? It's sort of a conciliation thing for me, not in a big way. I mean, I think he's an excellent candidate. I'm just saying, somewhere we're going to have to find some give, and I think we have to keep in mind the voters, the public. That is what we are as public elected officials, right?
Well, yes, but like I said in the past, I've been through this before, and that was not, and it doesn't always have to be that about the voters.
Right,
I
but
believe
For
Member
the past.
Tyson was.
Sorry. So I'm just.
Member Tyson.
So I like this motion by Member Corcoran because it gives the community as well, because it'll be streamed, to get to know the final two candidates as well. I feel like that's an opportunity for everyone that I know in the community, all the voters, everyone at this board table to get to know those two better, especially since we're at an impasse. Member Anderson, are you aware of a petition? In 30 days, a petition can be filed?
yes, I am aware of that.
Because that's what worries me when you keep bringing up Miss Durango. That would be, that could be an opportunity.
Point of inquiry. Are you worried about a petition about Mr. Dobanzinski?
No.
Okay.
So,
thank
but I
you.
do want to read this because we got this information today from the head legal at MSBA, and he said, and he tells us that, which we know.
Yeah, and I've
that-
addressed this email already this evening multiple
Yes,
times.
so this can be disposed of, and there's options. Postpone indefinitely, amend,
As-
refer.
Can
So-
you look at the email that I sent in response to that, where I indicated that Mr. Morrow did not have the full context of the resolution at his disposal? He was mostly correct as far as his interpretation of the special order of business. I do not challenge that. We are operating under a special order of business and a special rule, which makes the contents of the email you're about to read irrelevant to the discussion this evening.
Okay, and you do know that this is a guide, right? This
That's
is a
the
guide
rules.
for our board.
Yeah,
It's-
that we
yeah.
agreed
Yeah,
to
it's
follow.
a guide, though. It's not meant to be used to come up
It
with
is.
rules that people
The-
aren't aware of. And
Well, he's
put
not
them on
making
there.
them
So
up.
this is a guide.
Yeah, and like Member Atkinson said, I'm not making them up. They've been established for 149 years.
Well, I guess, you know, the legal head of MSBA is not thorough enough for you, or?
No, Mr. Morrow did not have the resolution that we passed when he sent that email. He sent that in the context of a special order. He did not send that in the context of a special order with the resolution that we had agreed to as a board. That is the distinction. We've discussed it ad nauseum this evening.
No, I
And
didn't
it
hear
is,
that. You sent a reply.
it is not germane
Right, so.
to Member Corcoran's motion.
I agree. I
And I believe Member
apologize.
Christensen had a comment she wanted to make as well.
Yes, actually, if we sort of want to compare kind of apples to apples, I mean, maybe we should look at the election where Luke ran and who was the next highest vote getter,
Is
which
this-
would be Todd Prue.
Is this germane to Member
that's a
Corcoran's
good idea.
motion? to
Well, it
do
was
an interview?
germane to, Member Antonsen was saying that Mrs. Drongo was the next highest vote
And
getter.
and
was
I
just
will
saying
point out
Mr.
that Mr. Prue did not apply for this position.
I'm fully aware of that. I'm just saying.
We can
if
only work with the applicants that we've been
I'm
given.
fully aware of that. I just wanted to make a point that,
Okay.
I concur, good point.
It's a valid point, but we could make the same comment about Mr. Raphael, and he chose not to apply for the position. So it's a point, but it doesn't, it's not germane to the discussion that, or the motion that Member Corcoran brought up. I do have a comment on the motion that Member Corcoran made, if nobody else does. Okay, if we delay this work, this appointment tonight for any reason, be it Member Corcoran's amendment or any other reason, and we do not finalize an appointment until the 18th, if my quick math, looking at the calendar here, is correct, that means that our board member, our new board member, would not become eligible until January 17th. And just for the board's information, January 17th would mean that another full month of board meetings would pass before we would have a 7th board member that would be eligible, which would delay our ability to work on a strategic plan and to start the work on searching for a superintendent another month.
No.
I personally am not comfortable with that. I do not feel that that's acceptable to our community. I don't feel it's acceptable for our district. I don't think it's fair to our staff. We laid out a very clear process over a month ago, and I think it's important that we stick to that. We stick to that schedule. We have already determined that the board is split, although really satisfied with 2 candidates. And I think it would benefit us greatly for us to put our heads together and decide which one of those 2 candidates we want to get behind. And my concern is that by pushing for another round of interviews where we're not going to learn any more about these 2 candidates. I've known Mr. Smith for some time, and you guys have known Mr. Dobinzinski for some time. You've had opportunities to have several discussions with
No,
him.
I've known him for 2 months.
Talked to him.
Met him once, talked on the phone once.
May I finish?
Yes, but don't say things that aren't true, please.
You've had as many opportunities to speak with Mr. Dobinzinski as I have had to speak with Mr. Smith. All right. I'd like to continue. I hesitate greatly to continue to delay this. We have a legal obligation to appoint a board member. I do not think that kicking the can down the road benefits anybody in the community. It doesn't benefit the district. We are trying to close our teachers' contract negotiations. I think it benefits us greatly to bring this board back to a full strength and give the voters what they deserve. And really, what we are obligated to do as elected officials, and that would be to settle on a candidate this evening. Therefore, I am not in support of Member Corcoran's motion to delay this and to carry out a second interview. Is there any other discussion on Member Corcoran's amendment? Member Antonsen.
You may have said this and I didn't hear you, but I think it's also incredibly disrespectful to the candidates. I do. I just, because we've been sitting here this long, you don't know what it is that would help you think, what else you need to know about Mr. Dobinzinski or.
We're at an
Member
impasse, and
Corcoran,
I don't
yeah.
see us getting past an impasse. So we could sit here till 5 in the morning then, I guess, because I don't believe we're gonna get past it. And I want to come up with some idea that might change the narrative a little, because this isn't working. And I don't see it's gonna work. So I'm trying to be optimistic in some other way and be creative with thinking.
I respect that.
You know, it's about
I
getting
enjoy
more-
working with you, Member Corcoran, because you're always trying to find a way through the problem. I just don't know that delaying this another month, especially past the organizational meeting, is really in the best interest of the community. And
Well-
delaying what I hope is that we're going to reach a teacher's contract settlement here very soon. I don't think it's in the best interest of our staff to wait any longer either.
Well, we have a very high-functioning 6-member board. I don't think the staff is going to care if we have an extra member or not that doesn't know what they're doing at the time. They're going to be new. So whether at their organizational meeting or the next meeting, it should not impact our work. We
I
should be
agree.
able to start. We are a functioning 6-member board. We can do the superintendent search. We can do the strategic plan. We can start in that and work with the person to get them caught up. I don't believe it should be a stranglehold on our operations.
I agree 100%, and I am prepared to sit here as long as it takes this evening to make the appointment.
I concur, no.
Is there any other discussion on Member Corcoran's motion? Member Tyson?
I think I concur with what Member Corcoran just said. I think that this is important. This needs to be done right. We don't just interview one day and the very next day appoint, like you guys wanted to, or at the previous meeting you wanted to appoint.
No,
That's
we,
what
This
we
needs
all
to be
agreed to.
given time. There's no hurry to get this done right and to be comfortable with who's appointed and have it be collaborative with all of us, right? We wanna
I
listen to
would,
each other and collaborate.
would like to
So-
remind the board in response to your comment that the original schedule was to do the interviews on December 1st and to hold the appointment this evening. The only reason we moved it to December 3rd was due to conflicts in board member schedules, and we thought it was important that all 6 of us be here for that. So
You three
we've
seem very
already
rushed.
pivoted that as well.
I've already
And
been asked why. you're
as
rushing.
I believe I disclosed in one of the very earliest meetings when we discussed this, this timeline was actually brought up at the suggestion of
That was
Member
my
Corcoran.
timeline, yeah.
This was her timeline.
It was.
My
And-
proposal was to wait until, I believe, February or March to make the final selection. We are here this evening at Member Corcoran's suggestion.
That really kind of was, yeah, I agree.
So, is there any other discussion on Member Corcoran's motion to hold a secondary interview? And if I'm going to summarize this, please correct me if I'm wrong. To hold a secondary interview with Mr. Smith and Mr. Dobinzinski and postpone action on the resolution until the 18th.
I do have one more point.
Yes.
I just want to say that we are not getting to the business of our meeting. And apparently at 9:30 at night, you guys are
That point has
okay
been
with
well
this.
established,
So
yes.
I'm just repeating that Member Corcoran would bring us to a point where we could do our work that we're elected to do.
As would acquiescing around a candidate.
Yeah, this doesn't need to be done tonight. We're a fully functioning 6-member seated board, but you guys are stalling this out, the whole business meeting.
Is there,
Well,
Yep,
point
and
of
it's 9:30,
order.
so-
yes, Member
If you want
Atkinson.
to, I mean, so we're gonna get blamed for stalling it out, and
Yeah, we're elected to do this work.
yes, we are, and we are elected, and we all
Yeah.
agreed to sit
We
down
aren't in
tonight
any
and
rush.
appoint somebody, or
We're
elect
proceeding in
somebody.
accordance with the resolution that was passed by the full board. There was unanimous consent around that, so.
So whether we're rushing it or kicking the can down the road, which way is it? I guess it's a
Yeah,
matter
we're not
of
doing our
view.
work tonight, are we? Nope.
Is there any other discussion on Member Corcoran's motion? Okay, so just to encapsulate the motion again, Member Corcoran's suggestion was that we bring Mr. Smith and Mr. Dobinzinski back for a second interview on the 18th, and we then pick up this appointment that evening. A vote in the affirmative is to essentially delay action and hold a second round of interviews. A vote in the negatory is to reject that idea and to continue the process here this evening. Are there any questions around the motion that's on the table? All right, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed?
No.
All right, we are back to where we started. Yes, Member Christensen.
I would like to just, Member Corcoran came up with maybe sort of a compromise type of situation. Do you have compromises or things that you might be able to suggest besides voting for your candidate? Because I could say, well, you could vote for ours and we could get out of here too. So do you have like a compromise, any situation? Or she offered to maybe do some additional interviews. Are there other ideas or?
Personally, I'm very happy with the interview process that we went through. I'm happy you suggested it in the first place, and I'm happy with Member Corcoran's timeline. I think it's worked out extremely well. I got to know all of the candidates well enough to know whether or not I would be interested in appointing them. I do not need any additional information on any candidate to make up my mind on whether or not I feel that they would be an asset to the district. Therefore, I would like to settle this business tonight in accordance with the rules and the process that this board unanimously put forward. That is my take. I don't know if other members want to offer their suggestions as well.
I agree.
Member Castle?
We did all agree on this process.
But I also
Yeah,
I
Member
also
Corcoran?
did not realize we'd be stranglehold to make for sure. I mean, I knew we'd make a
Right, that was
discussion,
never
we'd
clear.
have discussion, and maybe possibly have someone in place. But I didn't know we had to. That is the operative change that I
Can-
didn't understand. So that is on me, and probably the rest, us three didn't understand that.
Can
We'd
we
make
ad-
an every attempt to get someone, but doesn't mean we were stranglehold to stay here till God knows how long to agree.
Can we unpack that a little bit?
That is, so, I mean, I knew,
Beyond proceeding in this meeting, and that goes
Yeah.
without saying, but beyond proceeding in this meeting, which we all want to do.
Yeah, of
All six
course.
of us would love to move on. I'm sure Dr.
Yeah.
Massey
I knew it was good.
would like to take a nap here, and he'd like to move on as well. But other than moving on with the business, what benefit does it bring our students, our staff, and our public to delay this decision?
It doesn't hurt anyone. It
No,
just,
what benefit does it bring?
it doesn't bring benefit or either way. It's a moot point in my eyes because we are a functioning 6-member board that was elected. I don't feel like it's going to stop anything from happening if we don't have that 7th person on board right away. I just don't.
A lot of the comments I heard from board members this evening, especially members Corcoran, member Christensen, and member Tyson, is that we're not a functioning board, and we need another board member in here to help us
Well.
kind of build bridges and.
Well, it would
you
be
know,
nice, but it's not a mandatory thing. I don't feel like it's a mandatory. I mean, like I say, this is not doing us any good. I think if
No,
anything,
but-
this wedge between our groups is getting worse and the more and more we talk. So I would also like to stop that. I mean, I just think it's not helpful at this point.
Which is why I go to, let's look at the benefits. What benefits does delaying this process have? Is it only
I don't know.
going to sow more
If we need a more
animosity?
different candidate, I don't know. If there'd be someone else we get behind, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know.
Is there any other, anybody else have anything to add here?
Well, I'd just like to add and concur with Member Corcoran that this has been rushed. People have been saying that. So we did not know, and I did not realize, that your plan, Member Chair, was to decide this tonight.
This was not my plan, this was a,
Oh, no.
this was a
we could-
resolution, the entire
We could be on
board.
to our business meeting, but you guys refuse.
We are spinning in
And
circles
there's
on that
a
point,
lot of
that
people
what,
on the live
the
stream.
resolution that is done is done. And
So
we
we can
need,
dispose of it. We've done some voting. We
no,
can
the
dispose of the
resolution
motion.
that was passed in November to set the time frame and to set this process is done.
And it
Be
doesn't
la-
have to be decided tonight, correct?
No, it does need to be decided
And
tonight.
why?
In
We're a
accordance
fully
with,
functioning, seated,
in
six-member board.
accordance with the resolution that was passed, we need to settle that business tonight. That is settled.
No, that wasn't
And
clear.
bickering about that doesn't help us do anything. It doesn't
Well, I'm
help
just
us
saying,
build a
ask
stronger
what's the
team, and it
benefit.
doesn't help us reach a consensus. So I would
We're not
ask
going
that
to.
board members please stay on task and help us find a way to reach a consensus
No, we're not
on
gonna.
one of these 5 appointments.
Well, I'm comfortable with Jim Smith, and I've said all I'm gonna say. So you guys can discuss then.
Okay, let me, I'm gonna go around the room, and I'm gonna ask, is there any other candidate that applied that you would be comfortable with, Member Tyson?
Andy Cornea.
Okay, is there any other candidate
believe I
that
said
you
that
would be
last
comfortable
night.
with? Member Castle?
Laura?
Okay, Member Atkinson?
I'd say Laura.
Yeah, my feeling is if we appoint anybody who was part of the election process, is that we go with Mrs. Duranga. Member Corcoran?
Probably Andy Cornea.
Okay, Member Christensen?
Mr. Cornea, excuse me.
Okay, we have 3 members in favor of Mrs. Durango, and we have 3 members in favor of Mr. Cornea. Do we want to discuss either of those? Because we've been hyper and laser focused on Mr. Domanzinski and Mr. Smith this evening. Does it benefit the board to consider other potential candidates?
Well, I think Mrs. Drago just makes sense.
From an elective
From-
standpoint,
yes,
I
mean,
would
I've said
agree.
it numerous times tonight, so I don't need to.
I have
repeat it,
asked,
but-
well, I have asked the other board members if they would be supportive of Mrs. Drago, so I will give the same favor to Mr. Cornea. I personally would not support Mr. Cornea under any circumstances. I can speak to that at length should the rest of the board want to vet him as a possible appointment this evening. Member Antonsen, would you support Mr. Cornea?
No, I would not.
Member Castle, would you support
No.
Mr. Cornea? Okay, so we're right back to kind of where we started. Yes.
And I just want to say that I cannot support Laura Durango based on the 100 and over 100 emails I got regarding her incident. So that is out for me. Those people have spoken, and that's just out for me.
You know, I find it interesting. I don't recall, I honestly don't even know if I've gotten through all of them yet here, but I don't recall one of them that said I voted for her and I wouldn't now. Not one.
Well, and how about the ones right after it occurred? I can go back and count those emails. So,
Well, I mean, you
And
can't
it'd be a
really
petition.
count those, but that's like a different vote. You get a,
Yeah.
last
well,
year.
not really, they're all over the same incident, correct?
Well, I get that, but there could be,
Oh, hold,
doubles.
hey, hold on. I don't think this is constructive, but I think that Member Tyson did kind of start to peel back layers of an onion here that I think are worth exploring. Throughout this entire process, there are only 2 candidates that I received any emails of support on. Mrs. Durango was one of them. The emails of support that I received for Mrs. Durango were based on the fact that she was the next highest vote getter. We have already discussed as a board, and I don't believe we have a consensus, that at least the majority doesn't support moving with Mrs. Durango for that reason. The only other candidate, actually the only other applicant that I received any positive emails concerning was Mr. Dobinzinski. I did not receive a single email concerning any of the other candidates. I did not receive a single phone call concerning any of the other candidates either. So if that's something that's worth consideration, at least in my case, the only public support that I heard were in favor of Mr. Dobinzinski and Mrs. Durango.
That is not true for
Yeah.
myself.
Not
I
true.
had
Not
at least
true.
2 phone calls.
And I had a
And
lot
my-
of
For Mr.
positive
Probably
Smith.
50
for
about against
Jim
Laura.
Smith, who is my first choice.
Okay, let's unpack this a little
Yeah.
bit. Then let's start with Member
50
Christensen.
phone calls?
Member Christensen.
like
you-
50
you-
emails.
You stated that you received
Yeah.
support for some candidates. Would you like to speak to that?
I received at least 2 phone calls for Mr. Smith.
Okay. Member Portman?
I've gotten at least 2 or 3 emails about Mr. Smith.
About Mr. Smith?
And negative about 50, I don't know, maybe 40, I don't even know how
Yeah,
many.
and
About
I-
negative about Laura.
I will address, I did
Yeah,
receive
it's
some negative
tons.
emails about
And
Laura.
phone calls, and, yeah, it's.
The vast majority of them were based on social media. I had people tell me that they were from Washington or New
Yeah,
York. and-
yeah, but some that I knew,
And with-
people in the district that I knew,
With all due respect,
so.
as an elected member of this community, it's maybe a little harsh to say I don't care, but I don't care about the opinion from somebody
No,
from Long Island
Yeah,
or
I know.
Southern California. That doesn't help me make a decision in this room here tonight. But I will
But for local
admit
people that I
I
knew.
did receive a couple of, I don't know if I received any local, well, there were probably a couple local
I had
ones.
some staff members.
Yeah,
Like,
staff
actually,
members.
staff members, yeah.
But Member Antonsen, did you receive any emails in support of candidates that you'd
Yes,
like to speak
both
to
of them,
tonight?
just like you said. I haven't, it's hard because they don't always all come to all of us, so it's hard to
Yeah.
know what, yes, but both Laura and Mr. Dobzensky, for sure.
Good, I'm just trying to keep the conversation on something positive here, and things that we can talk about. Member Castle, how about you? Did you receive any communications about candidates?
I did for first
nonsense.
Mr. Dobinzinski and Mr. Tuat and Ms. Durago.
Okay. And Member Tyson, did you have others you wanted to speak
Yes,
to?
I
mean,
did.
You kind of started this conversation for us, so thank you for that.
Well, I had some from local people in my neighborhood especially, and at the hockey arena, one parent approached me about Laura Durago and the slur she used.
Oh, I'm speaking positive in support
Well, I'm saying-
of candidates.
Okay.
I think we've covered that.
Positive?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Smith, I received about 11, and it's
Okay.
mostly people who have been with him on his committee, that have known him, because he lives in Forest Lake. His wife was a teacher, people saying all kinds of positive things.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
perhaps a point of consideration.
Yeah, please.
Given the impasse, to use the words shared tonight, the recognition that perhaps MSBA Terry Morrow has not considered this resolution, which is holding this group here tonight and the timeline. Would there be any benefit to asking him to interpret the process you're going through, the special order of business in light of this resolution, whether it beholds the board to this process and timeline, or if the impasse, the discussion, the vote's already taken, in effect dissolve this, allowing and freeing the board up to consider a different process.
If the majority of the board supports dissolving it, I don't see any problem with that. I feel like we're in an impasse on that as well.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that the board decide to dissolve this, but get an interpretation from an independent person at an MSBA with respect to the role that this resolution plays in holding the board to this process.
It's like hostage.
Given the action already taken on this process.
Yep.
Do you mean right now?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it would have to be
No,
right
not
now,
now, no.
otherwise we would have to violate
Well, we'll
The-
just have
the
to
understood
adjourn.
resolution.
We could make a motion to dispose
Yeah.
of the resolution or for clarification.
Yeah, Member Tyson.
Member Corcoran, you are vice chair. You could reach out to legal that represents us.
Yes,
And also
I
find
could.
out
I could,
how
tomorrow.
this resolution culminated and how we're at this impasse.
If there's any way, yes, that we can still continue to do business.
Right, because maybe member chair wants clarification on that. They don't seem to believe that we're a 6-member, fully functioning seated board. We could clarify her thoughts on that.
No, I think what we have is, I think we have disagreement about our legal requirement to appoint a board member. And we're in
Statute
disagreement.
doesn't allow
But I think
Do
we're
we
in
state it?
disagreement about
Yeah.
the timetable that this board unanimously agreed
Well,
upon.
like I
And-
said.
And I don't know if belaboring that point is going to help us reach a consensus any faster.
Well, how
We're at
long
an
do we plan on
impasse.
being here tonight? Because when does it come to, when do we decide we just need to adjourn and be done for the night? And we won't do any business, and I don't know how that's gonna affect our bills and things we need to
There
get
are,
done.
Yep, a
But
lot of business on here tonight.
that we
that's not
can't
getting
get done. So
I'm-
I
I'm-
just don't think we're gonna get it done tonight.
I'll share my opinion on that, and I'm gonna share my opinion not based on what I want to do, but based on my understanding of the rules and the options that we have moving forward. We're at an obvious impasse. Three of us
Yes,
want to do one
yes.
thing, three of us want to do another
Yeah,
thing.
We're not gonna.
That puts us in a position where we can sit here and we can either make a decision, which I get the feeling that we're not going to, or we can continue spinning our wheels until we make a decision. Or 3 members would have to stand up and break quorum, and that would force us to adjourn, and that would force us to not settle this business until the 18th, because unlike one of my predecessors as board chair, I will not unilaterally schedule a special meeting without board approval, unless it's very clear that I have the authority to do so. In that situation, none of the business on tonight's agenda would be handled, which includes the board bills, and I don't remember the exact total of the board bills. We would not accept donations. We would not accept retirements. We would not accept the financial audit, and most consequentially, we would not certify property taxes payable in 2026, which, if we do not approve, will cost the district in excess of $20 million. Therefore,
What
it is
does it
my
do by-
prerogative personally, and this is where I'm going to shift from my interpretation of what the rules state and express my personal opinion, is I will stay here as long as it takes to make an appointment this evening so that we can complete our business as planned.
Well, it's not gonna happen.
No, it's not.
So in that case,
I guess we should just adjourn.
3 members would have to be willing to break quorum, or 4 members would have to vote to adjourn. That is my understanding of the rules. And if, we've essentially been here for another 45 or 50 minutes, it's 9:50, we can recess until 10. If members want to give that some time to think.
No, I don't need to
Mr. Chair, would
Don't need
it
a
also be your opinion that a majority of the board could amend this resolution?
Right.
Yes,
to
yes.
free
I-
up
We
the
need to
board
amend
to-
it. 'cause we
Thank you
could
for,
get
thank you
our-
for pointing that out. I
get
didn't
our
point out
business
that
done.
scenario.
It's
A
ridiculous.
majority of the board could amend the resolution that we have before us. I do not get the feeling that a majority of the board is willing to do that. And I will note that with the special order of business, is the special order of business does persist. So any attempt to adjourn or break quorum this evening would only perpetuate this to our next board meeting. And we would be in the exact same position that
Well,
we're in tonight.
we're not gonna.
Well, I move to table this
I
and
do
move on
too.
to other business.
I second
I think
that.
this is breaking the law,
It's like-
holding this over not getting our business work done.
It's not
I think it
gonna.
violates
A
the
motion to
law.
table would not be in order due to the fact that it would violate the rules.
Well,
Yep,
then
and
we'll
I'm
have
pretty
to go.
certain that it
So we're back to
violates, the
discussion.
resolution violates the law, that we're not doing our work, our agenda, and what's on.
In
our
that case, I'm going to suggest another recess for 10 minutes,
I think I should
and
just
we'll
go.
reconvene at, let's make it 10:03. All right, we are in recess. The regular school board meeting for Forest Lake Area Schools, Thursday, December 4th, back to order. Member Clerk, please take the roll call of attendance.
Okay, Member Corcoran.
Here.
Member Antonsen is here. Member Christensen.
Here.
Member Castle.
Here.
Member Rebbeline.
Here.
And Member Tyson.
Here.
Everybody's here.
All right, we're back in session. We're still discussing item 7.1, the selection of an applicant to fill a board vacancy. Been trying to brainstorm how we can keep this discussion both positive and constructive in getting a board member appointed here this evening as we've laid out in the rules and are obligated to do here by state law. One thought that comes immediately to mind is when we went back, let's go back very early in the meeting when we first started discussing this. We all went around and we discussed who our top candidate was. At the end of that, we whittled it down to essentially 3 individuals, that being Mr. Dobinzinski, Mr. Smith, and Mrs. Durango. So what I was going to suggest is that we just go around the table, and I'm happy to do this on paper if members would prefer, but we do have to disclose that. We cannot have any secret ballots here tonight. And just say, let's select our top 2 from those 3 candidates to see if we can find some sort of a consensus and move forward in a positive and meaningful way.
Point of order?
I don't think so.
Yes.
I feel like this isn't a legal meeting anymore.
Why?
Are we sure that this is a legal meeting?
We have a
That
quorum?
we've been here and we haven't done our business?
Yes.
Is that?
Yes,
'Cause
your
I
point.
found in here that it's not legal.
No, Member Tyson, your point is not well taken. This is absolutely a legal meeting. We are just stuck on an agenda item, and that, if you remember
And
right.
you put it at the front instead of the end, so we haven't done any of our business. It doesn't
Member
feel
Tyson,
legal.
again, that was an agenda that was set up in accordance with the rules that this board established, and was unanimously accepted by this body prior to the meeting beginning.
It just
Your-
feels
your-
illegal, it can be amended, it can be tabled.
Your point
there's
is
lots
not
of
well
options.
taken.
Well,
I
you can't
have.
squash my.
I have had personal concerns about the legality of meetings before. When I had those concerns, I did inquire with legal counsel, and they advised that I remove myself from the meeting. That is certainly an option for you this evening. If you feel that we are proceeding unlawfully, you have the option to remove yourself.
I don't have concerns. I'm really
But
getting concerned.
that said, your point is not well taken, and we are absolutely operating in a legal manner. We have a quorum, we are on the schedule. Sure, we've had a few recesses, but that doesn't change the legality of the meeting whatsoever. So my suggestion was we narrowed this down very quickly to 3 potential candidates, being Mrs. Durango, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Dobinzinski. I would like to suggest that each of the 6 of us select 2 names off of that list for consideration that we are open and willing to accept as board members. And I'll start that with with Member Tyson.
And is that, the 5?
No, the 3 that we narrowed it down to
So
very
name
early in
names.
this process.
What?
Oh, see.
So I'm gonna write down their names.
So it's
Okay, I will repeat their names
Jim's-
again.
Okay.
Just,
Mrs. Laura Durango,
Okay.
Mr. Jim Smith, and Mr. Scott Dobinzinski. When we first started on action item 7.1, we narrowed it down to those 3 candidates. So what I'm going to ask the board, in an attempt to have positive and constructive dialogue moving forward, is to please pick 2 names off of that list that you would be open to considering to fill the vacancy, and hoping that that will encourage some positive dialogue so that we can move forward.
Okay.
Okay, so Member Tyson, please,
So.
who are your 2 names?
My 2 names, and we already have had a vote on one, is Jim Smith
Okay,
and Scott D.
okay, thank you. Member Castle,
Mr. Dobinzinski and Mrs. Durago.
okay. Member Antonsen,
Mrs. Duragu and Mr. Dobozinski.
okay. Member Corcoran,
I just have one name, Jim Smith. I don't have two.
Okay, so you're not even open to having a dialogue on two of those finalist
No,
individuals?
I can't accept either candidate, no.
Okay, Member Christensen?
The same, just only Jim Smith. We've already talked about the other candidates ad nauseum, so
Okay.
I just have one.
So we are on Jill.
And I believe back in the voting, I think Mrs. Drongo only got 2 votes, because I believe you were a no, Mr. Redline, weren't you?
On the original,
I
on one of the amendments
Yeah, I
way
concur
back.
on
No,
what-
actually, it was Mr. Dobanzinski that I voted against, and I voted against so I can exercise my right to make a motion to reconsider. I do fully support Scott, so my no vote in the motion for Scott was so that I could make a motion to reconsider in hopes that the individual who made that motion would, I guess, negotiate in good faith. So in my case, my 2 finalists would be Scott and Laura as well. I do believe that Laura is a big lift. It's a big ask, just based on comments that I've heard here this evening. But we do have consensus for 4 members around the consideration of Scott Dobanzinski. Would we like to discuss Scott further or move straight to a resolution to approve Mr. Dobanzinski?
To approve him for what?
To appoint him to this position this evening?
No. Absolutely not.
You just stated not 2 minutes
Yeah, we
ago.
need to bring it to a vote. I call the vote on him.
I just asked if you would like to have a vote.
Yes, have a vote.
Okay, let me start over. I asked board members to pick through the 3 finalist candidates that we identified very early this evening. I started with Member Tyson, and Member Tyson picked Mr. Smith and Mr. Dobanzinski as members that she would be willing to accept as an appointed board member this evening. I asked Member Castle the same question, and he pointed out Mr. Dobanzinski and Mrs. Durango. I asked Member Antonsen, and she stated Mr. Dobanzinski and Mrs. Durango. I asked Member Corcoran, and she only stated that she was willing to have discussions on Mr. Smith. I asked Member Christensen, she also stated that she was only willing to have discussions on Mr. Smith. Myself, my opinion is I am willing to have discussions on Mrs. Durango and Mr. Dobanzinski. By my count, that gives us 4 board members who are willing to accept Mr. Dobanzinski as a board member this
No, I did not say that.
evening.
You asked for 2 out of the 3, and I gave you that.
You did.
Point of inquiry, can you have Joy look back? I think we already voted on Scott.
We did, but we have not eliminated anybody from consideration. And if you want to, I guess, unpack that, we already voted on Mr. Smith, and he was rejected as well.
So those 2 are.
But we have not officially rejected anybody. We
Right.
just had failed resolutions.
I'm well aware of that. Okay.
Okay. What I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to encourage continued dialogue. And I was actually very happy that you were willing to continue the discussion on Mr. Dobanzinski. He was the only individual that received 4 indicators that they were willing to discuss Mr.
Which is just an
Dobanzinski.
indicator.
Yeah, it doesn't behold you to anything.
I know
It
that.
just means that you are willing to have a discussion, which is incredible. In fact, I'm very
Well, I just wanna
encouraged.
share.
No, I'm encouraged by that. I think that's great. That means the lines of communication are open. Other board members were not able to identify 2 individuals they were willing to discuss, so thank you for that, Member Tyson.
And I want to discuss Member Corcoran's motion that we should table this,
We
and we
res-
should have them come back.
We
so
disposed,
can have-
we disposed of that motion. That
Well,
is
that's what I'm
a
going to
done
say
deal.
when it's my turn to discuss, is that.
Okay, so what I'm
I
ask-
don't know him, I'm not going to.
What I'm asking the board is, do we want to proceed? There was only 1 individual that received the interest of 4 board members to have a discussion on. Would we like to proceed with a further discussion on that individual?
No,
No,
no.
I just said what I wanted to discuss.
Okay, does anybody else have any other suggestions for how we can carry this discussion forward in a productive and constructive manner so that we can proceed with the business that we have before us this evening?
I move to close the discussion. We've
There
had the
is,
discussion.
Member Tyson, we've gone over this ad nauseum. There is no motion on the table. There is no question to call. That motion is out of order.
Okay.
Can we please stop doing that and just, we're wasting too much time.
Yeah, okay. So, like
Member
I've said
Corcoran.
many times, that we're at an impasse. What can we do so we can get to our, to pay the bills? We got to do some of our board business.
Couldn't agree more. I think
So,
we need to acquiesce
but
behind
we
the
have to
individual.
move that special, we have to move it. We have to be able to do our business. Because, I mean, we're not going to get to an answer tonight. I 100% don't think we will. And are we just going to be here spinning our wheels for the next 4 hours? I mean, do you guys want to be here till 1 in the morning?
I am willing to do whatever I need to do the
Well,
business of the district.
I move to
I
dispose.
have voted several times this evening.
I move to dispose of the agenda item,
Yeah.
7.1.
Yeah, I know. It just,
Is there a
move
second?
it.
Second.
I'll second.
All right,
I'd
what
like
is
to
that?
adjust
What
it.
is that motion?
Our-
I've never heard of a motion to dispose. Can you please
Yeah.
explain that to me?
We need to just dispose of 7.1. We are getting nowhere
That-
with it. Dispose of the
The
resolution.
motion is out of order. I'm not aware of any motion. Well, hold on, before I make a ruling, let me look up a motion to dispose. I
I
do
just
not
want-
believe that there's a motion to
We
dispose.
just need to move it so we can get something done.
We have a lot of unhappy people on the live stream, it's all I'm saying.
If that is our concern, I know how to make people happy, and that is to settle this business.
No. You're wrong.
We need to get to the matter at hand, our bills. Vendors won't get paid.
There
there's
is
gonna
no
be
motion
trouble.
to
There's
dispose.
gonna be
That
trouble.
motion is found to be out of order. All right, can
Well-
we proceed to some discussion then?
I'm done.
Mr. Chair, if I can maybe provide a point of consideration again.
Sure.
I
Please
think
do.
there's the potential, and maybe it would warrant, I've said it before, but warrant some independent perspective on the current resolution holding us, binding us to this process.
It's not good.
That once action has already been taken and impasse is reached, what impact or effect does that have on the resolution passed on November 20th, beholding the board to this process?
We need to
And
do something.
when Terry Morrow from MSBA opined on this today, as you pointed out, he was not aware of this resolution. Giving him an opportunity to provide an opinion to the board on the status of this resolution in light of the votes already taken on 7.1 and the apparent impasse that the board is at. What effect does that have? And an opinion of that sort could be helpful to the board. Yes, it would delay this process, but it would at least provide some clarity to that.
I think that's an excellent thing to ask. Member Christensen, would the opinion of Mr. Morrow change your approach here this evening at all?
Well, considering I wouldn't be able to talk to him until tomorrow, I guess I don't know, what do you mean? Like, we would have to table this to get his opinion. I do have some questions about a special order. I understand that you keep saying the special order and we all agreed to this certain date.
Yeah.
You know, when I was looking up special order today, it says, my understanding is a special order compels consideration, not consensus. A special order cannot be used to force a particular outcome, which is, I feel like we're kind of at now. We're trying to use this special order of business to compel.
No, the special rule that we put in place that stated that we would adopt a resolution. A resolution is what the hang-up is. The special order just gives the order of business precedence in the meeting. That's what the special order is.
But
So there's two parts here, Member Christensen. The first one being the special order of business that gives it priority on the agenda, and it being classified as the special order gives it the highest priority, so a special order of business would not bump this to secondary priority. And the other piece was the, essentially the rule that we passed stating that we would, let me get the language correct, that we would adopt a resolution naming one of the second finalists to fill the seat this evening. So that is a special rule, and if you do look at the rules of order, and I'm excited that you're digging into this, you will see that special rules adopted by any body supersede.
Don't patronize me, please.
They supersede
Don't talk to
any
me.
other rule that's defined within the book. So does that provide clarification as to what we're discussing? We've gone over it a few hundred times this evening.
Well, I also feel like this is, you know, to Dr. Massey's possible point, to have someone else look at this. I mean, you are the arbitrator of all this and making the decisions.
I am
and
simply trying to keep us on track.
you are, you know, handling all the rules and all this, so I am just wondering if it would be helpful, as you keep saying, to lower the temperature, take a break, come back to this on the 18th. We can amend the resolution, we've already said that. Have or Mr. Morrow or other people, I don't know, our legal counsel, help us out. I mean, there's, yeah, it just.
Member Parker.
But also, one of you three could amend that.
We could.
You could, and at this point, I mean, by changing the date or doing something that's gonna give us a little more time to figure this out, because, like I say, this is not, it's gonna, we're at a huge impasse, and I don't see it getting fixed tonight.
Yeah, to that point, and I guess even to Dr. Massey's point with querying Mr. Morrow, I do not support delaying this in any way, shape, or form beyond this evening. And that's my opinion. I think the board set a really good timeline that fits with the schedule, the work
Well,
that we need
it was our
to
intent.
do, the priorities that we need to achieve early in the new year is well suited by having a seventh individual appointed to the board this
We're not
evening.
gonna-
That is my personal feeling on
we're not-
the possibility of discussing this with Mr. Morrow or really any outside individual. Member Antonsen, how do you feel about delaying this process so we can discuss it further with Mr. Morrow?
Well, I thought that's what Mr. Massey was doing today, was talking about, I mean, if there was a problem, then we could have taken care of that today before this meeting.
Yeah,
I think-
I'm not so sure, sorry to interrupt.
Oh.
I'm not so sure that he was aware of this, the
Oh.
resolution passed on November 20th and its impact
Gotcha.
on the process
Right.
pertaining
He
to
did
talk to
special
He
order of
did
business.
mention that, didn't he?
Yep.
And I would like to seek legal counsel, too.
Do you,
Well,
are you open to the idea of postponing the discussion on this? As I shared, I am
No.
not. Okay.
I mean-
Member Castle?
Be here all night.
All agreed to do this tonight.
Okay.
Oh.
Member Tyson, would you
So-
like, are you open to the idea of postponing this evening?
Definitely.
Okay, so
And
we were at a
can I go back
3-3
to my
impasse.
Concern about now that I feel like we're in an illegal meeting, because was the public adequately made aware that we had this special order of business meeting?
It was on tonight's agenda, yes.
But they
It
don't
We,
know
just
what-
said special
we
meeting.
passed it in an open board meeting on November 20th. I
I'm
do
feeling like they weren't
not,
adequately
I do not
aware
know
of this
how much
meeting.
more we can belabor
it
that
says
point.
special business right here.
Yeah, but was it previously made aware?
Yes,
to the
on
public?
11/20, when we passed that resolution, it was very
In the-
clear that this was the special
Okay.
order of business.
This-
I do not find it constructive to continually
Yeah, we're
reiterate
clarifying.
on that
Clarifying.
point.
It's important to clarify, don't you
That
agree?
It is important to
Yes.
clarify,
How the
but we
public is being
we
affected by us not
unanimously
doing our
agreed to
business.
this timeline. So why are we not settling the business?
So,
Yeah, it doesn't have to be settled tonight.
Member Corcoran.
We're,
okay, so,
I have, okay.
I'm sorry, we are all adults here, and we're, and I feel like we're just getting, we're not acting like we should be. I feel like we are we're definitely at an impasse, and I don't see us coming out of this. I mean, how long do people have to wait for us to make a decision? Will not happen tonight. Are we gonna be here till 5 in the morning or 6, or just keep going? And we have commitments and things it's getting ridiculous at this point.
The
I'm sorry.
commitment we
It's
made to
getting-
the public
I know
was
we
that we
made a
would make a
commitment,
decision
but I
this
made the
evening.
commitment that we would make every attempt to come up to consensus. Clearly, we're not. I mean, as adults in our world, we have other commitments we have to make as well. I mean, I have to work tomorrow.
So
People
when
have
we-
commitments. So are we just gonna, it just seems like we're just gonna keep rattling and rattling and rattling.
When we came back from recess, I asked members who they were even willing to have discussions on.
Yeah, and I know.
Members aren't even willing to discuss.
No, because I
options. So
think he's
I don't-
unsuitable. He's unsuitable in
did.
my eyes, so I will never change my mind. So, and if she doesn't, and she doesn't, and you three won't, we'll never decide.
I've opened this up half a dozen
So,
times to
I-
discussing
Yeah, so
other
we're done.
finalists as well.
Yeah, but
I
you
make a
won't support
motion to
Andy.
rescind the resolution.
We need
I make a
to,
motion to rescind
I
the
second that.
resolution.
We need to do
Okay,
something.
we have a motion and a second to rescind the November
Yeah, it's
20th
just time.
We need to
resolution.
move on.
Is there any discussion on rescinding the November 20th resolution? No? All right, I'll throw my 2 cents in. I think it's a terrible idea. I think it's going back on the commitment we made to the
Oh,
public,
they
and I
don't
think
care.
it puts our legal obligation of appointing a board member at jeopardy, because we are just going to be in this position again in the next board meeting. That's my personal thought on that.
Then we're just not gonna do business.
Yes,
I have discussion.
I would agree with
Yeah,
that.
Member Tyson?
Go. I feel like we have plenty of time to make this appointment and do it in the proper way. This is not the proper way, and this is not getting to our work at hand. That makes it even more ludicrous that you're
it
just making us be stranglehold over this process. This can be rescinded, it can be tabled. There are a lot of options, and just that you are not considering it is just not good for our community at all.
Member Atkinson?
Oh, you know, it's getting late and I lost my thought, so it'll come back to me maybe when
Okay. Do we have any other discussion on rescinding the November 20th
Oh, I do, yeah.
resolution? You do?
So,
Okay.
again, the majority was, you guys wanted to have this process. So we are doing the process the way you wanted to do it, on the timeline you wanted, and now today you don't want to do it.
That's
And
not true.
It's not accurate.
That's not true.
Oh, well, okay, what is accurate?
That is not accurate, and.
How is
the
it not, how is it not
resolution
accurate?
was kind of wordsmithed and
Hey.
had special
Okay,
order
hey.
business,
This-
and.
this isn't-
Then it
And-
comes out to a special
Member Tyson,
meeting,
this is not,
clear.
this is not constructive. Please remain constructive.
None of this is constructive.
Yeah, it's.
You know, when the, I would. just
Member
like the
Atkinson,
opposite.
you were,
When this-
you were
When the
commenting.
board chair was seated 2 years ago, he asked, what do you guys use during the board meetings as meeting rules or to run your meetings? And you said Robert's Rules of Orders, and so did multiple other people on the board at that time.
I think everybody in the universe uses it, right?
Yeah.
It's a
And-
guide.
I know, but
It's
then so
actually a
why
guide,
is there
not
so
a
many
tool to twist
constant
things around.
accusations about something being snuck?
Accusations?
Yes, it
It's
is.
observation.
Oh, well, that's a creative flipping of
Is
words.
that- Okay.
Yes.
Yep, so
Well-
we're not doing our work and our business that's on our agenda, and our community is not happy.
Thank you.
That's
Motion
not
on
how
the table.
boards
We do.
operate.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to rescind the
do.
November 20th resolution. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, since it's a motion to rescind a resolution, I'm going to ask the clerk to please take the roll call.
Is this Member Tyson's?
This is Member
Motion.
Tyson's motion to rescind the November 20th resolution, which I guess the best way to summarize that resolution would be that we would no longer have any finalists, because this establishes the finalist process. This establishes the timeline for the appointment, And this also establishes the process that we used for applicant interviews, which would be a moot point since that
Just
has
a
been completed.
continuation.
Is that, is the motion that's on the table clear to everybody on what we are voting on here? Okay, a motion in the affirmative is to essentially remove this requirement. A motion in opposition is to proceed and to hopefully work on adopting a resolution this evening. All right, Member Clerk.
Okay, Member Corcoran.
Yes.
Member Antonsen votes no. Member Tyson.
Yes.
Member Christensen.
Yes.
Member Castle.
No.
Member Ebeline.
No. All right, that motion fails. We're back to item 7.1 on appointing an individual.
So I would offer maybe a point of refinement to what I offered before, if I can.
Sure.
And that would be trying to get some clarity around whether or not this resolution compels the board to a process
Right.
versus compels the board to an outcome. And I think part of the challenge I feel the board is facing is it clearly compels a process. But does it have the authority, if you will, to compel an outcome? I think there's been due consideration of the process. I think it's been followed very well according to this resolution. But does it have the authority as a resolution to compel an outcome of the board? And some legal opinion of that might be helpful for the board.
I agree.
I agree.
We need a lawyer.
I think the challenge there, though, is that the only way to get that opinion is to violate the resolution.
Well,
Well, we made the
The board would have
resolution.
the
yeah, we can
authority
amend
to-
it. We need to change it or adopt it, just
It's our
revise it a
resolution.
little
Yeah,
bit.
so we either accept to amend the resolution and do it in an alternative manner, or we agree to carry out the resolution as agreed upon by the board.
Which
And as I mentioned earlier,
gonna happen.
my role as board chair in this process is just to make sure that we adhere to the rules, the law, and the resolution that was put before us,
But-
and
wow.
recommend that we proceed.
But we're the ones that made the rule, so we can
Which
amend the rule.
we as a
That's
majority-
best for us.
We as a majority can amend it should we see
And we
fit.
should.
And I feel like there's at least 3 of us here that are
Well-
very happy with the process that was
We'll just
agreed
stay all
upon.
night then.
Member Christensen.
I'd like to go back to revisiting
You're happy with it.
Robert's Rules of Order a little bit. And again, my understanding is the chair must maintain impartiality when presiding and may not use their position to influence the substance of the vote. And it feels to me like, what I started out this whole discussion about, the chair is required to maintain fairness, neutrality, proper procedures. Chair must avoid using their role to dominate or pressure the board. Chair must preserve order and decorum and ensure fair and equal treatment of members. And I feel
Thank you for outlining my responsibilities here this evening in such a
Good
verbose
reminders.
manner.
you've interrupted me again multiple times this evening. I was speaking.
Please get to your point.
My point is, I feel like you are using your position, we all are only one vote here. And I
Agreed.
feel like you are using your position to try to do these things, to dominate or pressure the board, say that you're going to keep us here all night long until we agree to your preferred candidate. We have a preferred candidate too. If you guys want to end this, you can vote for our guy. So I feel like you're abusing your
So-
position.
Help me understand that.
Yep, that's exactly.
I'm
I concur.
abusing, you're accusing me of abusing my position because I'm trying to keep us on task in accordance with the rules that we agreed to. And you just stated that I am attempting to pressure you to vote for my person, and then you completely flipped 180 degrees and said, but you could fix this just by voting for my guy. We are all one vote. You are correct in that statement. And you just did what you accused me of doing, and I can assure you, I am not doing that. I am simply trying to follow the process that we outlined in the rules.
Well, Member Chair, I will say that you have said things such as like, I will comment on such and such a motion. I totally disagree with that motion. I'm not going to do that.
And
You
that
know,
is my prerogative as a board member.
and you're interrupting me again, yes.
No, that's out of order, Member Chair.
Okay, I would suggest you read the rules further and determine whether or not the chair is an active participant in the meeting or not. I think you will find that I have the active right to participate in the meeting. It is my right to express my opinion just as it is yours.
Point of order, I think it would be disingenuous to anyone at the table to imply that member chair is the only one that's ever interrupted anybody at this table.
Thank you, Member Atkinson.
I'd like to make a motion to redo our resolution.
Second that.
We have the power to redo our resolution. It's our resolution.
We do.
It's true.
But the
So,
motion requires
and then we'll need to vote.
an actual resolution. So if you're going to make a motion to redo the resolution, please put forward either a proposal
Yeah.
to redo the resolution.
So to redo the resolution, we give ourselves more time. We move it to the 12/18 meeting.
Member Tyson, you're misunderstanding the
No.
directive. I
No.
can't take a motion before the board unless the motion is declarative in what it is we're going to do.
Yeah, we're
Re-
going to rewrite the
Redoing
special.
the resolution is
orders.
not a motion. It is simply a wish list. You need to state the motion reads this, I would like to amend it to read this, we need specifics in order to take a motion.
So I'd like to amend our resolution
I understand that, and
to move the date to 12/18.
we just considered that business has been disposed of. We literally just did that with member
So I feel like you
courtrooms.
have a lot of inflexibility at the cost of everybody sitting here, the community that's live streaming, lots of inflexibility. And, you know, whenever I bring up something I want to do, you're constantly correcting me, which I appreciate.
I agree,
This
member.
is a guide for us, the Roberts Rules. So I think we have lots of options.
Would,
What would you like to do? Why don't you come up with an option that,
Member Tyson, would you do me the favor of looking in the rule book as you proposed and finding the rule on how to handle a dilatory motion or a motion that's made repetitively?
well,
Do you
there
know
is
that rule off the
dilatory
top of your head?
motion. There is dilatory motion.
There
that
is.
thwarts
And this
forward
motion,
work.
yes, a motion that repeats the exact motion that was just given is dilatory in nature, it is out of order, and it is not something that the board needs to take
So
up.
you're
We
good at correcting
literally
me on Robert's
just
rules.
did
I get that, but that doesn't help us make a solution for
And-
tonight's event.
and making the
Dilatory
motion-
39.1, a motion is dilatory if it seeks to obstruct or thwart the will of the assembly, right here,
Thank you,
as
Member Tyson.
clearly indicated.
Thank you,
And
Member
you're
Tyson.
thwarting.
And the will of the assembly, as stated through the resolution, is that the special order of business adopting a resolution naming one of the select finalists to fill his seat vacated by Member Haglund shall be scheduled to take place at the December 4th, 2025 board meeting.
Why don't you
The
put
special
forth a
order of
motion?
business of adopting a resolution, that is where we are. Any motion that counters that is dilatory in nature. And now that you point that out, I probably should have called any attempt to delay that as out of order, since that is the will of this body. It was unanimously decided by this body that we will settle this business tonight. I am doing my best to preside over this as fairly as I possibly can.
You could come up with
But
some
continuing
solutions.
personal attacks
You're not
on
being
me
personally
simply
attacked.
because I'm chairing the meeting is completely uncalled for,
Yeah, you're not being
unprofessional.
personally attacked, you're asked to come up with solutions.
And I've continually provided options, and the board has been unwilling to discuss those options. I asked for names of individuals that we would like to discuss. You named an individual, and then you immediately refused to discuss them. 2 other board members refused to even address the question. I am doing everything I can to try to continue positive dialogue moving forward. Member Christensen.
I wonder if we could have Joy or someone do sort of a recap. Where are we at? How many times have we voted for each candidate? What is the situation? How many votes have we taken? I don't, if that is helpful to kind of see where we're at, who's.
And I'd like to.
I like that idea.
That's good. I just want to come.
Joy, I know you have an extensive pile of notes.
You've had 5 roll call votes so far.
Do you have any
5.
idea? I remember we voted for Mr. Smith and we voted no. We had an amendment to try to amend Mr. Smith's resolution to Mrs. Durango. We voted no on that one. And I also remember a vote for Mr. Dobanzitsky that failed 3-3 as well. Is my recollection correct? Or do we have other things in place there where we've attempted to appoint members?
I would prefer,
Or individuals?
could she read them? I would prefer that she read them.
Sure.
Kind of in order.
Sure.
Jim and Scott and Laura have all been no.
Yeah, it's been a good crowd.
While she's doing that, could I ask a question? Or should we have to wait for Steve?
No, I don't see any reason that you can't ask a question.
Okay. I'm getting a little brain fogged. So if, I've asked it before, so if we cannot come to a conclusion, how long are we willing to sit here? Is there an end time?
Does each board member want to opine on that themselves?
I just was curious.
Do you want to start and offer it?
I don't know, what is it, 10:30?
We are being asked
My
that
phone just
question.
died. I don't have a watch. What time is it?
It's 10:40.
I mean, I don't know. I think we have to have an end time, because otherwise this is, I don't know.
It's not productive.
It is.
At all.
Spinning our wheels.
I'm willing to sit here as long as it takes to reach a resolution myself.
Well, I don't think we're gonna get one, so unless you can, I just wish we could come up with some creative way to get there. And I don't know what that is, and I'm usually full of options
I know.
in my world, so I don't have any, and that's pretty upsetting to me.
I hate
many
the idea
ideas?
of breaking quorum. I remember, Tyson, do you have something to add to that?
We're gonna have
that
to
discussion?
leave.
Well, I think that, Member Chair, you could come up with some options. You're kind of in charge, you're kind of facilitating the work. I think you could come up with some options besides trying to force discussion.
Sure.
Which we've already had plenty of. I've said everything I'm gonna say about everybody, and we've put our vote forward, you've put your vote forward. So you could come up with some creative solution
That would be great.
or idea.
I think
I offered to rescind the.
I have an idea I'll propose here as soon as, Joy's still working through the notes here. I want to, well, actually, let me ask, is the board still interested in Joy's summary?
Yes, I
A
am.
little bit, I'm waiting.
Okay,
with my
then,
pen.
then we'll wait for that.
It's gonna be a few, I mean, I've got like 15 pages of notes.
Oh, my
It's gonna be a
God.
few.
Put her through that.
How about the last?
Okay, maybe I'll make my proposal, and this will give Joy a little bit of time here, because what I'm thinking is, when we started this
Starting to
appointment
write
process,
times down.
we worked in committees. And we had the 2 committees, myself, Member Atkinson and Member Castle, and then Member Corcoran, Member Christensen, and Member Tyson. Does the board feel that it would be productive to break back into those 2 committees to discuss this, not privately, it would be an open, one of us would have to meet in the boardroom. I would suggest you 3 meet in the boardroom again, and we go meet in the conference room. To
No.
brainstorm to see, can we come up with any ideas? Because I really want to work past this. That's the first idea that I have in mind.
Wow.
And
I'm
if we
usually
can
not
do
a
that
pessimist,
for
but I'm
even
pessimist.
15 or 20 minutes, maybe we can make some constructive headway, and that will give Joy some time to to get the answers to your previous inquiry.
I'm not interested in that, Mr. Chairman.
No, me either.
Okay.
No,
No, all
but
right.
thank you, but no.
Would, let me throw out another suggestion in the same vein. Would the board find value into breaking into 3 committees? Myself and Member Corcoran, Member Christensen and Member Antonsen, and Member Castle and Member Tyson, to see if some common ground can be found by any of those 2 groups.
No, not
No,
interested.
no.
No.
Okay.
But, yeah,
Does anybody have any other suggestions?
well, I suggest we adjourn. I mean, we're at an impasse, and I don't see any way, unless we had a whole different candidate pool, maybe, but right now,
Well, I feel really bad for my community that I represent,
I
and I
know,
would
I know.
love to move it to the end and do
Mhm.
our business.
mm-hmm,
That is our priority, is what's
I
on
know.
our agenda and what our business is tonight.
I know.
So I feel like I'm being held over a barrel, not
We-
being able to do what I'm here to do.
We addressed that motion earlier this
Okay,
evening
tried.
too,
Just
which would make it
saying,
dilatory.
You
I
want,
tried.
Dilatory.
okay. But I would like to ask the clerk to read the resolution again for us.
From November 20th.
Oh, are you talking to
Yeah.
me? I didn't know if you were pointing at
No,
her and
you, the clerk, if you could read the resolution again in
the
full.
entire thing. I mean, it's in, our,
Yeah, but
in the minutes.
I think to read it, because I feel like our public community was not aware of this, and they don't know what this resolution is, that we're going round and round for
Well, it's
hours on end, so.
in
If you could
the-
read it, it would help.
Does it start at therefore be it resolved? Member Chair?
What's
Does
that?
this resolution start right here at the there,
No,
or is it down
actually
here?
Starts at the whereas and
Alrighty.
goes all the way through.
Okay, sorry, everybody. Whereas the board previously established that applications to fill the vacancy would be accepted and that committees would select individuals, finalists, to join the highest unelected vote getter in the 2024 election, candidate. And whereas after reviewing the applicants, Mrs. Laura DiRago has been identified as the highest unelected vote getter in the 2024 election among the applicants. And whereas the board previously established that the committees shall meet on December 1st at 5 p.m. at the Forest Lake Area Schools District Office to determine their finalists. Therefore, be it resolved by the School Board of Forest Lake Area Schools ISD 831 as follows. Mrs. Laura DiRago is named as the preferred finalist as the highest unelected vote getter in the 2024 election. 2, the school board is establishing 2 committees to meet to each select up to 2 finalists in addition to Mrs. DiRago. 3, the first committee shall consist of members Corcoran, Tyson, and Christensen. The second committee. What?
It's got the wrong verbiage in there with the highest vote getter, or with the.
Well, I know, but I think this was written and then later on in the
Because
meeting.
one that is in the minutes has different verbiage.
It's the,
Oh, it does.
oh,
Yeah, it
this
does.
is the one I
It
printed
should
off
be in
the
your board
minutes.
packet this evening.
This is the one I
Looked at
printed
it.
off the minutes at home.
This
So-
says Laura Durango has been identified as the highest unelected
What did I?
vote getter, and you said the highest, you said the preferred.
Oh, I know, but that's because that changed at the end of the meeting, but this is what I
But that's not the
printed.
resolution you guys approved.
All right, well, so
Doesn't
this is the
matter.
one I printed off today at 2:30 something. So,
Oh, it
Can you
actually
read it
does.
out
It
of your board
says,
packet then?
it does say number 1 out of that.
Clerk?
Out of the board packet, it does say, therefore be it resolved, number 1, Mrs. Laura Duranga is named as the preferred finalist as the highest unelected vote getter in the 2024 election.
That isn't the one we approved.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it's number one, it's because she's got preferred finalist, but it's the highest unelected vote getter.
Yeah.
My fault.
Okay.
Yep, that
I
was,
didn't
I
have
believe,
this.
I believe that was accurate. Yeah, so you may continue from where you were.
okay, so
You were
Let me just
at,
put my
The
glasses
first,
on.
the
It's not-
number 3, first committee shall.
Three.
yeah, you were at number 3.
I'm at number 3. Okay, the first committee shall consist of members Corcoran, Tyson, and Christensen. The second committee shall consist of members Rebeline, Antonsen, and Castle. 4, the committees will meet on December 3rd, 2025 at 5 p.m. at the Forest Lake Area School District's office to interview all applicants using a schedule determined by administration. 5, immediately following the committee meetings, the full board will meet, and each committee shall provide the name of up to 2 selected finalists to the full board. 6, all portions of the December 3rd, 2025 meeting consisting of the full board shall be recorded and streamed online. 7, applicant interviews will be limited to 20 minutes each. Each board member will be given 3 minutes to ask up to 3 questions, the first of which must originate from the list provided by Member Tyson and reflect the question assigned tonight. 8, the special order of business of adopting a resolution naming one of the selected finalists to fill the seat vacated by former member Hagland shall be scheduled to take place at the December 4th, 2025 board meeting. The motion for adoption of the resolution was made by Member Rebeline, duly seconded by Member Antonsen. The vote on adoption of the resolution was as follows. Aye. Members Christensen, Rebeline, Tyson, Castle, Corcoran, Antonsen. Nay, none. Absent, none. Whereupon said resolution was declared duly adopted by Independent School District Number 831, Forest Lake Area School, State of Minnesota, this 20th day of November 2025.
Thank you, Member Antonsen.
So, can I clarify one thing? Can you read who made the motion and who seconded it again?
It was
I thought
Member
you
Rebel-
said Julie.
No,
but-
No.
duly.
Julie.
Okay.
Not me.
Can you just read that part again?
The
please?
motion for adoption of the resolution was made by Member Rebeline, duly seconded by Member Antonsen.
Can I make a motion? Are we in the middle of something?
Yeah, you have a suggestion? Well, we're still waiting on
So we don't
Joy's-
enjoy her 15 pages of
Would
notes.
you like, I have,
If you're ready for it, that would be
so
awesome,
you
Joy.
just want on the candidates that were called to vote on.
Was that the inquiry, Member Tyson?
Yeah, it was.
That was. Thank you.
Okay, so, Member Christensen called, seconded by Tyson, to nominate Jim Smith. It failed. And then,
Do you have what time that was at?
I don't know the exact time, but there was 100 people watching at that point.
Okay. Thank you.
It's early.
The member Rabeline moved, seconded by Castle, to amend the appointment for Jim Smith and change it to appointing Laura Durango instead,
Mm-hmm.
and that failed.
I don't know what to do.
And then, vote. And then vote was called to appoint Jim Smith. Roll call, motion failed. And then motion to move 7.1 to the bottom of the business to become 10.3.
And that failed as well,
That
right?
failed due to, not a majority.
Oh, that was a lack of a second? Or was that a 3-3 as well?
It was a, lack of majority.
Okay.
Discussion doesn't work. Nominate Scott, Christensen called, seconded by Tyson, nominate Scott.
Member
Vote
Christensen
Mm-hmm.
and Member Tyson made the motion to
Yep,
appoint Member Dominzinski?
yes.
Okay.
And then move to close discussion, and this was a stalemate vote.
Mm-hmm.
That
3-3.
failed
Question?
3-3 as well?
Yeah.
I think that was it.
And then, actually, and then it was called on a vote for Member Dominzinski's appointment. Roll call, that actually passed as a 2-4, and then a motion to reconsider was made.
Oh, it failed 2-4.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah. It failed to 2-4, a
What
motion
was
to
that?
reconsider.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
appointment for Mr. Dominzinski failed 2-4.
Okay.
And then there was a motion to reconsider. Did I capture that correctly? Okay, thank you.
And then we adjourned until at 9:10, so that was probably approximately at 8:50,
Okay.
8:55.
And then the motion, just for clarification, the motion to reconsider was immediately,
Yeah, so motion
it
to
emotionally
reconsider,
failed.
and that failed.
Okay.
And then it was inviting them back, and then inviting them back, there came an impasse.
Okay.
Table not in order, and then rescind the 1120 resolution, motion failed. Amend the resolution, and they were told it's not a motion that it's out of order. That's where we are right now.
Thank you very much, Joy. And on behalf of the entire board, I think this is one thing we can all agree on this evening.
Joy's doing
Is that you are
fabulous.
doing an excellent job this
Yeah.
evening.
Thank you,
and
Joy.
we appreciate everything that you're doing for us.
Positive light in the end of the
And
tunnel.
I hope we have a consensus on that. I really do.
So can I
So yes.
make
yeah.
a motion? I'd like to, I think, like I say, we're at an impasse, which I've said probably 50 times, but 51, that I would love to see send this back to Dr. Terrence Morrow to look at the full picture again and to have, because he didn't have the whole picture in his assessment when he sent us this. I'd like to have him revisit it and get some more direction from him and how we can handle this. Because this is going to be a problem for a while. So if we can come to get a little more clarity and a little more help with it, I think it would be beneficial for all of us. I mean, that's, my motion would be, if we could do that.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. If I'm understanding it correctly, we would postpone action on this until a such point in time where
Get some
Mr.
more.
Morrow is able to provide us with some input on how to proceed.
Because we're stuck. And like I say, unless we came up with a whole new list of candidates and maybe more interviews, I have a feeling we're going to be stuck for a while, being realistic.
All right.
So,
Is there any additional discussion on that motion?
I think that's a really good idea. I think that's gonna make me feel more comfortable about what we're doing and not doing our business and what I'm hearing. I think it's just a really good idea. It gives credibility to this process of what we're doing. Just sitting here in this unproductive limbo, I just don't feel like it's helping.
certainly isn't.
And
No.
I think we're making more and more people upset about it the longer this goes. I really do, and I think it's damaging to our work and why we're here. So I think it would be a good motion to consider, I really do.
I can also say that I think it's damaging our relationship on this board at this point. I mean, we had some struggles, but we've been kind of working pretty well on a lot of things. And this is, I think, damaging to our relationships. And if we want to move forward and be a more cohesive board, I think we need to listen and at least look at options at this point. So, it's always trying to find the positive in things, but, yeah, I don't know.
Is there any additional
And
discussion?
we're keeping staff up.
Yeah, Mother
We have
Tyson.
teachers here, our
Mhm.
superintendent's here.
I know, it's
Our
not fair.
Joy is here, she's probably been here. I mean, it's
Are-
kind of cruel. I feel
Mhm.
really sad and horrible right now that we're doing this.
I
I
agree.
think our police officer is still here. I mean, how much do we pay them an hour? They're
We-
just standing.
I think
I
we
released him
we
13
Oh, did
months
we?
ago.
Oh, good.
That's
That's
good.
very
Thank
nice.
goodness.
Good.
But
We
teachers
we
can
have had
teach.
such a great crowd this evening. I didn't
I know.
see any reason that the law enforcement needed to remain here. Yeah.
But staff
So
needs to-
anyway, does anybody feel the way I do?
I do.
Mhm.
Any other discussion on this motion? If it's all right, I'd like to comment as an individual board member, not as chair. I don't support this because I think we're just kicking the can. I think we're going to be in the exact same position in 2 weeks if we do this. And we're going to have the exact same problem, and we're not going to get the job done. And that's my
We're
concern.
not going to get it done.
If there's no other discussion on the motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. Okay, the motion fails 3-1.
No one said anything.
All right. Now we're kind of back to where we started. I guess
Just be done.
I feel compelled to suggest some sort of a committee breakout. I want to, how do we get discussion moving?
No, we can't. I'm done. Done. I'm done. Done now. I agree.
I don't think it's in order to take comments from the, from the community. No, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Karen.
It's unfortunately, it's a board meeting. We need to discuss matters here. Unless, of course, we want to take another brief recess.
No.
Maybe the audience has some really good ideas on how to proceed, and they can help us.
No. There's nothing they can say.
We've been here an hour again. I think it's always good to get up and move, so unless there's an objection, I would propose a 10-minute recess.
I object to a recess. There's no point in it. I mean,
Okay,
You
seeing
have to
that,
take a roll call for a recess.
seeing that there's an objection to the recess, do I have a second motion to
Second.
recess? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the recess?
No, I'll just not say another word.
Okay. I honestly don't know if a recess will be productive, but I feel like we're at a point now where we're essentially just going to be sitting at the table, not even having any discussion. And I think it's important that we continue the dialogue and find a way forward, rather than simply sit at the table. This isn't the kind of fishbowl that people want to view. So my hope in a recess of some sort is that maybe we can have some discussion with the audience members here tonight, and maybe they have some ideas that we haven't discussed or addressed that we can bring back to the board, or maybe we can have some discussions internally and see, is there another possibility that we could explore.
Well, we've been discussing for 4.5 hours, so you
So-
should be realistic.
Is there any other discussion on the motion to recess?
we do not need another recess.
No.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
No.
All right, motion to recess fails. We are back here.
I'm done.
Member Anderson.
I would like to just ask, maybe
Done.
Member Christensen, Member Corcoran, and Member Tyson, what was the point of doing all of that if we're not going to take care of it? This is business. This is part of what we're supposed to do. We are supposed to be a 7-member board.
But you have to agree upon a candidate, and we cannot agree.
Mm.
So that is the problem at hand. Unless we get a whole new pool of candidates
Well-
and somebody new that we can agree on. Because we're never going to agree. I mean, we have to, after 4.5 hours, clearly, we're not going to agree. We could sit here for 20 hours.
And I think part of the not agreeing right now is that the 3 of you are not honoring, whether or not you agree, or some of the people in the gallery agree, I think you are not honoring the people in this district
I've
as a
been
whole.
I've been
I
trying
mean, you
to all
can
night.
say, you know, Member Tyson over there was saying her people in the community are not happy, like she has a sect of people. I don't, you know, I'm saying as a whole.
But you're representing the people that voted for you, right?
I don't call
Yeah.
them my people.
I know,
just-
but it's your constituents.
Let's try to
But that's why I
remove.
say we're doing more damage than
Yeah,
we're
well,
doing good.
let's try not to get personal. I know
No,
it's
but
really
it's
hard.
true.
But let's try to refrain from that.
I feel like it's not a productive meeting.
No.
And
No, I'm
it just
out.
is time to be done. If we're not going to do our business like we're elected to do, and we're a 6-member, highly functioning, seated board,
I would challenge the highly functioning portion
No,
of
at
your
this point,
comment.
tonight,
Highly
it's- tonight it's
functioning.
not.
I guess bills won't get paid and people will get mad, so, I don't know.
Our community wants this process done right, and this has gone wrong.
Member Castle.
So in our resolution, as therefore it be resolved, And number 1, Mrs. Laura Durago is named as the preferred finalist.
We're not voting for her.
I believe we should settle on her because she's preferred and the voters speak. The voters spoke.
We have not considered a motion on a resolution for Mrs. Durango. Is that something that we should consider?
I'd make a motion to consider Mrs. Girago. Or
Okay.
to
Second.
make,
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to appoint Mrs. Laura Durango. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I've already said my piece in my discussion on that. It's in the minutes.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion to appoint Mrs. Durango? Member Castle?
I just want to point out that she is the preferred candidate, the preferred finalist that we all voted on.
Things have changed.
And the voters voted, and she is the next one in line from the previous election. And that would make the most sense to the community. That's the community speaking. And if we are going to honor the community, then we would put Mrs. Durago in.
Honor the community?
yes,
The voters, yes.
Wow.
Member
A
Tyson.
lot has changed.
It's true.
Yep. That's a dangerous thing to say.
Why is that dangerous? Why is that
Yeah,
a
can you
dangerous
expand
thing to
upon that?
say?
No, it is.
Well, if you're going to
I've
claim
already
that
said
it's,
her behavior is not acceptable.
what was her, what,
Oh, you know.
I was there.
Yeah, you were there.
Mm-hmm.
I was not there, Member Tyson. Can you please fill me in?
No, it's in the minutes.
How did it get in the minutes? I don't
Not
remember you saying it.
constructive.
Oh, well, then you should look
It's just
back.
ridiculous.
Ask Joy.
What is the objection to Laura Durango that nullifies 8,706 votes?
Let's
Why
call the
would we
vote.
not
Call the
honor
vote.
the commitment to the
You're
community?
calling the vote, Julie?
Yeah, I'm calling the vote.
Second.
I have
We're
a
s-
motion and a second to call the vote. All those in favor of calling the vote signify by saying aye.
I
Aye.
call the
Those
vote.
opposed?
No.
Okay, that motion fails. Any additional
It's all part of your
discussion?
plan. Just keep going.
Our plan was to get somebody,
No, you're.
my
you're
plan was to get
fulfilling-
somebody appointed.
You're fulfilling
Not-
your plan.
Okay, again, please, with the personal attacks, they're not productive in any way, shape, or form. We have a motion on the table to appoint Mrs. Laura Durango. Is there any additional discussion on that? All right, seeing none, Member Clerk, please take the roll call.
Can you please, it's getting late, can you please repeat exactly what we're voting for, please?
The motion is to appoint Mrs. Durango by resolution. Is that understood?
An affirmative is to select
To
her, a
select
negative
Mrs.
is to
Durango,
not.
a negative would be to pass on Mrs. Durango, yes.
Okay.
All right, are we ready? Member Corcoran.
No.
Member Christensen.
No,
Member Castle.
Yes.
Member Antonsen votes aye. Member Rebbeline.
Aye.
Member Tyson.
No.
Okay, resolution fails.
11:08.
We're right back to where we started. I can force a recess if we deem it that we're at a point where we're just not making any progress.
We should just all be done.
Are we making progress as a board?
No,
Is this being constructive?
no.
In that case, we will recess until 11:20.
It's hard to make process when people
Minutes.
Okay, Member Antonsen is here, Member Castle,
Here.
Member Christensen,
Here.
excuse me, Member Rebbeline,
Here.
Member Corcoran,
Here.
and Member Tyson.
Here.
Everybody's
All
here.
right, all here. Oh, I hope that recess was a good reset for everybody, and they were able to get some cookies and drink and recover some energy. I also hope it brought some clarity of thought to the board members and perhaps some new ideas on how to move forward, how to open dialogue, and how to discuss options on how we can get this business done this evening. I think everybody here has a great interest in moving forward and getting our work done tonight. And I bring that up because I think that's something that all 6 of us at the board table, and most definitely Dr. Massey, who's ex officio in this capacity, I'm sure we all want to move forward. And I think if we can start from that common ground, maybe we can find a way to move forward. Earlier in the evening, prior to recess here, I'd suggested maybe breaking into some subcommittees to talk about how to proceed on the candidates. But maybe the discussion we need to have is breaking into some subcommittees to determine maybe how to proceed. I agree with Member Corcoran, we were talking during the recess about how the back and forth directly amongst board members, it's not productive, it's not constructive to building a team. And I think every one of us here tonight, although we have a difference of opinion, we do want to build a strong team and be a quality representative board for the district and for the community. So I don't know that if it really benefits us in any way to personally attack one another here at the board table. We have very strong views on how we want to move forward with the applicants. We have 2 qualified applicants before us that we seem to have at least some partial board support for. I've tried extremely hard this evening to keep the dialogue positive. One thing that we haven't addressed, and I even hesitate to go there, is addressing the why not. I know there's been some discussion on that on both Mr. Smith and Mr. Dobuzinski tonight. We haven't really gotten too deep on that issue, and to be honest, I'd really like to avoid that, because I don't think that you build a strong team by focusing on the negative aspects of somebody that you don't want. I think you build a strong team by focusing on the very strong positive attributes that you can bring to the team. And I look at the board appointment very similar to my day job when I'm hiring, is who do I want to bring to the team, who can bring value to the team, who can bring diversity of thought to the team, who can bring maybe some of those critical pieces that we're missing. And I think there's an easy argument for both of these candidates from that positive angle, and I'd really like to stick with that. And we just have a difference of opinion on what we need, or what we feel that this board needs to bring more strength to the representatives of our community on this board here for the next year. As Member Corcoran mentioned a couple of times, I feel like it was days ago at this point, but we are talking about a 1-year appointment. This individual will be up for re-election in 11 months. That campaign will start in approximately 8 months. So we're not talking about a great deal of time here, but I think we also need to be respectful of the community in assembling a board that they did elect, and that they expect us to come out the other side with. It's always hard when you have an elected official resign on filling that vacancy, because there's always going to be a little bit of political upheaval, but I would like to think that there's enough enough maturity in the appointment process that you'd be respectful of the community's wishes and bring somebody forward that
That would not be my community.
that would be an accurate representative of the community. I feel like I'm rambling on here, but I guess what I'm getting at is that the bottom line is, I'd like to find a way, a constructive manner to move forward. We've discussed every alternative of postponement and tabling, and I think what the board as a
Getting
collective,
consultation.
what the board as a collective has decided on that option is that we are not interested in it, and that we will have invested these last several hours for moot if we go ahead and do that, because we will be in the exact same position again. Another thing that Member Corcoran and I discussed in the brief recess, we actually covered a lot of ground there in a few minutes. But the possibility of taking additional applicants, that does exist, but it's very possible we'll end up right back in the same spot. We had a strong interest for this role, and we have extremely strong candidates. And I will even admit that although Mr. Smith is not a candidate that I currently get behind, he has a lot of positive qualities that he could bring to the school district. And I would like to think that the three members who are opposed to Mr. Dobinzinski see a lot of positive attributes that he would bring to the board as well. And I hope it's not a stretch to make that assumption of the other board members. So at this point, I would love to stop speaking into the abyss and instead maybe take some recommendations from other board members on possible ways that we can open up the dialogue again. And if that's breaking into subcommittees like I proposed before, maybe that is. If that is having some talk about the specific candidates that we favor, I'm open to that as well. My goal here is just to continue to facilitate this discussion in accordance with the rules that we agreed on, and I would very much like to end the debate on that. I think that is settled business this evening, and figure out a way that we can move forward, because we are getting to the point where it is getting late. I do have a very strong interest in approving the consent agenda. I would like to accept the financial audit and certify the property taxes payable. Those are critical things that we get done for our the district and the community here tonight. There is other business on here that I do think is worthy of being postponed, but I would like to settle 7.1 first. With that great rambling, does anybody have anything to contribute?
Not me. It's all in the minutes.
Okay, if nobody has anything to contribute, then I guess we sit in silence until somebody does.
This is a controlling behavior, and it's illegal. I feel like I'm getting abused right now, being in this meeting. It's just scary.
Well, Mr. Dobinzinski definitely has the leadership skills and the ability to work with all kinds of different people. There's no doubt about that.
I would agree with that, and I would also, I would also add that Mr. Dobinzinski is, I know some people look at it and say military training isn't beneficial, but military training and leadership is second to none. There's a reason we have the best military in the world. And I think if anything that has come to light this evening as a board of 6 members, I know Member Tyson keeps saying that we're a highly functioning board, but the fact of the matter is that we're still sitting here at 11:30 and we got started at 6 p.m. And we have yet to make a single decision.
We've made lots of decisions.
I would challenge the fact that we're highly functioning, and I would state that the leadership qualities that an individual like Mr. Dobinzinski, or Mr. Dobinzinski in particular, would be a massive asset to this board and would help us work through this process. And at this point, I really wish that we had some way of attaining counsel of somebody who's that accomplished, that is sitting at the board table, and I think it would be a great benefit to the district to seat him in the vacant chair right over there.
And Joy just read us all our decisions. So that's a very unfair, inaccurate
We-
statement. We've made
We
a lot of
collectively
decisions.
have not made a decision this evening.
Well, we don't have to, that's why.
So,
We do not have to. It isn't stated in statute, there's a timeline. That's in the minutes too, so.
I would ask that members Corcoran, Christensen, and Tyson consider, and maybe I've already said this, maybe this will be a little bit of a different way. Like I said earlier, just because of the order in which people were elected, I thought before this, we should just appoint Mrs. Durago. I understand that a lot of people in this room specifically have problems with that. Like I said, I haven't received one email from somebody that voted from her in our community that said, hey, I wouldn't vote for her again, just so you know. Haven't received one like that. So, I would like you to consider whose spot is empty right now.
That has no,
Why does that not
that has
have
no
bearing?
point on, and when someone resigns, you don't, it's not a criteria to find someone that
I am not
replaces
saying it's a criteria, and now I'm being interrupted, so
them. I'm
just keep
sorry,
that
I
in
shouldn't say
mind.
it. Sorry.
And so I'm just pointing it out because, you know, people like to, every once in a, whatever, just, I'm just asking. He was elected though, right? The whole,
he was the highest vote getter in his election too, Mr. Hagland was.
Almost
right, I know
4 years
Mr.
ago.
Hagland was, I'm, yes, thank you, but all I'm saying is that this gentleman, Mr. Dobazensky, I think is perhaps one of the least polarizing people that we could put in there.
I don't know him at all.
I don't know, I mean, I know him from the interview and a phone conversation, just like you do, Mrs., or Member Tyson.
Yeah, me too. I don't know him well enough.
I didn't know any of you before I got on the board.
Yeah.
So what difference does that make if you don't know?
12 things we didn't do tonight.
Well, I've been trying to come up with some ideas all night, so
You have, and I
I've said a
appreciate
lot,
it.
and I'm tired, and I don't have much else to say.
Short of going through some sort of a team-building exercise where we talk about what we appreciate about one another, I'm not sure how to proceed here other than, or suggesting that we break into subcommittees and maybe
I'm sure the team-
Dr. Massey works with both the subcommittees to help us reach a consensus. But I don't, I see 3 board members here this evening that are willing to have discussion. I see 3 that are just locked up. And
We've
it's
had
unfortunate.
6 hours of discussion. You need to be realistic, Board Chair.
4 hours of talk?
So I'll just throw this out for the group.
Yeah, that's.
I don't see my role to be referee, but I would just, and it's getting late, and I know people are tired,
Yeah.
but I think it's really important that we find the resolve to not talk over each other,
Yeah, I know.
not make side comments, and I've offered my suggestion to the board of how you might proceed, so I continue to reiterate maybe some benefit to some time in between. That's the best I can offer to the board. I understand the impasse, and what my role is in the process, but I would suggest that there could be some benefit to some further interpretation on the resolution, and perhaps more importantly, in the recess, an opportunity to, rather than bringing folks back in for additional interview, use the 2 weeks to have a sit-down with the candidates, one-on-one, and ask them the questions that you need to ask. That might bring a different perspective in 2 weeks.
idea.
I don't hate the idea, I just have a great deal of concern for what that does for the appointed member's eligibility. It pushes it out into essentially
Well,
February.
It is what it is.
Because the board meetings that we have scheduled in January are the 8th and the 15th. Unless I have the calendar wrong here.
Well,
What,
Yeah, I have the 8th and the 15th on the calendar, and if we wait until the 18th to do the appointment, they wouldn't become eligible until the 17th, which means their first board meeting would be February 5th. And we're going to sit here when it comes to elect officers in January 8th, and we're gonna have a 6-hour meeting of trying to appoint a chair. And I don't think that's beneficial either.
Well,
The
it could
procedure, just to address that question, we have a chair. A 3-3
Yeah, you'd
doesn't
stay
replace the
chair.
chair.
Well,
It's not ideal to push the timeline, I would agree.
but it's better than
But
this.
if you're at an impasse, it's not the end of the world. Perhaps not ideal. Again, I respect the
Yeah.
fact that this is a board process and a board determination. And if you would just be open to my suggestion. I know I'm not a decision maker here, but I put that out there as a suggestion.
I like that idea.
I think we've heard from Member Tyson's objection to Member Dominzinski quite a bit this evening. She's been real concerned about his lack of experience within the education system. I don't believe that Member Christensen has spoken to her objection about Member Dominzinski at all this evening. Would you care to elaborate on your objection?
I'm not really interested in talking in the negative. I'd rather just talk about positive qualities of Jim Smith. I'm not gonna.
Okay. I agree. I'm just trying to find a mutual understanding and see if maybe we can help satisfy some of the concerns that you might have with Member Dominzinski based on our perspective. But it's really difficult to do that when we don't understand the objection.
I have mentioned things earlier in the meeting. I mean, it's getting late. We're just reiterating things. We're just saying the same stuff we've already said. I said things. You can look in the minutes. I'm not interested in rehashing any of that. I don't think it's professional at the board table. We're sitting here talking about people in the negative. They're not even here. I mean, I met him for 20 minutes in the interview. I spoke to him once on the phone. I'm not going to sit here and judge the man. I don't know him.
So would it be fair to say that you're not necessarily opposed to Mr.
Oh, I'm
Dominzinski,
opposed. I'm
but
opposed. I'm just not interested in
You are a much
sharing.
larger fan of Mr. Smith.
I would say that I am opposed to Mr. Dobozinski. I think I've said that before, for reasons which will remain with myself. And I did say some things which Joy would have in the minutes. And yes, I am for Mr. Smith. I don't feel like there's any benefit at all to getting into that. I don't.
I guess I would have the same question for Member Corcoran.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired. Same reasons. I mean, I think Jim is just such a superb, amazing candidate that it's hard to weigh the two in my mind of the right fit for our board. And not seeing anything negative about Scott. I just think Jim's so this experience, and I just feel like it's so this and this that I have a really hard time going here when I could go here. So just not saying negative things.
Would it be a fair assertion that there's a political motivation behind throwing your support behind Mr. Smith
No.
versus
No. I
Mr.
mean,
Dominzinski?
No, truly, I mean, he was on our team, but I don't know Jim that well. Seriously, I didn't spend a lot of time one-on-one talking to him, but his beliefs and his experience is just, to me, is just it'd be such an asset for our board. That's really, truly my motivation.
Thank you, Member Corcoran. Member Tyson, would you address that question that I asked?
Well, like I said, my comments are in the minutes many hours ago, but I feel the same way. Jim Smith, I've been on committee with him. He adds valuable perspectives. The group that's in there, the other community members really look at him for questions as well, because he's got experience that's very valuable in education, especially with curriculum, data testing. I like the PLCs, I've said that before. He's worked with the teacher groups, so that's very valuable as well. And concurring with Member Corcoran, it's like he's just up here, and it's nothing personal with Mr. Dobozinski, but it's just a preference.
Thank you. Member Christensen, would you care to address the question I asked?
No, not really, because I feel like you're putting words in our mouth while you're trying to ask Member Corcoran if we're politically motivated.
I'm just asking a direct question.
Right,
If
and-
you want me to explain the motivation behind it, I'm happy to.
Well, I feel like, Member Chair, that I could ask the question back to you.
And it would be a fair question to
Yeah.
ask. So let me be fully transparent. I'll throw the motivation for my question out there. There is a perception in the community that the resignation of Member Haglund was an opportunity to turn the board back into a Democrat-supported board. Or a teachers' union majority board, rather than the community's conservatively elected board. And I don't think that pretending that isn't out there really helps us move forward. And the accusation that's out there is this is either the minority's opportunity to flip the board back into a board that is more like the board that I was first elected to in 2022, that had a very liberal, left-leaning tendency, especially on political issues, or to keep the board split to force us from continuing to make progress that's been beneficial to the district, such as increased enrollment and the general fund recovery. So,
That is stuff we've worked on because we've been here a long time.
and that's part of my question,
Don't take all
because
the credit,
that's
please.
part of my question, because what I think the community fails to recognize is that the seven of us, including Member Haglund, we did that as a team. We did that together. We've made this progress as a unit, and our community has been behind us. There has been a small group of very vocal people that have literally made threats of violence against certain board members because they saw a political shift. But the fact of the matter has been, our community has been behind us as a board. And I feel like we're in a position where the minority sees an opportunity to take control prior to the election, and they're trying to capitalize on that. And maybe that's being too honest in my seat, but the fact of the matter is, we have been here since 6 p.m. It is almost midnight now, and one member won't even share with us why she opposes a retired colonel in the Army who has qualifications beyond any of us sitting at this board. And I can't help but question what the motivation behind this is. And knowing as well-funded and well-supported as Mr. Smith was by the teachers' union, I can't help but question whether or not the three individuals that are sitting at this table that receive the same financial benefit from the teachers' union are being driven not by what is right for the
That
district.
is out of order. I mean, are you kidding me?
So out of order.
You're just sitting here
You
saying.
asked me, I'm answering your question.
You're
Well,
just sitting,
I'm
you were
here
just
for
sitting here saying, oh,
education.
kumbaya, we should get along, let's take a recess,
You-
share a cookie, and now, I mean,
You asked me the question, I answered it. It's not my fault that you don't like the answer. I'm sure there's members of the audience that don't like my answer. But the fact of the matter is that certain board members have been attacked by these groups. We've been falsely accused of individuals of behavior that we did not conduct. We have received threats of violence against
Well, I
us.
have too, and I've shared that with you. Yep, I have certainly had my fair share.
Did you
of
speak
that.
with the sheriff in Illinois where I was when I received the majority of my threats? No, you did not. So, enough. Enough. The point of the matter is, you asked me a question, Member Christensen, I answered it. I am sorry if you do not like my answer, but I feel as if this is an attempt of a political takeover.
So in all honesty, can you say you didn't take any GOP money?
Yes.
I was out there, I saw flyers printed,
Yes.
fancy flyers everywhere.
I absolutely can. You've seen my financial
Okay.
disclosures. I believe I took one donation that was in the amount of $100, and I only took that because the individual was not willing to accept no for an answer.
Wow, and signs like
Beyond
crazy.
that donation, I self-funded my entire campaign.
Yeah, and I have to.
And I have spoken at length about avoiding conflicts of interest, and I have believed in that from the very beginning. So when I see 3 members, and that's why I asked point blank, I think that's part of trusting the people that you work with, is that you're willing to ask them hard questions. And I asked the applicants hard questions as well.
So
And
what
I
about
did
these
have a
members?
question. I did have a question for Mr. Smith about taking significant or accepting significant support from the union and whether or not he felt that was a conflict of interest. I did not have an opportunity to ask that question. So, yeah, it's only fair. I've disclosed the fact I did not take any money from the GOP. I did not take any money from the DFL. I have never been an endorsed Republican or an endorsed Democrat, unlike former board chairs that were all endorsed Democrats for certain seats.
Point of order, we're really straying from the,
Again, I'm answering the question, but there you go. You can go back and you can review my financial disclosures. I did not take any money to put myself in a position where I felt beholden to any group.
So what about the other
And
members here?
Member Antonsen, do you want to address that question? It's fair if you
I mean,
don't.
What is the, I mean, did I?
The
take any
question is, did
GOP
you
money?
take money from any unions or
No
any,
unions, no.
any support groups?
It's just
that-
Sago, I can't remember exactly what the name is. I mean, you can look at, it's on the school website. All of our financial
No, they sure
stuff
are.
is.
I've done it for 15 years. I know right where everything is.
Yeah, exactly. You have 50, what, okay.
So I just thought since he was sharing,
Yeah.
you guys might want to as well.
Should-
But
Yeah,
I'm here
Mark,
for
did you,
our
Mark's,
students.
I mean, ours would be similar. Well, maybe
Yeah,
not the
I
same.
got the Parents Association, I think, if I remember correctly, being $100. I think they gave,
I don't remember that.
I was endorsed by,
The Minnesota,
I think Senate District 33,
yes.
but I didn't get any money from them. I got money from individuals,
Mhm.
and the
The Chisago
Yeah.
County,
Chisago County, the District
I just can't remember
8.
the name. Anyway, yeah.
District 8 supported me. I don't think I got any money from them.
Member Tyson, did you want to address your own question and disclose your donors?
No, I don't. But
Okay.
you can go look them up.
Yeah.
And you know,
I
I've
have.
done 4 elections.
I have
so
several-
I paid for a lot of it by myself, so
Yeah.
I don't want to argue about that. but I
Several
wanna-
building unions and several
I wanna say
teachers
that-
union, and, yeah.
I am here for the education of our students.
Then let's get
And
this
our
work done
district.
tonight and find a way to appoint a board member.
No. Not after that. I feel like you accused me wrongly now. I don't understand where you're
No.
going with this. We're not staying on task, for sure.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but I've taken the slings and arrows all night, so.
That happens when the sun comes up. I believe the voters should have their say.
That's gone.
Then let's go to the next vote. We will have their say.
We have 12 months in between now and then.
We have an obligation by
And if-
law to appoint a board member, and I'm just going to point out it's not appropriate for the audience to be
But
conversing
also,
with the
Member
board.
Chair, you said
Yes.
that we want the majority. I'm happy, I'm okay with 3-3. I mean, I don't feel like we have to have a majority. I don't feel like that's my motivation for getting someone on the board.
I would
To
agree.
get my majority. It's not my motivation.
I would agree with staying 3-3 with the exception of that any vacancy of the board must be filled by a board
Yeah, and
appointment.
we're
We
trying
have-
to. We've
We have
been
a
trying all
legal
night.
obligation.
I know, but if
And
we can't
every-
agree, how do we fulfill the legal obligation?
Every voter in our district
can
has
just
legal
try.
standing, and we have
They're not-
already been
they-
threatened by the lawsuit
Oh,
about this appointment.
I
There's no
don't know what
timeline.
that's about. I've never heard anything about
We
it being a
received the
lawsuit.
threat of a
There's no
lawsuit
timeline in
on
the
this appointment already.
statute.
For who? Who's upset about it?
Education Minnesota, I received an email
It just says you
from,
must fill it. I'm sure it doesn't say where.
I received an email from a news outlet
I
about
didn't
it.
hear anything.
in
I've not seen a
October.
thing. And if we're actively trying to fill it, I don't see how we can be sued.
We are not actively trying to fill it.
But we are. We're having discussions.
That have been tried, the attempts have been to postpone, delay, and defer.
Yeah, but we're still here, aren't we? So we're sitting here. So to me, that's something. I don't know.
Was the lawsuit, though, against
I don't know about
Member
this.
Haglund voting on his own replacement?
That was part of the accusation that was being made. However, Member Haglund did not have any intent on voting on his replacement.
I don't know about that. That'd have been 4.
I think that's
spoke-
why you wanted to
I
put
spoke-
Scott on that
no,
evening.
I
'cause then you
spoke to
could
Member
have your-
Haglund about it at length, and he had no intention on voting on that resolution.
Interesting.
I don't understand. My thing is not charging.
In fact, Member Haglund abstained from a lot of the votes his last evening here as board member, if you guys remember correctly.
Well, Member Chair, I remember the conversations when Member Haglund resigned. I mean, you called on the phone and you said, yeah, we're just gonna appoint Scott. I mean, if Member Haglund was not gonna vote on his own replacement, how do you think you would have had the votes to?
I tried to bring a candidate that I felt could get unanimous support of the board.
Well, you introduced him. I think I remember one of the first things you said is that he was, a friend of Luke's, a friend of yours, that you guys knew him, and it's like, well,
Of course, we're going to know.
is the qualification that you know the
Well,
board chair?
Of course,
or-
we're going to know the person we appoint. How would we appoint somebody we don't know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Of course, we know them, and we were pretty open and direct with you about that. And I remember you accusing me of threatening you with Laura because I mentioned to you the precedent that most boards and most city councils and most elected officials
Not the time we
or
did.
most elected bodies in the state of Minnesota follow is they simply go with the next highest vote getter.
It was the
never done
tone
that
it
here.
was the
Never.
tone in your voice when
And
you
I
said
was,
that.
Never.
So
I was
it the
honest
tone
with
in
every
your
one of
voice.
you when I called you, and I said, I do not feel that that is something that you would be willing to accept. Therefore, we are going to propose Mr. Dobinzinski. And I feel like that's part of your opposition against him as well, is simply because he happens to be somebody that we support.
That's not how I recall the conversation.
And I don't know, do we want to address that precedent in the state where we appoint the next highest vote getter? I mean, we've talked about her at length, we seem very opposed to her. Is Mr. Dobinzinski a good alternative to Mrs. Duranga?
Neither one.
Yeah, and I haven't heard the fans blowing. It's been very quiet. Is there a way to turn it back on?
I can text James and see if he's
He
awake.
won't be up at midnight.
Did you fill
It's gonna get cold in here, huh?
11:50.
Allerton web-based system.
A lot of us have portable heaters under our desks. We can pull that those out.
Okay. That was a nice way to apply some pressure to the board to get their work done.
All right. I'm going to Chrissy's desk. I have to get a book like that. I don't have one. I've never needed to know it as well. 'Cause of
No.
the trickery. Those are really nice.
For the board's information, certifying the property tax levy for 2026 could wait.
Yeah.
So that'd be done by the end of the month.
Good.
Accepting the financial audit can be delayed as well. On consent, paying the bills, I think would be an important step tonight, under consent.
Would be.
Beyond that, things can wait.
Can we make a motion to pull one thing out of consent?
It wouldn't be in order with the special order of business in place.
Okay, well, then the vendors will have to wait, I guess. Hope it doesn't cause a
Can we put a
problem with
motion on the
vendors.
table?
You might consider that the special order of business has been addressed, not
I
with
agree.
resolution.
It's
It's
been
been addressed. I don't want to split hairs.
been addressed.
But you could make the argument that it's been addressed.
If we made that argument, we would have moved on already. But
Well,
we've
we'll talk to,
we've declined to accept that a couple of times this evening.
1201.
Could I make a motion that we pass everything on our agenda except 7.1?
It would not be in order with a special order of business in place.
Can we amend the name special order of business?
Not-
What
not
can we
with-
do?
Not without rescinding the
We can't
the
just
resolution.
adjust the name or try
No.
to make an amendment to it?
No,
Well,
we were very declarative in our resolution
Well,
on a special
not
order of business and the
understand
fact that we would adopt a resolution this evening.
that was a mistake, big mistake. big, big mistake.
Yeah, I was confident that this group was going to be able to get the work done tonight.
No.
I'm very disappointed.
No. Well, is it 12 o'clock? My phone's still dead, did not work.
Was your little battery not working for you?
This is not working, it's all charging.
I have a charger if you have an outlet.
No, it's okay. I'm gonna be heading home soon, hopefully. I don't need a phone. I know how to get home.
Were you able to find perhaps what percentage of districts went with the next highest vote getter?
There's no way to really calculate that because the records aren't kept on that. So all I can say
I
is
can say-
just circumstantial.
I was here twice on 2 appointments, and neither one had anything to do with the next vote getter. So, no, it's not been a precedent in our district, no.
No, I was talking about
Oh, other
Minnesota.
districts?
Yeah.
Oh, other
I know that
districts.
there have been other
We haven't done it
districts.
here. We just did interviews.
You did it through interviews and you got to a point like we are now, but
Yep.
you were able to
Yep.
acquiesce behind a candidate.
Twice, yeah, yeah.
And I know I talked to MSBA at the time about it, some colleagues that I knew from there, and it sounds like it's a variety.
Mm-hmm.
There isn't just one way that boards do it.
Can you speak to that, Member
And
Corcoran?
they tend to do what their
Oh, I'm
district
sorry.
has done in the past, that's
Yeah,
okay.
I apologize.
They tend to follow what they've done in the past.
Well, and as I understand it, that's what we did. We took applications,
Mhm.
but I would love to hear the experience. The couple of times that you did it,
Yeah, it was great.
did you quickly acquiesce around a single
No,
candidate? I mean,
it
how
took
did
a while.
that work?
Couple interviews, had people come back for second interviews. Yeah, I know Rob got on the board that way by interviews, because he didn't win his seat originally. And then, I'm trying to remember how many times, did I do this once or, I mean, it's a blur
Dean
now.
Barr got on that way.
When Keith Dunham left.
Yeah.
From
Dan Keeger.
Dan Keeger got on, but he also had an interview, and him, and I remember it was Linda Yeager was also on the interview, and a couple other people, which I don't remember all of the people, but we talked, and we had couple interviews, and yeah, I mean, it took a while to figure it out. We all had different ideas and different questions, and, but we came to consensus.
So what was different about that experience than this one? Like how did you go from a split vote to a unified vote behind a single candidate?
I don't remember. I think it was just the people on the board. They had like-minded thinking, I think. And I think they had different questions and different backgrounds, but I think they agreed with the candidates available that was the best choice for the board. So, yeah. So it didn't take, I mean, it just went easier.
So it's not like we're missing
No,
anything that you guys did last time?
no,
Okay.
no.
Shoot, I was hoping.
I
you
wish
were-
there'd be some magic
I was hoping you
answer.
were gonna say we.
Magic school bus,
Yeah,
but
we-
no.
we did this
No
and-
magic.
and we made a-
No. But it was good appointment, so. Mhm.
It's 12:07.
12:07,
Mm-hmm.
which brings in a new day and a different date. So what does that do? We did not
Special order of
accomplish.
business is still in place.
It's still not, well,
Yeah.
I think as a board, we should.
In fact, even if this,
Be done.
even if we were to break quorum,
Well,
it would still be in effect on the 18th.
Well, then we'll.
That's the
address
beauty
it
of
then, then.
of the special order.
Yeah.
It does cause a lot of issues for the meetings in
get there.
January. It causes issues for getting
Mhm.
things
It will
approved.
be-
It
It will be, yep.
it,
Maybe we can get some more legal direction about it.
makes things
by
rocky.
the time we come back together. Like I was hopeful for 3 hours ago.
Is that, Member Corcoran, is that part of what's got you so locked up this evening, is that you want legal opinion on
I
this
do, I want to
motion?
get
On
more
this?
information, I want to
Good.
go back to tomorrow and get
Mm.
more clarity. I just feel like we're stuck and we need to find a way to figure this out.
Hmm.
Now that we've made the resolution, you guys aren't willing to change it, so we have to find a way to figure something out. So, because we're gonna be stuck and it's gonna keep, and with the candidates we have, we can't agree now, I don't see it getting better. This could go on for
Months.
a month, and that's gonna impact.
But we have to pay our
school
bills.
district.
We've got to pay our
Either
bills.
side, which I don't believe either side will give, so, that's gonna be a problem for us. We have to figure out a way to work through it, or just be done and just be a 6-member board. and get
That's
things
not an
done.
option
Well,
legally.
that's why we need
Yeah.
more legal counsel, I think. We can't hold up the school district hostage like this. This is not good for our students, our staff, our community. It's just not good.
Is that something all of us can agree on?
Yeah.
I mean,
That is
Yeah,
not
I
good.
agree.
Already
yeah,
stated
okay,
that.
okay, good. I think we all agree
It's
on
in
the
the
fact that
minutes.
we don't want to do that.
No,
No.
we can't do it.
Okay.
Uh-uh.
I'm just trying to find common ground here.
No, and I
Yeah.
appreciate you saying that, because
Yeah.
it's the way I feel, so.
It's very
We all
damaging.
want what's best for the district and what's best for our students.
So if
definitely
we can't come
do.
to the
That's
conclusion
why
that
we're
we have
here,
to
right?
Figure some out. Mhm. Well,
So one of the concerns I do have is if we wait on it, I mean, who's to say the next meeting won't do the exact same thing? Or
no,
who's
yeah.
to say, I mean, we just saw the Minnesota State House Democrats refuse quorum for months and failed to do their job. How do we know that one side isn't gonna dig in so deep that we won't even have a board meeting for the next 6 months?
Well, then we'll have to cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay.
Let's hope that won't happen.
I think we want to have good relationships, right?
Of course we do.
Of course we do, so. This isn't,
Well,
We're
then-
professionals.
This
We're
isn't
supposed to be
helping that.
setting an example
right.
for doing good business.
Yeah. Well, I know I made the suggestion earlier then, well, why don't we get an appointment done as we agreed to last month? I don't see the difficulty there. I cannot see either candidate that was, that has reached the final stage, and the two that we've been talking about. I can't see Mr. Dobinzinski doing any damage as a board member of this school district. I can't see.
I don't see Jim doing any damage either, so.
I
we
see-
come to an impasse.
And I already addressed this earlier, I do see Mr. Smith creating a public perception damage with the voters that elected
Oh, that's not,
the school board.
No.
I do think that there would
So
be,
untrue.
they're not
um,
gonna care about that.
I,
I think that's kind of unfair.
I disagree.
want them to know it's not true.
okay.
And I
And that's fine, it's fine for us to disagree on that point, but that, I do not
They're
believe
not
that we
gonna
would
care who
have,
got 300 votes more than the other.
I don't think we would have the community support behind, Mr. Smith. Otherwise, he would have been one of the recommendations I made in October.
And I think going back to what Member Christensen said, that we don't really want to be talking negative
No,
or
I
talking about
agree.
people when they're not
I
here.
know, you're right, I'm sorry.
That's
I mean,
fine.
that was a really
Yeah,
good point.
excellent. Yeah.
And
I'm done.
it's another thing that just makes me feel kind of sad that we're here and we're still doing that.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say anything. Well,
I mean, we're setting an example right now for who's in the gallery and our students, our district, our people that are streaming. I mean, what do we want our legacy to be as the six of us? This? No, we don't. We can do better.
I would be more than happy to make a motion to appoint Mr. Dominzinski if the board would support it. Would you two would support it, I assume?
Second, yes.
Yeah, would you guys support that?
I got distracted by
No?
somebody
Okay.
in the
All right,
audience again.
I'm trying to work towards a resolution here.
Well, can we make a motion to adjourn? So we're not gonna come to any consensus tonight?
A motion to adjourn is in order with the special order of business on the table, yes. It will take a majority vote to accept adjournment.
I'm ready to go.
Did you make a motion, Julie,
I did.
to adjourn the resolution?
No, I just said
Or
a
the
motion
meeting.
to adjourn.
She wants to adjourn the meeting.
Okay.
So we have a motion to,
We're not gonna be coming.
we have a motion to adjourn the meeting on the table. Is there a second?
Second?
Is there any discussion?
We said we were going to do this today.
Yeah.
Well, today is done. We're in the next day now. So to me, that's a moot point. Day
I'm,
is over, we're done. We've already exhausted our time.
I'm with Member Castle. I oppose a motion to adjourn because
Well,
I
I'm
feel
not
like we're
staying
just
here
delaying it
hours and
another
hours.
2 weeks.
I'm fine
Um,
with that.
But the motion is certainly in order. Is there any other discussion?
Well, I'm,
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
I,
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay, the motion fails.
I'm not gonna get anything done. I don't know why you're so being so stubborn. Just don't understand
It's
it.
controlling is what
It
it
is.
is.
It's like, get over it at this point.
Yeah,
It's
and they've
not
been
gonna happen.
controlling and
Take
they
some
want to
ad-
continue
Adjusting
controlling.
our-
So
No.
let me intervene with
Please.
with that.
I
Please.
say
If-
please too.
If the effort is to find compromise, and we can't get there here tonight,
All right, we need to be done.
then would a compromise in process make more sense?
Yeah.
And that being adjusting the resolution that binds the process to today?
I do not know that there is a way, just in my opinion, to adjust this where the dates line up in a satisfactory manner.
Yeah,
myself.
you'd, right, the compromise would also accept
Yeah.
a later appointment.
And I'm unwilling to accept that personally.
We just got,
The later appointment.
it's not happening.
Yeah.
I understand the concern about a later appointment. I would share that
Yeah.
personally. At the same time, I'm not so sure there'd be a disruption to the business at hand over the course of that delayed month.
Mhm. It's not okay.
It's. Yeah. All right.
And should there be a delay, you might ask each other to reach out and have individual conversations with candidates to gain a better understanding that might lead to a different outcome at the table.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. I know I've met Mr. Smith one-on-one several times, as well as Mr. Dovinzinski. I don't know if other board members did that level of due diligence coming into the board meeting or not, but I definitely encouraged it.
I think that's an excellent idea that the superintendent put forward, because as I stated, that it's in the minutes that I don't know him. He hasn't had involvement in the district, and I just don't know him that well. And a lot of things look good on paper, but you have to, I'm a people person. I need to get to know someone. And I did try to meet with him that week and couldn't, he was working. So
He was on vacation.
I think that might help, and I think you could maybe meet one-on-one with Jim Smith. If you haven't before, or you haven't been on committee with them.
What's the earliest that we could schedule a meeting?
The 18th is already.
No, there's a notification requirement. I think it's 3 days. Is it Monday or Tuesday, Joy?
If I did notification tomorrow,
Well, can you do notification still today, being that it's
well, I mean,
now
I guess
December
today
5th?
meaning Friday.
Correct, yeah,
Yes.
that's why I was asking. I'm
If I did
kind of wondering now that it's
If I did
Friday.
notification on the 5th, the 10th would be the earliest.
The 10th would be the earliest, which gives us an appointment time of the 11th. Is that correct,
We're not gonna set.
roughly?
Then with 2 special meetings next week, yes.
So that's beyond the first meeting in January, but it slips into the second meeting. But it does create a potential problem for the new board member to get into MSBA training here in December, which is another advantage of getting somebody appointed this evening, as they would be able to immediately get
We gotta let that go.
enrolled.
There's still things they can attend though without doing the immediate training, but they will need to get the training.
And one thing that completely off topic here, but maybe we can get something productive done this evening, is Tessa kind of reminded me here, we had this board committee survey that was part of our board packet. Since we have a little bit of downtime, if people wouldn't mind filling that out, that'd be awesome to get that done this evening. But
I just was.
Joy, were you checking the MSBA
I'm
schedule?
looking to see when
Okay, thank
they're
you.
being offered, yeah.
Thank you. Just trying to get some information into
I know,
the board
my-
members' heads here.
I have one in December, I think, and I haven't looked.
Yes.
I was looking, because I recall this, I believe that motion to adjourn is not debatable. We have been told by the superintendent that.
Motion to adjourn?
Yeah,
No, it's debatable.
not debatable. And he signified the date that things could be approved on the 18th.
Let me
Did you say, did the
look it up.
superintendent, did I hear
Motion
that
to-
I would
correctly?
recommend the bills get paid, but the other items can be delayed.
Okay.
The vendors need to be paid.
A motion to adjourn, Member Tyson, if you look at page T6, it's in the towards the end of the book where there's the gray border, all the way to the end of the book.
T6?
T6, yeah, it's at the very end of the book. You'll see that there's a table of motions, and the table of motion talks about the class, when it's in order, if it must be seconded. The item at number 3 there is to adjourn. It is a main motion. It is not in order when another order has the floor. It must be seconded. It is debatable. It is also amendable, and it requires a majority vote, and it cannot be reconsidered. Does that answer your inquiry
Yeah,
about?
but that's not how I've experienced
to adjourn?
before, but,
Okay. The only,
I'm gonna look into that more when I'm.
the only
time.
motion to adjourn that would not be debatable is if a quorum was broke. In which point, there are only, I believe, 2, maybe 3, because there's a couple of kind of weird ancillary motions on the side, but the only motions that are in order if a quorum is broke is the remaining members can set a time and date, a time, date, and place for the next meeting, and they can also make a motion to adjourn. I think those are the only two orders that are, or motions that are in order if a quorum is broke. And the second one, to adjourn, is really, it's not necessary because the adjournment becomes enforced once the quorum is broke and the chair declares it so. Yeah, Member Castle.
So when you were looking at putting a notice out today, and it wouldn't be able to have the meeting until the 10th,
Yeah.
what are the possibilities of moving the first meeting in January to accommodate that?
That was, the problem with the meeting in January is that by law, we're required to have it on the first Tuesday of the month or as soon thereafter is feasible, due to the fact that it's an organizational meeting and that's defined in statute as well.
So what does feasible mean? So if this would make it so it's not feasible, would that?
Correct. Well, that's a debatable point. The way that most school districts operate is they hold the board meeting on that Monday, because it is the date that's defined in statute. That's why most school boards meet on Mondays instead of Thursdays. We meet on Thursdays, and since it's our regular schedule or a regular plan, the interpretation of the law, especially if you look into what is allowed for public bodies, is if you typically meet on a Thursday, as long as you meet on the first Thursday after the first Monday. That's usually considered feasible because it's what staff has become accustomed to, it's what the community has become accustomed to, so that the state hasn't gone so far as to assert that you must meet on Monday, even if you typically meet on Fridays. At least that's my interpretation.
I think
Did I
that's
get
right.
that
That's
correct,
correct.
Dr. Massey?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So,
The only, school board training next available is January 13th, and registration is open for that still. Otherwise, all the other
Okay.
trainings are next week.
oh, they are
And
next
they're
week.
closed already.
And they're already closed,
Yeah.
okay, so that MSBA training point is moot, because the people who were just elected were able to fill
Get
those
in.
slots.
Right.
Okay. All right, yeah, the only other, I guess the only other consideration that we would have to make is if we would be willing to reconvene here on the 10th, which would delay the appointment of the individual until after the organizational meeting. But that creates all sorts of issues, unless, of course, we agreed that we were going to completely redo the organizational meeting once the seventh member was seated. But
There would be an officer probably anyways, because it'd be, that's not a big deal. Truly, there's so that's not like they'd be in an officer position and a new board member in an appointed role.
it's hard to say.
Yeah, well,
I mean, it's hard to
normally
say.
that's not the way we should
Right.
run it in the past, but
Yeah.
he'd be so new, he wouldn't even have any training. Or
Correct.
it'd be really hard,
Yeah.
but.
We've always operated that a new board member is a director for at least a year till they have all their
Training.
trainings. Well, I know,
Yeah.
but that's how, historically.
Mhm.
And new people sit on the ends.
Get to know things a bit first. Yeah. Well, I don't know. What am I gonna do?
So were you suggesting that we could redo the organizational meeting?
No, I don't think we can.
The organizational
in
meeting's
statute.
defined in
Has to be.
statute. I mean, the board always has the prerogative, like we did with Member Corcoran, where we elevated her to vice president. The board always has the prerogative to redo the officers. It kind of goes down to anything that the majority of the board opts to do, they can do for the most part. The only reason we're really at an impasse or locked up is that the board unanimously decided we were going to get this business done tonight. And we put ourselves in that position deliberately,
Wish we could change it.
so.
Wish we could change it. It's just not feasible.
We can also get creative and say that we're going to meet on the 10th, but that we not only agree to the conditions of the resolutions, but we agree to the fact that it will never be postponed again and that we will make the appointment that evening. Of course, we can't compel board members to vote in a certain way, but we can put ourselves in a position where we're willing to sit for 48, 72 hours until we get the job done, which is ironically where we are at this very moment. So, I'm just throwing options out there, and I'm trying to help the board understand.
It's crazy.
I think you're hardballing us.
Nuts amendment.
That's what's happening, so.
Remember,
It
Tyson,
feels
I hate to
uncomfortable.
point
Feels
out,
really uncomfortable.
I hate to point out the hypocrisy, but every accusation you make against us, we could make against you
I
in
just
the
feel like you are right
exact
now.
same vein.
It's very
So
uncomfortable being
it's,
strong-armed.
I'm just saying, be careful in the accusations because they
I'm
apply.
making an observation on how I feel.
Okay. The observation applies in both directions, is what I'm saying.
Okay. I've made some great motions, but they all failed, so.
Well, we gotta let people go to bed. Embers, Perkins is looking pretty good. Thank you for coming.
Gotta work with our students tomorrow.
Get to bed. So Dr. Massey, do you have any words of wisdom at this point for us? You've been trying.
It's well past your bedtime tonight, too,
We're all
isn't it?
tired.
Yeah,
What's-
we're on the
Yes,
same
we're
Anything
done.
coming tonight, do we?
Well, with the invitation, let me offer again. Number one, you meet the intent of the statute.
Yeah.
If you make an effort to fill the vacancy at every opportunity. If the intent is just to delay, just for the sake of delaying, I would challenge that. I think you come with a good disposition and commitment to fill the vacancy. The statute says you must fill it. I don't think you have the prerogative to choose not to. You exercise that at each subsequent meeting. However that plays out. You've got the authority as a board to make adjustments to the amendment that's binding you tonight.
Need to do.
And I do think, despite the impasse that you're having tonight, this board has demonstrated the ability to work together as a six-member board to conduct business between now and the appointment of this person. And time in between now and the next adjournment or assembly of this group, you'd have an opportunity to meet the candidates, and I would encourage you to take advantage of that and spend more time with them.
True.
And I would recommend that you move beyond the special order business, which you can do. It just states when that item should occur on the agenda, and move to approve the bills for tonight. We can table the other items to the next meeting.
Sounds very, very wise.
I would agree that we should at least pay the bills. I mean, if member chair suggested that in our spare time, we can fill out the little form about what committees we're on, I mean, surely we could approve the bills.
That motion would be out of order.
Of course.
Like I mentioned several hours ago, my job is just to make sure that we adhere to the rules. It's not that I'm opposed to paying the bills, it's, that motion is out of order.
Yeah, that's.
You have the power, member
We have
chair,
the
to
power.
change.
I do not have the unilateral power to do
Yeah,
anything.
you do.
You have the
Yes.
fourth vote, Mr. Chair,
And everyone knows it.
to change it.
You,
You have
the
the
three
power.
of you are also the fourth vote.
Well, I'm just saying,
Okay.
we will be willing to do that because we need to take care of at least the bills. So I don't think that's asking for much. I mean, the vendors would really appreciate getting paid. So.
We'll be on the news.
Oh, Barron's getting a story typed up. He's got some time.
he needs to-
So Member Corcoran, that would be the best professional advice I can give.
Okay. Can you make the motion to do that?
It's not my, that,
No, I mean, how
Yeah.
would I make the motion?
The motion is out of order with the,
We have to rescind the
We need to
resolution.
We need to change,
Yeah,
do
and
something with that order. We need to change
we've
the
already
order.
addressed that.
Well,
Yeah,
I think we need to be more.
basically,
flexible.
we're at a point where,
Well, then nothing happens and we adjourn and start over another day.
motion to adjourn already failed, so there's only
Well,
one other
then
option on
we need to
the
go.
table.
We can't let.
It's just, no, no, no,
really
no,
not
no. Why
fair.
come up with ideas? No, 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 no. So. Superintendent's offered excellent
I know.
ideas to
I will.
compromise.
I will once again offer to make a motion to appoint Mr. Dobinzinski, if anybody would be interested in entertaining that motion, so that we can move on. And if that motion would not be palatable to the board, I would make also be willing to make an offer to appoint Mrs. Durango.
I'm sure you would.
Okay.
Gotta keep writing down my minutes.
Well, there's not a policeman to throw you out, so I guess you can do whatever you want.
You know, on my way out, I'm just gonna say something, and before you throw me out, I'm gonna
I'm,
line again.
I'm not gonna throw you out.
Because you know what, I heard
Ms.
from all
Moorhead.
the candidates, yours, theirs, mine, anybody's, whoever they are, to respect your superintendent, to trust your superintendent, that you are not running the district, you are just making sure that he's doing a good job of it. And he has given time after time tonight a resolution to get these nice people back in their classrooms tomorrow, wide awake, and not vote on the same person over and over and over. That's called an impasse. You're not gonna change, unless of course you wanna tell me you're thinking about it. I don't think you are thinking about it. So you've gotta listen to your superintendent, who's been here longer than you, smarter than you, cares about the district more than you. more than me, he just cares about it so deeply. And if you don't care about any of us, that's fine, but good gravy, care about this district, that's what you were appointed to do or elected to do, and the people that elected you are, you know, they might change their mind next time too, because now we've seen how the board operates, and it can't be controlled. It has to be a board, and the 4-3-4-3, thank God is over, but let's not make it another, this one against that one. Someone's gotta be able to
This-
say, you know what?
This is why the community voted to have a 7-member board to
You know, I
begin
don't know
with.
when we
and
did that, because I was on the board for
I-
20 years.
I
And I
can-
think it's a good idea,
look
and I'm
it
glad
up.
we did it, because it does break the impasse of 3 and 3.
Yeah.
But I also know that the 3 and 3 here could go on until whoever knows. You made the effort to change that, you wanted to change it, you tried to change it, you kept your people in their, I don't know what you call it, you don't call it holding them hostage. And so you've done all that, and I think the good Lord then says, you know what, just operate on a 3-3 for a while, and then maybe down the road you can come up with a way to change it. But right now, in how many years? I was on the board 20 years, it must be 30 years ago. I've never stayed past midnight.
Yeah, I know.
This is the first, and it's not a very fun thing to have to tell people that we sat here looking at each other all that time. Not that you're all not attractive and that we're not attractive, but after a while, it wears thin. And so I'm gonna get out of your way, because people here know me. I can't.
Thanks,
not be
Karen.
right.
Thank you.
But I am a member of the community. And
Thank you,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can throw my name in the hat.
Oh, yeah.
thank you, Mrs. Moorhead. I saw no objection from the board on addressing that, so thank you for sharing those words with us, and I wish you a good evening.
Drive safe, Karen.
Let these people go, and that poor nice man over there, that's really our community, doesn't deserve this either.
Right.
Nobody's keeping them here.
No one is.
Nobody's
No-
keeping them
Nobody's
here.
keeping anybody here this evening. Every single one of us has the right to leave.
Because they care, they're here
I mean,
because
that's
they
just
care.
another thing to say, just to make you feel good?
No, I-
You're making them stay here, you almost made me stay here.
This
We
is,
almost
no,
went to White Castle for breakfast. So,
Oh,
Bring
goodness.
them back.
We need to get. I know you're gonna miss me, but it's no use here because
We put our time in.
Have a good evening, Mrs. Moorhead.
Thanks,
thank you
Karen.
very much.
Karen, you
Bye,
realize,
Karen, drive safe.
Karen, you realize you'll be quoted in the paper as
All right.
good gravy.
Oh,
You know, at my age, you can put me anywhere you want.
Yeah.
I don't care.
And please,
Get the job done. for
you
the
put that in the paper that she was here until 12:39.
and,
Yeah, 12:39.
and please let the record show
I got
that
it in
nobody
my
in the board
minutes.
threw Mrs. Moorhead out this evening, and that we valued her opinion.
Yeah. Drive safe, Karen.
Thanks,
I'm
Karen.
willing to pay my bail though, so that's.
Yeah.
Your bail. I'll get you out of jail.
Have a good night.
Oh, jeez. Good gravy.
Good gravy
That's
is
gonna be my
right.
new slogan tomorrow. Good gravy.
okay.
Can't. Starting to get cold in here.
It is the heat shut
Freezing.
off a while
I
ago.
don't know, it's probably.
Why is the heat went up?
Well, I'm sure they.
Yeah, it's on a timer.
Oh, it's not a timer?
It's on a timer.
I'm
I
sure
know
it
that,
is.
but sometimes
It's
Steve
cold
knows
in here
how to
now,
turn it
and I think I'm getting sicker by the moment.
It's all computerized, so they don't give me that code.
on. Well, Jim,
We
I
gotta
don't want to.
do something here for each other.
Well, I agree with Mrs. Moorhead. I think she said probably the most intelligent thing that's been said in the last, I don't know what, 2 hours or something.
yes.
I mean, Dr. Massey is, you know, he's not a referee. He's you know, he's been staying out of it. But he has been offering suggestions, and I know, Member Chair, you keep coming back to the resolution. The resolution, we did it, we voted on it.
Correct.
We also are able to change it. We're also able to change
are.
it. And
It's ours.
again, we're gonna be, in the news again for all the wrong reasons.
Yep.
Sitting here staring at each other till,
And-
3 o'clock in the morning. And the other thing I've been thinking about a little bit is, no matter who gets appointed, Scott or Jim, I mean, look at kind of what we've created, and now they're gonna step into this, and people are upset, and the way this was handled, and it just, try to think about them stepping in here, and, I don't know, just the way
Scott
this has
wouldn't
been
have a
handled
problem.
is, I don't feel like it would be a welcoming environment, I don't. feel.
Scott would have no problem with it.
I'm sure not. Jim might. I feel like his character was attacked tonight. And that's not okay. At all. So,
Why would he
I
think
don't blame
that?
him.
I don't know why he would.
Why would he
his
feel like his
was
character?
attacked.
Oh, I just feel like, some things were said that weren't so positive.
Yeah,
Well-
people have been talked about.
I don't feel like
That's
we
been
said
said about
any-
all 5 of the
I
candidates.
don't believe I've said anything negative about Scott at all, not one negative, I just said it. Compared to Jim, he's just not my top, I just compared, I said nothing negative, I didn't dismantle anything about his personal, anything about his resume, because I'm not about that. I'm about other things and doing more the positive things. So I don't feel bad about anything I said, I didn't say anything negative about him at all. So, but, I don't know. So, yeah, how long do we sit here then? I don't know.
Yep, it's up to the board chair.
No,
Just turned
it's
very dysfunctional.
it's up to the body.
No, we've made motions.
The
We've made
board-
motions, they're all in the minutes.
The board chair has the same voting privilege as any other board member. I have one, you have one.
All I've heard
We
is
all
no,
have one.
no, all night.
Change the rule, and that would make things a lot easier for us and not be strangleholding us.
We
from
do.
Getting our job done.
We can make this same argument and state that we have the ability to acquiesce around a single candidate as well.
Oh,
And I don't see any even willingness to discuss that option.
okay.
We've
So-
discussed it for almost 6 hours.
7.
7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't have heat,
Yeah, it's starting to get cold.
so, and it's a very, very cold night.
I would. And I would note that's a computer as control, as Dr. Massey just mentioned, and not a calculated move by administration to get us out of here.
It'd be a good idea.
I'm gonna put that in my minutes.
Wow. We all know we have our strong convictions, I guess.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that we established this evening, even if we haven't really made any progress on the appointment, is that we all care deeply about the district. And
Yeah,
we all care
About the right
deeply
candidates.
about the appointment process. And again, I'm trying to find good things that we can unify on, and I think that's something that we can build on.
Maybe, but like you said, we need to have more time. I feel like his ideas of talking to the, would I wanna meet with Scott? Yeah, I think I will now, because I don't know him. Will I be willing to listen to him? Yes. I mean, I really respect Dr. Massey's ideas, and I think as boards, we should. And we're not gonna get that done tonight. We need additional time, so.
So what,
Yeah, and I said I've already stated. I'm gonna say it again. I don't know him.
Yeah, I don't either. Make a compromise.
you
then.
said you didn't know Jim all that well
I
either,
didn't know him
right?
that well, but I
Kinda like-
know
I mean-
his involvement in the schools. I don't
Well,
know
right, I mean-
Scott's involvement in the schools, so I don't, just from people and what
Yeah.
I've seen of him. That's different. I mean, like I said, I haven't spent hours talking to Jim, no, of course not. But I've seen what he's done for our schools and been in, things with him and committees and things. But Scott, I just don't know who he is as a person. It just,
Well, that's what I'm saying. You just said you don't know Jim that well, and now you're saying you don't know Scott as a person, but you know Jim as a person,
I just
like.
know his reputation and
Okay.
who he is in our schools.
Mhm.
I don't know Scott, because I
Right,
don't
I get
know
it.
what
I
his-
don't know him very well
Yeah.
either. I
So
mean,
I would like the opportunity to talk to him, yes, maybe some
Mhm.
more, so.
Like I said, I'm a people person. I like to sit down, like I've gone out to breakfast with the board chair. That's my style. I like to sit down with somebody and look across the
mhm.
table at them.
I
and have a
totally get,
one-on-one.
100% understand that.
There
I do.
hasn't been time.
I feel like
This
we-
was a short
This happened
turnaround.
last
Just
night.
last night, we were here for the interview, and now we're
Yeah.
back, trying to make a decision, and
It's hard.
it's like trying to force a square peg into a round hole.
That was actually one of the things that Member Corcoran and I discussed at length, was the timeframe.
Well, I mean, it's difficult, so, because because you have a plan doesn't mean it's always gonna
Yeah.
happen. I mean, you have to pivot. I hate the word pivot, I know it's a COVID word, pivot.
Is it?
No.
I thought it was
I-
a basketball
I
word,
had
I don't know.
Pivot.
Press that out of
I
my
believe that
memory.
we need to pivot
We,
and make a new plan, and
That's a good
otherwise
point.
it's just not gonna work.
Right, we have to show some flexibility with what our resolution
Well, and,
was and how it turned out to.
yeah, and I feel it, I agree, it's a short appointment, it's 1 year.
I know,
And,
so.
and I guess
we
maybe
need
I,
more time.
maybe I have a very strong feeling towards one of the candidates, and I feel that he would be such a benefit to the district, that, I would love it if at least one of you is open-minded enough to accept that appointment
But we
and
need
make
more
it through the
time.
next year.
Member Chair, I believe the time is a problem, and I didn't know that at the time.
So
At the
then
time we talked about it.
So then the interview process was not long enough.
Maybe not. Maybe we
Well,
needed to have
it's-
people come back.
I'm not
and-
hearing a maybe, I'm hearing a definitely.
Well, like I said, I said that from the very beginning, have them come back. For,
Well, and there was
just to get to know them better.
No
I
opportunity
said that
for
hours ago.
one-on-one,
But,
correct?
I don't know.
We weren't able to have a one-on-one.
No, we had our 3 minutes apiece,
Right.
and it ends up being about, 18,
Because it has
20
to be
minutes.
formal, it's in a meeting, so if we give ourselves some time, we can make a phone call and meet at a coffee shop or go to White Castle. But I think there's so much value in having that time with someone, because you get perspective, you get gut feelings, you get an understanding, so.
So then with 11 candidates, you would spend an hour with each one, that'd be 11 hours.
No, I would spend an hour with the people that have risen to the top.
And are we,
So the 5 that we,
Not the 5, the 4.
The 4? Can you clarify, we have 5 finalists?
We do have 5, but I've met her before, I don't need to do that again. People that I don't know, like Scott, I would want to have a one-on-one.
Okay.
So I still feel that we need to pay the bills. I mean, that's like getting to be, we're beating a dead horse. I think it's our what's the word?
Judiciary.
Thank you.
Fiduciary.
Responsibility.
Mhm.
We're not being good stewards if we leave tonight and we haven't done that.
That's very
No,
true.
it has happened
So-
before.
What was that?
I believe it's happened before.
Okay. You don't feel like I do, apparently.
I don't think it's ideal, but I think the better option is to uphold the commitment we made to the candidates and community and
Well, we're
get this
not
done.
gonna have it done
I
tonight.
think just since I've been taking minutes,
I just don't feel comfortable.
Did you reach out to the candidates, Member Tyson, to schedule one-on-one meetings prior to the meeting
No.
this evening?
not
No.
with 11.
Okay.
Did you?
Yes.
You met with all 11?
No.
One-on-one?
I reached out to the ones that I did not have prior knowledge about, and I vetted each and every one of them, and I met with the ones that I felt I needed to follow up with.
Well, I was on vacation, so I didn't have that
So-
opportunity. Bad timing.
So I did as much due diligence as I was able to do. And I
Yeah, you looked up Facebook. I didn't.
Well,
do that, because I don't like to go there. That isn't,
well,
but, yeah.
you need to gather information where you can gather information. You vet individuals the way you can vet individuals, and I did what I could to learn as much as I could about each candidate. So, yeah, I've spent a significant amount of time researching the 11 applicants. Some of them I knew very well, and I had no need to meet.
True.
I mean, I served with Mr. Peterson for 2 years, and I got to know him extremely well. I did not meet with him, and I did not invite him for a meeting, but there were other candidates that I did need to have a little bit better understanding of. So yeah, I prepared myself for this evening as best I could.
Yes, and I did too. It's a very short turnaround. There's no denial.
I think I'm hearing the importance of getting the appointment right is important. Is it more important than a strict adherence to the timeline in order to get it right?
Yeah,
Right.
I agree. Like I say.
Just trying to
laid
move the
plans,
process
best
along.
laid
Yeah,
plans,
that was a
sort of thing.
good, insightful observation.
Yeah, because this is dysfunctional. It's not doing anything. We're doing poor modeling at best for how governance goes on a school board. So I feel kind of ashamed of that right now. And there's not anything I can do about it because I've been doing it. It's in the minutes, but we have options, but we aren't engaging in any of them. And I think our superintendents help give good ideas that we've rejected, so I guess we'll just sit here longer and be a laughing stock tomorrow.
Okay, front page.
No, I think the headline will read something about how passionate all 6 of us are about our district, and
I don't think so.
how much we care about the future, and just that we were divided on how we envisioned moving forward. Am I helping you out?
Tagline?
I think I've heard a number of you talk about the importance of connection, relationship, transparency,
Very much.
and would some interim time here to better understand the candidates be helpful?
I'm only open to that personally if we can get some assurances that we're actually going to settle the business as soon as humanly possible. And I thought we had that assurance coming into the meeting tonight and was only met with delay. So,
And in statute, we don't have a timeline, so.
my point exactly, only met with delay.
It's important to get it right.
But it doesn't need to take a year to make the decision. We followed the timeline at your proposal. We followed the process at your proposal.
Said we worked
This
together
is,
on something.
I don't have any problem with giving members an opportunity to consider things further, but I do have a problem not carrying forward an assurance to the community when we've already made a guarantee that we were gonna get it done on December 4th, and it is now December 5th.
And you know, who's waiting for that
We
guarantee?
we
Who
pulled,
actually is waiting?
we pulled the same bait and switch on the public and our applicants when we said we were gonna do an interview on the 1st, and we waited until the 3rd. So I feel like we just keep
we ended up doing
punting, we
more.
keep kicking the timeline out further and further and further. And I can't help but think that there's an advantage to remaining 3-3 and keeping everything at an impasse so we can continue to do good work for the district. And I,
At least we can do school business, like the bills and basic things.
and that would be an advantage. And I'd
It's
be
something.
open to that if I could get assurances that we were actually going to get this settled. But
Well, we might not.
the fact of the matter is, I can't think of an assurance that would guarantee that, because we had an assurance that we were gonna make the appointment tonight. We didn't do that. We failed to do that. all it takes is for 3 members not to show up at a board meeting and quorum is broken, we can't do business the next time. And there's just no way to move forward because there is a lack of trust. I mean, at some candidate, there are some members here tonight won't even speak to their objection to a certain member so that we can discuss the objection and try to understand it and maybe help those of us who know that individual a little bit more can help bring the rest of the team on board. And that's concerning for me, and I really struggle with that. And I know because I'm sitting here in the chair this evening that I'm gonna take the vast majority of the blame of driving this process and slave driving or whatever phrase it was that's been used. But the fact of the matter is I'm just doing my best to hold this together and to operate under the rules that we have set forth as a body. And
But some rules are made to be broken if they don't work for a board too.
and it takes a majority of the
that's your
board to
perception.
change that rule.
Well, then maybe
And
someone needs to change their mind.
I agree, somebody needs to change their
About the
mind.
vote.
And I
About
have
that,
offered
not the
numerous
candidates,
times
not
that
the candidate.
I think Mr. Dobanzinski would be an excellent appointment, and I'm willing to throw that out there again.
Yeah, I wrote it down every time you have, so.
So perhaps the ask is, in a professional respect of each member, to come in good faith to the next meeting with the purpose and intent to identify or to select a candidate. I don't know that this board here tonight can expect a commitment to resolve that, but to come in good faith to have that deliberation and consideration.
So my question.
Requires professional trust, that you're not gonna come closed-minded, but come,
I think that's the problem.
well,
I mean, I know, I'm not trying to laugh.
No.
I know, I
I'm just
really
saying,
appreciate you trying to help
Yeah.
us.
So my question is, if we can't come to consensus on our current applicants, do we need to start the process over?
No, we cannot, we can't,
Wow.
how,
We might need to,
how,
because if you can't come to the table with the current applicants, then we're
So-
gonna have to start the
I
process
think that's,
Would that
we're just gonna
void,
keep doing it then?
I
I
don't
mean,
know,
that's how we
maybe.
kick the can down the road until
I
November
know,
next year?
I know.
It's getting it right,
You
don't
gotta
you
get
think?
the right person that's gonna be the best person for our board.
If
We
we're
want it to be one that we
3-3,
agree on, so
how
they
are we,
feel welcomed.
you know,
That's the magic
I'm just-
question, isn't it?
looking through the, both of their, you know, applications again, and so, you know, who's this, Jim's? Let's see, you know, he realizes there's so much to do that is of importance, 2 big pieces, long-term effects that are critical to the learning mission of the district, which is choosing a new superintendent and revising the strategic plan. And I think, strategic plan type of stuff is, and then all the other things that go on, you know, that are more with the teachers, is where he excels. And I think this right here with, Scott's, I believe in fostering collaboration. Jim did use that word, and I realize that. I believe in fostering collaboration between educators, families, and the community, so we can create a safe and nurturing environment where every student can thrive. And he may say this, Jim, too, but that right there, and then just spoke volumes to me. And what he said, too, is that he appreciated where the district had been going. And I don't think Jim expressed that so much about, I mean, aside from the great things that our programs and the enrollments, but I hope that you are actually really openly mindedly looking at these, because I don't know, Kurt's, or Member Reveline spoke to this earlier, sorry. You know, it becoming some political thing.
Yeah, and I took 4 pages of handwritten notes during the interviews.
Okay.
That's how I,
That's,
and then we actually had someone come in and say, they're done, you need to hurry, and we had only discussed 3 or 4 of the applicants. We did our due diligence, we talked fairly about each one of them, went through them with fairness and discretion, and looked over and discussed amongst ourselves. So to say that we're not being open-minded, we didn't, I mean, I'm not saying you're saying that to me directly, but I feel like that's being implied, right? That we didn't do that.
I'm not trying to imply it, I'm just asking honestly, open, staying open to possibility. I mean, and I kind of think it's tough, I get it. Mr. Smith is a great candidate too. I'm asking you to truly consider what the reality is here, what our district has asked for the past 4 years.
I know, it's just really hard to compare. Like you said, we got this and this, I mean, in my mind. And I mean, would I meet with him and get to know him better? Would he go middle? I don't know. I don't know that answer, because I don't know him enough just to really have a good, clear idea. So that's a problem for me, so. And not having the opportunity is hard, so.
have you considered which one would be a more fair replacement for Member Haglund?
I don't agree with that statement at
Okay.
all. I don't think that has, there's any
The-
relevance.
It just surprises me.
I just point out
Very.
that the community did,
Who they're
the community did elect a Member Haglund.
Well, I don't understand how you can possibly say that doesn't matter, because
Doesn't
Luke
matter.
was
Shouldn't be the
elected to the
same
board.
It doesn't matter. who
I'm not
elect.
saying it needs to be the same or,
No,
or
no.
anybody,
And
No,
it's-
but I don't understand how you can possibly say that.
We
And
never
with
did
the-
that in any of the other times I
Well, and-
got someone on board. It didn't matter.
Doesn't
I mean,
have
you
any
picked the
bearing.
right candidate for the right time.
So I
So.
That
agree
is
with-
like I'm sorry to interrupt you
No,
again,
go
but like the
ahead.
usurping the vote, and it
But
just,
the
it
vote
brings
is
me.
done that's like in the past, it's not.
Well, how come the votes in the past, but, we have
Term was up.
6-month-long meetings about, policies that are in place because of something that happened over 30 years ago, or whatever. I mean, how can you say this?
Totally different.
Oh, my
People
goodness.
change and candidates change, times change, you can't, I
Yeah,
mean,
but
you
it's
can't go
almost
back to the
coming up on
past.
4
I mean, that's not
years.
relevant in the,
don't
I mean, I'm just saying, it doesn't, when we've done it before, it had nothing to do with the votes and not who they were replacing. It was the best candidate for the best.
If the vote 3 years ago doesn't matter though, then
Why are we,
It doesn't.
why do we have
why
4-year
are-
terms?
Why are myself and Jill still sitting
We
here?
have 4 year
Because you
terms.
We
served
would've
the
ran-
term, you've served the term that
And-
you are.
and that's
If
my
he was
point,
still here, he would
is-
be here, but he's not, so now you find the rest candidates for the time that you're in now.
And then that's the point I'm making. I think the
Yeah.
general public that elected
Good
Member
point.
Haglund has an expectation that they are
That was-
represented
And
in
I've
a
never
manner that's
heard that
consistent with Member Haglund.
No one else is.
We
saying
never received any negative feedback on Member Haglund's approach.
Who has not? We had multiple.
Wow, I've had a
Multiples. I'm not
lot.
going there and saying negative stuff. but
Okay.
No,
I
I'm not
have
either,
met
but
Member Haglund
I
was
can-
highly respected in the community.
I can certainly.
And I
in
heard,
certain
I got a
communities.
great deal of emails saying we
Certain
need,
communities.
we need somebody that is
I've got
a lot like Member Haglund appointed to this position. We need to make sure that they're like-minded and will represent us fairly.
So you get those,
And-
I get the opposite.
Yeah.
We all get
Okay.
different. I never have had anybody send me that email,
Okay.
that they want the like-minded. That is never, it's the
No.
opposite that we get. We
It
want
is.
somebody different, and that's gonna be, so.
But
And
by appointing somebody different, we are usurping the will of the voters.
No,
Because
I'm
the
just- so
voters
stop saying
appointed an individual.
That's just not.
Oh, so,
Well, the fact, of course, is each of you are entitled to your viewpoint.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm,
And I
Okay.
think for Member Corcoran, she's been through a lot of elections.
Yeah.
She's garnered, if you want to add up all the votes she's gotten, how many years?
Yeah.
And,
I mean, how do you
Let's go
equate
back to
that? So you can start
Process.
equating votes and,
yeah, we're kind of belaboring a point that's not gonna matter.
Yeah, it
Dr.
doesn't
Massey made a good
and I
point.
feel like my feet are getting really cold now.
Yeah, it's getting
So
cold.
I don't want to
Okay.
get sick.
Well, nobody's obligated to remain.
Okay.
would it be in order to make a motion that if we were to set something up on the 10th and that everyone agreed to contact the person that they have questions on and be prepared that day instead of, I don't know him?
Well, that's why I said
Would-
she
would-
needs to come
would
back
that-
for more interviews.
Would that be something that would be in order?
It would, but the problem comes down to trust. And that's a difficult one to achieve.
So you're
So
saying you don't trust us?
that's what you've been saying to us this evening as well. But since you bring that point up, I'll own that and say, okay, you trust us more than maybe I trust you. So I would be willing to make a motion that we appoint, and please hear me out, that we appoint Member Dovinzinski via resolution that will not be effective until midnight on December 10th, and that we will meet here in the boardroom starting at 6 PM on December 10th with the opportunity to amend that motion to any of the other 5 finalists. And if we fail to make an amendment to that, the motion to appoint Mr. Dovinzinski goes into effect at midnight at the unanimous decision of the board.
Nope.
That is a motion. Do I have a second?
I'd second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the table. The motion is to appoint Member Dovinzinski. The resolution would not be effective until, we'll call it 11:59 PM on Wednesday, December 10th, at which point we would meet at 6 PM on Wednesday, December 10th, to consider amending that motion before it becomes active and appointing another individual. I am willing to go that far right this moment. Is there any discussion on that motion?
Point of clarification, that motion on the 10th would require a majority vote to
The majority-
rescind that motion.
Correct. Yeah, it would require a majority vote to either rescind or amend that motion. Otherwise, the vote tonight would be effective and in force, and Member Dovinzinski's appointment would become effective at 11:59 PM. And that sets the time frame that you guys are looking for. It gives you a few more days to get to know Mr. Dovinzinski. It gives us a few more days to get to know Mr. Smith. And it gives the community a solid point in time of a resolution being set in stone. And it also requires that the 6 of us trust one another to complete the process no later than midnight on the 10th. I enthusiastically support this, and I would encourage the board to as well. Is there any other discussion on this motion?
I have a comment. I think we all learned our lesson the last time we agreed with a resolution that you made. So, no. Nope, it needs to be written down. I need to review the whole thing. Speaking of trust, you keep referring to this unanimous resolution we all passed.
You
So,
voted for it.
Nope. I fully admit I voted for it. I'm just saying I'm not making that mistake again, so I will be a no vote.
And
Member Tyson.
I think you're very enthusiastic about it because it's yours. And
You could have made
I kinda
this
liked
motion.
more where Member Castle was going, and you changed it very enthusiastically for yourself. So I'm a no.
I did. Any other discussion?
And I'm also a no. I think we could say the same thing about Jim Smith, the same motion, different candidate,
Huh?
same thing.
Except I made the motion in the manner that I did because Member Tyson indicated that she trusts me more than I trust her.
Really?
It's not.
So,
Okay.
all
I'm
right.
just not willing to.
Any other discussion on
I'm too
that?
tired to-
Any other discussion on that resolution?
I'm too tired.
Call vote.
All right,
Can you state it clearly before we vote, please?
yes, I will repeat that. The resolution on the table is that we will, well, the motion on the table, I'm sorry, is that we will appoint Mr. Scott Dobinzinski by a resolution. The resolution will not become effective until 11:59 PM on December 10th. All 6 of us agree to reconvene in this room at 6 PM on December 10th, giving us 3 hours and 59 minutes to either amend the resolution or to rescind the resolution, but to come to a conclusion that evening.
A yes vote appoints, a no vote
A
does not
yes,
appoint.
a yes vote on the resolution would appoint Mr. Dobinzinski at 11:59 PM on December 10th unless the board, through a majority vote, were to amend that resolution before it became active. This is very similar to what we did with the levy renewal. If you remember right, we passed that resolution and it took, I think, 90 days before it became active. This is the exact same concept, only it's over a period of, what, 5 days? A no vote is in opposition of this, and we are right back to where we started, and we continue to sit here and try to come up with other ideas. Is that understood? Are there any questions on that? There are no gotchas in here. The appointment of Scott would become effective at 11:59 PM, or we would amend it to name somebody else before 11:59 PM, and we would do that starting at 6 PM on Wednesday, December 10th. Is that clear to everybody?
It's clear.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, in that case, Member Clerk, please take the roll call.
All right, Member Christensen,
No.
Member Tyson,
No.
Member Rebbeline,
Aye.
Member Antonsen votes aye, Member Corcoran,
No.
and Member Castle.
Aye.
All right, motion fails. We tried. Feel like we've been sitting still for a while. Do we need a recess?
No. There's no reason for a recess. No.
We have to be done. We have to let people go to sleep.
Do you think perhaps we should reach out to the candidates and ask them if they even want to still do this?
Yeah, they might withdraw.
Some people.
Well, again, that's what the time in between
Yeah,
might
we need
allow.
time. This is not gonna work. I'm trying to push something that's not gonna happen. At this point, it's just ridiculous now. It's kind of comical.
We're getting there.
I feel like we'd belong in a cartoon.
I'm getting,
Characters.
Well, it does certainly feel like we're trying to see who will sit here the longest.
Yeah, and that's not gonna be me. Well,
And as I've stated before, I'm willing to commit to sitting here as long as I need to get the work done.
well. Gotta say something. You're stubborn. You're really stubborn. You're the most stubborn person I've ever met.
Who's that?
You. You.
No, I think we have 6 people vying for that title this evening.
But I'm willing to change things.
Have you ever been around Julie when she snapped?
Yeah, it's not a pretty sight.
I don't think so. I've always found Julie to be very
It's-
accommodating and level-headed.
I used to be. I don't know if I still am.
Well, she's been around me.
I think I've been around you too.
I'm going to throw this out here because I'm still looking for solutions. If we go back to the infamous, I'm going to call it the infamous resolution from the 20th. We did name Lord Durango as the preferred candidate.
That word.
Yeah, I know. It, really all it meant is that we were respecting the opinion of the voters, and that we were going to recognize the fact that the highest unelected vote getter at least deserved our consideration if they applied. I did just make a motion that would appoint Mr. Dobinzinski to that position at 11:59 p.m. unless we made a change. I am willing to make the exact same motion. In fact, I will make the exact same motion, but substituting Mrs. Durango as the preferred finalist into that appointment at 11:59 p.m. unless the board comes together at 6 p.m. and makes an amendment to that appointment to name either Mr. Smith or Mr. Dobinzinski. Do I have a second on that motion?
And second that.
Okay. So just for further clarification, this is the exact same motion that I made prior. The only exception to that is it names Mrs. Durango as the appointed individual at 11:59, and we're doing that out of respect for the voters, because that is who they selected as the next highest vote getter. And it is also limiting our choices on Wednesday evening between 6 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. to either Mr. Smith or Mr. Durango, should we, or not Mr. Durango, I'm sorry, Mr. Dobinzinski, should we choose to amend that motion before it takes its full effect. Is the motion and the intent of the motion clear to all members here? Yeah?
So repeat that, an affirmative is to vote for Mrs. Durango.
In
A
affirmative,
negative is not.
an affirmative would be to accept the appointment of Mrs. Laura Durango at 11:59 p.m. unless we amend the resolution with either Mr. Smith or Mr. Dobinzinski between the hours of 6 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. on Wednesday, December 10th. Is that clear? Member Christensen?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion on that motion?
I think I got it.
Yeah, all right. I don't see any discussion, so, Member
Wait,
Clerk, if you'd
I
please
wa-
take the
can
roll
I-
call. Or
did-
wait, no. go
I
ahead.
do have a question.
You do have a question?
So,
Okay.
You said, accept the appointment of Laura Durago at 11:59 PM on the 10th, the same date and time as all you're talking about, right?
Correct.
But then, okay, but, and then you said unless we amend it with Jim Smith or Scott Dobinzinski by what time?
By the time the resolution becomes active, by 11:59 p.m.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah, so what that would do is that would give the board effectively 4 hours on Wednesday night
yes.
to
Do all
determine
this,
whether or
Yeah.
not we want to go forward with the resolution to accept Mrs. Durango, or if we would like to amend it and appoint either Mr. Dobinzinski or Mr. Smith instead. It brings us to final resolution. It sets a very clear timeline. It gives us a number of days to meet with the candidates that some of us feel we haven't done proper vetting of. And it very clearly, because we will be passing a resolution, it very clearly gives the community an expectation on what we've done, in the exact same way as the levy renewal did, because if you remember right, that resolution is delayed for 90 days. It's the exact same formula there. And this motion, in comparison to the motion that I made previously here, 10 minutes ago, this motion shows a very clear respect for the voters in our community and their opinion in the last election, but still gives the board the ability to appoint an alternative. And it gets us past item 7.1 so that we can move on to the rest of our agenda, get our bills paid, get this levy approved, get that work done. And then I will make another motion to postpone the rest of the work to the 18th, because I think we all want to go home. But,
So given the late hour, a yes vote appoints Ms. Durago, and a no vote does not.
correct, but it appoints Mrs. Durango on a delay
Yeah,
to give the
right.
board the opportunity to amend that appointment should we choose to do so. And it also sets a date and time, in which case that amendment will occur. All right,
Don't you need a majority to amend?
correct,
Yeah, so we
Yes.
need 4 of us to do that, and
Correct.
that's also very difficult.
correct. We need a
So,
more, yeah, we do, we do.
That would
We
be a
absolutely
nightmare
do.
Also, so,
Yeah,
yeah.
we
all
do.
right, and I really get it now.
We do, and that's why I think my previous motion
Yeah.
naming Mr. Dominzinski, it was flawed in this regard, because
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Durango, it was the highest vote getter, unelected vote getter, and I think we should respect the will of our voters. And if we make that the default judgment, I think it is the fairest thing to the community, to the district, to the staff, and it allows us to move forward and move past this item here tonight, immediately, and then all of us who are dead tired can move on with our day. And we can get these bills paid. And I think that is really a solid negotiation
I agree
step for
with that.
all of us to take this evening and just move forward.
I'll never vote for Laura.
No. And that's, Board
Well-
Chair, in all honesty, that's your perception.
Yeah.
That she's the preferred choice and that she was whatever.
Call the question.
Because in my world,
We call
she's
Yeah,
not.
well, okay,
And,
Yeah, let's not
in,
beat it up.
yeah,
okay.
I'm done.
the opportunity to amend would be there. Member Clerk, if everybody understands what they're voting on and what a yes and a no is here,
Yeah.
I'll have Member Clerk please take the roll call on this.
Is everybody good?
Are we good with calling the question? I don't see an objection. Okay, there's no objection to calling the question, so that will be done by unanimous consent. Member Clerk, please take the
Okay.
roll call.
All right, Member Corcoran,
No.
Member Tyson,
No.
Member Castle,
Yes.
Member Rebbeline,
Aye.
Member Antonsen votes aye, Member Christensen.
No.
Okay. Oh, we tried again. That was good. Okay.
Well,
What if we came up with a sort of scorecard, or even just check boxes, where these are items that we wish the candidates to be able to fulfill, and you check the box if the board member thinks that that particular candidate can fulfill. And then we tally those, and the one with the most check marks.
There, I have seen
that's gonna be
other-
subjective.
St. Francis actually used a
Is it?
scoring system. MSBA has a
I'm looking at
scoring-
any idea right now, but
They have a scoring system that they suggest to boards.
I have it in here.
What typically works out, of course, they score, they rank their candidates, and then they still have to reach a majority vote to accept the highest score. I believe, if I remember right, St. Francis, when they appointed a board member last summer, they ended up appointing their highest score getter in that case. But there were 2 or 3 others that were tied immediately thereafter. They had, it was kind of a similar case where they had a number of applicants, and they ended up with 4 or 5 at the top of the pile. I feel like we've at least narrowed it down to 3.
I think Member Castle's on the right road, though, because we want more information about them. I mean, if we're at an impasse, we want to learn more. And that's a little bit how a superintendent search is done, with kind of an in and out basket and rating and all of that, and you learn a lot. I mean, it's not all subjective. I mean, it is in some ways, but you learn a lot more about that person.
So if we do that, and we move to Wednesday, is the board willing to accept that we will finalize the work on Wednesday, and what assurances are we willing to give the community? Because I just tried to do that with another motion.
The community wants us to get it right, so I just don't see it the way you do. And you keep saying, we got to do it for the community. Yeah, we do, but we want to do it in the right way. And I think that's what the community wants through this process. And Member Corcoran's talked about how the process has gone in the past, so. It's in the minutes and it's in here. We talked about that again, so. We're just reiterating the same stuff. But I like where Member Castle's going, that we need to learn more about them. A lot of boards will call candidates in for a second interview.
I like that idea.
So there are options to learn more about them, to get more comfortable.
That's a big position, and, yeah, I mean, 10 minutes went by really fast. So,
It did.
So.
It did, which is why I did additional evaluation outside of those 20 minutes.
Would it be possible to just have a resolution that instead of a vote after the tallying, that the tallying is the vote?
Yes, but without a majority vote, we can't pass a resolution. So we could say we're gonna do this, but nothing would compel any of us to cast a vote in a certain way. Like, we could agree to that process, but we absolutely cannot compel any board member to vote in a certain way. There is no forcing of that issue.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, so we could agree to it in theory, but there's no way to ensure that we follow through on it unless we do something similar to what I proposed a few minutes ago, like we appoint a certain member to take effect at a certain time unless we amend it, which is why I went that direction. I was hoping we'd be able to get consensus on
Let's appoint Jim
one of
then.
those two candidates.
To be fair, if you want to be fair.
Yeah, I'm open to that idea, but going back to you trust me more than I trust you, so, or vice versa, I don't remember which way you said it was, and I said, let's trust our voters. I admit that I erred in recommending that motion for Scott first, and that the preferred finalist being the highest unelected vote getter was the way to go. Member Atkinson.
All right, so we essentially have 3 people, right?
I feel like
I
we've
mean,
narrowed it down to
we've-
3,
For a long time.
yeah.
What if everybody wrote down out of those 3 names in order what their preference is? And, well,
I'm open to that. I believe I
I've already
suggested
done
that.
that.
I suggested that a
We
few
already done
hours
2.
ago, and,
oh, we did,
Remember the
Yeah.
two, and then
yeah, I tried
Oh,
to
wow.
just get the
that
top
was
2.
not- that was not
it's
a
been a
good-
minute, I forgot
Yeah.
already.
You did that so long ago, it's like, when was that? But-
Yeah, I've actually got it here. Member Tyson was the only one that was willing to,
Yeah.
Oh,
But
that's
my-
right, okay.
My
Yeah.
question is, if we don't, we're still at the impasse and it continues, we have to do school business, so, and so we might have to consider
well, that's why,
different applicants, we might have to start over.
that's why I threw the
So I'm just saying that we
resolution
have
out
to be
there.
willing to look at that and then make that adjustment to that resolution. Because we cannot not do board business, and just because we're at
Right,
impasse.
I don't think
That
it's
doesn't make
legal,
any
and I,
sense. We are stewards of the financial resources of this school district, and we can't not do board business because of this. We're still an active 6-member board, so I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do.
and I think.
Would you be willing to make a motion to reconsider on that last motion, so that we could move on?
What do you mean by that?
Reconsider
To
Laura
re-
Brown.
reconsider.
Oh, no, I cannot support her.
What about the motion to reconsider
I cannot
Mr.
Not
Dobinzinski?
until I know him better, no, I just.
But you will have an opportunity between now and Wednesday
I
evening?
can't, no, I don't wanna have something hanging, because we have to have a majority, and that's also a problem, getting 4. I mean, we can't agree with, we just have 3 and 3 all the time, we can't worry about getting the 4, no, I can't do that.
Okay.
Is the uncertainty of that? No, I don't think so, but.
Okay, I'm just trying to find a way to
No,
move on.
I get it, but we can't hold the district, hold this hostage, it's just not okay. It's not good business, so. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do. What do you I think we need to talk to legal counsel. We need to figure out a way to pass this. And it's not gonna happen at midnight, so.
1:30.
1:30.
Or, oh my God, well, 1:30 then.
Yeah, it's 1:30.
not happening at 1:30, so.
Pretty soon, Dr.
Can't
Massey
make
will be
good
able to go
decisions.
right back over into his
Can't make good
desk.
decisions
and-
at 1:30. I'm too
His-
tired.
Oh, my goodness.
Not fair, so. We're losing our audience, they're getting tired back there.
I don't blame them, they got jobs
And they're
tomorrow.
cold.
Like a lot of us, yeah.
Oh, well.
Somebody ringing the doorbell?
Someone's coming, oh boy. Police are coming back, making sure we're okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, the mayor might be checking out.
I do have to hand it to you guys, though, sticking around tonight.
Well, it's not for much longer.
You'd be happy to see me.
She
has no
went to
jacket on.
White Castle and came back.
I was watching it on TV, and it's worse on TV.
Is it?
I know.
Oh, I'm sure it's horrible.
And you made a statement.
I thought we made a couple of good motions
You
there.
never talked to anyone who voted for someone and then wouldn't vote for it this time. I had Laura sign in my yard,
Well,
much to the dismay of my friends. I would not vote for her now, but I did vote for her then. There's a big reason for that. And we don't have to go into her whole episode
Yeah.
and how angry. People that voted for all of you, they might love you and vote for you again, but I can tell you, that's not gonna be the case. So just because you're elected once, and then people see how you act, and do you care about the kids, or do you care about your own individual little idea of who's gonna do what? And when I was on the board with Republicans and Democrats and liberals and conservatives, and we fought it out.
I,
But during the meeting, we respected the superintendent.
Yes.
We looked at all the good things that were done in our district.
Mrs. Moore, I feel like we've gotten really loose with the rules because it is 1:30 this evening, but
You know, that's
we
already
do,
breaking the rules, so I-
we do need to,
It is breaking.
we do need to keep
Amen,
this
sister.
to, we do need to keep this to the board, please.
You've added a lot.
When is the time limit? It's gotta be over. Your time limit's over.
I'm asking you to grow up,
Yes.
do what all the candidates said, respect your superintendent. I am so tired of him giving a solution.
Okay,
that would work.
please,
I'm so tired of that resolution and putting.
Please,
it in
Mrs.
the-
Moorhead.
I'm sorry, at 1:30 I get real talkative.
I know, I understand,
It's almost time for breakfast.
but thank you.
I thought you came back with White Castle.
I'm sorry, this is.
I just, come on,
True,
help us
I
maintain order,
agree.
please.
We're gonna make the news for the wrong
When do
reasons.
we call it? It's too late.
Never, that's his point. We're just
So we're
gonna
just
sit
gonna
here.
sit here all
Yep,
night?
he wants to sit here.
That's what,
Like- well, like-
that's his
He's
point.
enjoying it.
Like I've been saying,
his
we're
point.
not
We have
required,
to be done.
we're not required to stay here. None of us are.
Then we should go.
You should walk out.
I know.
Board member who did that.
Yeah, I
Walked out on the
do too.
meeting, so they can continue meeting. Remember that, Mr. Evans?
I do, yep, yes. Yep, I do,
You do that too,
Yep.
as long as you're not gonna do any business.
They
with
did.
it.
I know,
They
why
did.
are we
They
sitting
did
here?
this.
Exactly, it's zero constructive behavior.
You had certain showed you the way to do it.
But short of walking out,
Yeah.
there's been a lot of conversation about the need to understand the candidates.
Yep.
Yes.
And I think there's great benefit in relationship, understanding, having dialogue. And you can't predict the outcome as after engaging in that process. You might need to trust that it may move the needle. If it doesn't, you're no worse off. But there's an opportunity through dialogue and relationship and connection to be in a different place. So I would challenge the board to meet with the three candidates or the two candidates, whatever you decide, with an open mind and come back in good faith to have continue the conversation.
I like that suggestion, and I'm more than willing to move forward with either of the two motions that I made
Well, I don't
in the
know
last
yet.
half an hour
Now
here
Safeguard
to make
business.
that happen.
No, I don't
I'll
want-
move
And-
forward with Mr. Castle's ideas.
I don't like that having the majority thing. No,
I-
it's not.
No,
It's
that
not, it doesn't
is-
make me feel uneasy.
We have to reach a majority consensus in one way or another.
So maybe you could clarify what you said before, that no one is required to stay here.
Correct.
So how does that play out?
Any individual, obviously, any individual of the gallery can get up and leave at any point.
Folks around this table, right?
No, the board.
The individuals at the table, none of us are required to be here, as was pointed out earlier. I was in a meeting, I felt that an illegal act was taking place, and I got up and I walked out of the room, which every single member has the ability to do. Should 3 of us do that, the 3 remaining members would have only the ability to set the time, date, and place for the next board meeting and to adjourn. Should fewer than 3 board members leave, the remaining board members would have the option to continue conducting business. I think those are the only scenarios, unless I'm missing one.
And if we can't make the next meeting, if 3 of us can't make, then there'll be no
Correct.
quorum for that meeting. So
Yeah,
we have to have them
should
do
more
so.
than 3 of us
I'm
leave.
saying if it doesn't work.
Yeah, well, at least one of us has to remain here in order to set the time and date for the meeting in the next meeting, and to adjourn. And adjourning at that point isn't optional, it's just something that happens.
Well,
But,
I think an impasse, that's been an impasse for hours.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
What if one,
We all 3 have to go.
frankly, I think that's what member chair would like. He would like us to break quorum and leave, because then it gets him out of the pickle that he's in. With all of us just sitting here staring at each other.
I'm not in a pickle any more than any other board members in a pickle. I have the,
Just makes us look terrible.
I'm on an equal standing to every other member, so
Yeah,
please.
and then we walk
please.
out, and then you say, oh, you can blame us for it. I don't-
No, if,
Why don't you, I would impose a recess.
Let's just do.
I would,
Let's just,
yeah,
let's just be adjourned.
if there's not an objection, we'll recess for 5 minutes. We'll reconvene at 1:45. All right, we're in recess till 1:45. Please take the roll call of attendance.
Okay, yep, I will. And, okay, is everybody here? No.
Yeah, start at the top.
Okay. Member Corcoran? Here. Member Rebline?
Here.
Member Christensen?
Here.
Member Tyson?
Here.
Member Johnson is here, and Member Castle.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum. We're back in discussion on item 7.1, selection of application to fill board vacancy.
I would like to make a motion that we move ahead to at least pay the bills this evening to our local business owners.
As,
They've already done the work, and, I mean, we shouldn't hold them hostage just because we're stuck here, that we should pay our bills.
as discussed earlier, the motion is out of order when the special motion of business is on the table.
We have
We-
the power to do it, but we're just not doing. We're choosing not to.
Yeah.
So
Can I
that's
make a
also
motion to
not-
adjourn
The
so
motion,
that we can have time to meet with the candidates, like Member Castle has talked about?
a motion to adjourn is in order if there's a second.
Yes,
The
second.
motion fails due to lack of a second.
No,
No,
I just
Jill
heard
They
a
just
second.
I seconded it.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn, we have a second.
Yes, you need to.
All right, is there any discussion on the motion to adjourn?
And I'd like the record to note, it is 1:47 a.m., so if we could adjourn, that would be
That would be great.
And-
We'll get back to this.
All right, is there any discussion on the motion to adjourn?
I guess without a next meeting, unless we're gonna wait till the 18th,
Yeah.
I believe we should set another meeting.
Without a plan,
We talked about the 10th.
I agree with Member Castle, without a plan in place, I think we would be,
He's talking about a date, right?
At
Correct?
time, yeah.
he is, but there's a motion on the table to adjourn. And a motion on the table to adjourn doesn't set a date for the next meeting. The next meeting is the
You're
18th.
impossible.
End with the date.
Can I amend that motion to adjourn, to add a date for the next meeting?
December 18th.
No,
December?
we have to vote against the motion to adjourn, then we have to set the time and place for the next meeting, and then we have to have another motion to adjourn.
Okay. All right, if that gets us out the door,
So you
I'll
want,
do it.
So do I rescind my motion to adjourn?
The motion now belongs to the body,
We have
so
to
we
say
need to
no
vote on it.
first.
so we have to vote on it.
Correct. All right, is there any other discussion?
We're voting to adjourn?
Yes. All those,
You just said we're supposed to say,
We have to say no first and then amend it and then revote.
Member Castle was coming up with a date, and we couldn't just incorporate that into it. We have
you
to.
can't incorporate
We
that
have to
into a
vote.
motion to adjourn. We have to set the time and date for the next meeting in a separate motion. And I would recommend that we set stipulations on the time and date of the next meeting as well, but,
No, stipulation.
all right, if there's no other discussion on the motion to adjourn, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? No?
No.
No.
Okay, the motion fails. We are not going to adjourn. We will return back to item 7.1.
Who's making the motion?
Okay, I'll make a motion to adjourn, and that the next meeting will be.
The motion to adjourn can't be
December.
bundled, just
So we need to set the date first.
correct. They need to be separate acts. I'm sorry.
Okay, the 10th, I make a motion to set the date to Wednesday,
why,
December 10th, at 6 o'clock to continue our discussion of filling the vacancy in the board, on our school board.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second to set the next time and date for the meeting
Second.
on December 10th. And we would continue where we left off. Is that what I'm trying to understand?
And we're gonna have time to, take that time to meet with the candidates to get additional information.
Or do
Okay,
we want them to invite them in that night and do it here? That was a suggestion by Member
I
Castle,
like that
too.
idea.
Okay.
That's assuming that they can, you know, that they have
Well,
the,
we can reach out and if they
yes,
cannot
we
come,
can individually contact them and see if there's a time that they can,
maybe Joy, we can have administration reach out, see if they're available. If not, then we'll have to just do it kind of on our own.
To another open board meeting and have them interview more in front of people again?
Well, hold
That's
on,
what
I
we're
want to,
discussing.
Yeah,
I'm
and,
thinking more of a one-on-one where
I think we should
people,
allow time for our own selves to
Our own.
contact them
Yes.
individually.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'd
All
prefer.
right, then I amend what I was saying to incorporate that. And in that time.
yeah, that wasn't on the, that wasn't part of the motion. The
Oh,
motion was
mine was
just
to give the date,
to meet,
on the
to,
10th.
and we would continue this. Now, the stipulation is it would move from a regular school board meeting to a special school board meeting, so we would just continue with the agenda that's before us now.
Yes, we need to continue.
And I want that to be clear, that we move from a regular school board meeting to a special school board meeting. And as I've stipulated in the special school board meetings that we've had recently, that means motions to amend the agenda are not in order for special school board meetings, and that we commit to completing the agenda as presented. That is the stipulation of moving forward, and
So you're putting stipulations in there again.
when we create a special board meeting, there are certain rules that we need to follow. And I want to make sure that the board understands those rules that we need to follow before we commit to moving forward on the 10th. I do not want there to be any confusion. I do not want to receive any accusations that I tried to pull a fast one on board members, and I want you to understand what it is you're voting on. If we choose to punt this to a special meeting, we are beholden to the agenda that we agree to, and the agenda is a continuation of where we leave off this evening.
Yeah,
No.
well, in the meantime.
Let's move it to the 18th then.
Yeah, I'll be meeting.
We don't need a
with the
special meeting.
lawyers and getting additional information on things too. To
Right.
make sure we know
And-
what's going on with the motions.
I-
So the-
I
So the motion that's on the
motion to change
table,
it to the 18th, give more time and not call a special meeting.
And then call a special meeting?
No, and not
Oh,
have to
I'm
call
sorry,
a special
okay.
Well,
meeting, because the 10th is just.
yeah, and an amendment to change the 10th to the 18th would be completely unnecessary. We just vote this down and the 18th becomes the 18th. Yeah, it's already scheduled and that's a regular
Right,
board meeting. So
I would prefer the 18th then, so we don't have to call a special meeting. And the 10th is
Give us some
like,
additional time to talk to them.
not much time to try to
Yep.
capture somebody for a one-on-one.
Mhm.
Let's call the question. What are we voting on?
Okay, any additional discussion on the special meeting for the 10th? All right, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying.
Just a minute, please. Please review. So an aye vote
That
is
will-
we will have a meeting on the 10th, but there's a stipulation
That
that we
we
have
will-
to.
No.
We will continue with this agenda, and it being a special meeting, motions to amend the agenda are out of order. That's part of the rules on a special meeting. Actually, it's not part of the rules on the special meeting, it's part of the state statute on the special meeting. So that is law, that is not rules of order, that is not something that we can change our minds on. And I just want there to be a clear understanding at the board table before you vote on that, that that's what you're accepting if we have a special meeting on the 10th.
Commitment. You can't force a board to commit to something.
State law requires
That they
no,
commit to their vote before the meeting. That's how can they do?
there is no commitment to a vote, and this isn't up for debate with the gallery. I just want to make sure that board members understand that special meetings have special rules when it comes to the agenda in accordance with state law. And I do not want to hear any accusations directed at me saying that I tried to deceive any board member on Member Corcoran's motion. So I'm trying to be very clear of what it is we are going to accept if we accept the special meeting on the 10th. Is that understood? Member Christensen?
Yes. I
Okay.
mean, yes, I understand.
Can we vote?
Sure.
Yes, okay.
Go
All
for it.
those in favor
Yeah.
signify by saying aye. Those opposed? No.
No.
Okay, that motion fails.
So I make a motion to continue the meeting on the 18th, just our standard meeting.
Second.
the motion's unnecessary since it's already on the schedule.
Well, I'd like to make one.
It'd be a motion to adjourn.
And yeah, and it's.
It would be in a motion to adjourn. A motion to adjourn would, yeah.
Yeah, it
Thank
is
you, Dr.
almost
Massey.
2 a.m., Member Chair.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn.
Second?
Yep, second.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn in a second. Joy, did you capture who was who on that one?
Member Tyson motioned and Member Corcoran seconded.
Okay, all right. Do we have any discussion on the motion to adjourn? All right, seeing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. Okay, back to where we started.
Oh, for God's
Yeah.
sake.
Okay, are we done?
Making no decisions?
I just want to get it
We're
done.
laughing stock.
So it's a moot point.
Just round and round, wasting
I know.
people's time, so embarrassing. Mark, Member Castle, thank you for your
Yeah,
ideas.
thank you.
tonight. Optics are so bad. Well, we've made the motion to pay the bills. I can make another motion to pay the bills since I'm wanting to make motions.
Oh,
The motion's out of order.
It's out of order, so
I-
our local
Okay,
businesses who
so-
have already done the work are not gonna be paid.
They're not getting paid, no. It's been no, all night. So, okay, thank you.
Move to appoint Member Dobinzinski, or Mr. Dobinzinski to the board.
Second?
All right, we motion a second. Any discussion?
You cannot
You can't do that now.
No discussion. We still have a quorum. Member Antonsen, will you please take the roll call? We have 4 board members in the room.
Well, you better stay for.
Get out of jail,
He is such a trickster, aren't you? You just love it.
All right, we now have a lack of quorum. That makes that final motion unresolvable. But that leaves us with the point of business here to determine the next date and time and meeting place for the next meeting. I would like to suggest that we meet for a special meeting on Wednesday, December 10th, to continue with this agenda and bring it to completion as it was presented to the board this evening. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to meet for a special meeting to continue this order of business on December 10th. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Hold on.
Oh,
point
it's
of
6
order.
PM.
Okay.
I'm sorry, thank you. At 6 PM, if there's no objection, that will amend the time and meeting to 6 PM here in this room. Without a quorum, we are able to set the time and date of the next meeting and to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right, the motion prevails. We have scheduled a special meeting to continue this order of business on Wednesday, December 10th at 6 PM here in the district office. With that, we will adjourn. Thank you very much.
Well,